Chapter 3093. The dark red dragon snorted coldly. What do you know? The power of a spirit body is not something you can understand. This was an extremely powerful physique that was famous in ancient times. Her cultivation had already surpassed that of an invincible king. She had not reached the saint realm, but she could reach the half-saint realm. However, she had not comprehended the laws of the half-saint realm. A half-saint without comprehending the laws of the half-saint realm. Countless exclamations sounded. The elders were also shocked. The four peak masters and supreme elders were also shocked. The mansion master nodded slightly. Not bad, not bad. This little girl is very talented. Even Han Fei, Yu Linglong, and the others were shocked. The North Demon also had a serious expression. In the arena, Mo Tian frowned. His body trembled slightly. He felt a terrifying pressure coming from his opponent. This pressure was too strong. If Luo Yunyang's cultivation base was a great river, then Luo Yunyang's cultivation base was an endless ocean. This kind of comparison was enough to directly crush him. Buzz. He could not wait any longer. He could not let his opponent's aura completely increase. With a wave of his arm, the 18 thunder pearls on his wrist rushed out. They circled in the sky and enlarged like 18 stars. The 18 thunder beasts on the pearls kept roaring. They sometimes turned into ferocious beasts, and sometimes into simple runes. As they rose and fell, bolts of thunder fell from the sky and completely devoured the area below. The 18 thunder beasts finally burst out at this moment and charged downward. Boom! The sky collapsed and the earth cracked. This was a fatal blow. An invincible king could not withstand it at all. In the sea of thunder, Shinjingqiu also made her move. The purple cloud armor appeared on her body. Like a supreme goddess, she waved her jade-like hand and shattered the surrounding thunder. Then she slapped out with her palm and sent a nearby thunder beast flying. She was too strong. Her power had surpassed that of an invincible king. It had even reached the level of Huangfu Baitian's ultimate slash. However, the ultimate slash was only one slash. Shinjingqiu could now maintain this power and form a special state. So strong. Was this the power of a spirit body? Huangfu Baitian was also shocked. Even Han Fei, Jun Huia, and the other geniuses who had comprehended the Tao looked serious. The other party was currently a half-step saint. Although he hadn't comprehended any laws, he was extremely powerful, surpassing the invincible king level. However, they were confident that they could defeat the other party. But what if the other party's cultivation level increased to that of a saint? Although there were no laws, with that boundless and ferocious cultivation strength, could it suppress them? They had no idea. Moreover, they didn't know if Shinjingqiu could reach that level. But no matter what, this was an opponent with great potential. The more Shinjingqiu fought, the braver she became. She was like a fairy from the ninth heaven, sweeping through all directions. The 18 thunder beasts screamed miserably as they were beaten by her. In the end, they were all turned into ashes. Kakaka. Cracks had also appeared on the mysterious lightning bead bracelet, and it looked like it would collapse at any moment. Seeing this, Mo Tian's face turned extremely ugly. He hurriedly put away the lightning bead bracelet. He had lost. Mo Tian actually lost. Everyone cried out in disbelief. Mo Tian was ranked 7th. How powerful! Especially when he used the 18 lightning beads bracelet, he would be able to fight against Huangfu Baitian. But now, he had actually lost to Shinjingqiu. It was really hard to believe. Why do I feel that Shinjingqiu is too terrifying? That move of hers was able to fight against a power that was close to the Tao. I don't know. The power that was close to the Tao was too strange. Unless they really fought, no one would be able to deduce it. I've won. Shinjingqiu heaved a sigh of relief. She removed the power of the bloodline, and the rune between her eyebrows disappeared. Her cultivation had also returned to the invincible great perfection realm. Big brother Lin Qiu has won. Shinjingqiu ran down the arena cheering. Lin Xian was also very happy. He hugged Shinjingqiu in his arms. Everyone was extremely envious. Fuck, the new goddess was taken. Many people were disappointed. Shinjingqiu's appearance, cultivation, strength, and talent were all excellent. She was not inferior to Qinggu at all. She was a new goddess. However, when they saw Shen Jingqiu snuggling in Lin Xian's arms with a blissful expression, the surrounding sky prides felt their hearts bleed. They had not even started fighting, and the goddess was already taken? If it wasn't for Lin Xian, I really want to go up and beat him up. Sigh, forget it. I'll give Lin Xian some face. These people shook their heads and sighed. It was not that they did not want to fight, but they were no match for Lin Xian. The competition continued. Next, another peerless sky pride appeared. It was Zhong Lingxiu. She had defeated Shui Jiyue in a domineering manner, which also shocked the crowd. Shen Jingqiu was already taken, but Zhong Lingxiu did not seem to be. Whoever was able to gain the favor of Fairy Zhong would definitely be extremely lucky. These sky prides once again looked at Zhong Lingxiu. However, Zhong Lingxiu's gaze was calm, as if she did not pay special attention to anyone. Lin Xian, the North Demon, and the others frowned slightly. This was because they saw coldness and disregard in each other's eyes. Indeed, coldness and disregard, as if she did not care about the entire world. How confident did she have to have such an expression? Was she looking down on the world? Lin Xian was surprised. It seemed that Zhong Lingxiu was even more mysterious than he had imagined. He wondered if she had grasped a power that was close to the Tao. The competition continued. Everyone went up one after another. Among them, Lin Xian won every match. Shen Jingqiu fought Yu Linglong and lost to her. Jun Wuya went up again. After winning a few matches, he lost to Han Fei. Huangfu Beidian, He Mo, and the others also made their moves. Some lost, some won. There were only 4 people who won every match. The North Demon, Yu Linglong, Han Fei, and Lin Xian. Buzz. A figure walked up. He was wearing a purple battle armor surrounded by a purple sea of lightning. It was Han Fei. After Han Fei came up, he looked around disdainfully. I wonder who his opponent is? No matter who it was, they would be miserable. Other than the North Demon and Yu Linglong, no one could beat him. It was time for him to go up. Lin Xian also walked up to the arena. Everyone screamed. What? It was Lin Xian. Lin Xian was going to fight Han Fei. Heavens, was the final battle about to begin? Both of them had won every match. Moreover, both of them had grasped a power that was close to the Tao. Who would be the stronger one if the two of them fought? Han Fei stood in the arena with a serious expression. His eyebrows and hair were purple and surrounded by powerful lightning. When he saw Lin Xian come up, he said coldly, "The power that you have grasped is close to the Tao. It's strange. It's like destruction, but it's silent. It's similar to my Tao of thunder. I really want to know who is stronger between the two of you." As he said that, endless thunder surged from Han Fei's body and pierced through the 9 heavens. I want to know too. It seems that I should be able to get the result now. Lin Xian smiled and extended a hand. Please. A terrifying aura surged from his body as if he was a demon king that could destroy everything. Great destruction. Chapter 3094. A power that was close to the Tao had appeared. Everyone was amazed when they saw the power of great destruction once again. The elders were also excited. Lin Xian's expression was solemn. He did not dare to be careless against such a power. Buzz. He waved his sword and executed the Sword of Annihilation. With a slash of his sword, the sword destroyed everything. The two collided in the air, and the resulting power made Huangfu Beidian, Mo Tian, Black Demon, and the others scream in horror. It was too terrifying. Most likely, he could defeat them with a single move, or even kill them. Boom, boom, boom. The two forces dissipated at the same time. It was indeed powerful. It was mysterious. It seemed that this power alone was not enough to deal with him. Han Fei snorted coldly. With a wave of his hand, endless thunder quickly formed a spear that he held in his hand. Great Destruction Spear. He waved the spear in his hand and stabbed out. Thousands of light shadows surged forward with the power of destruction. One after another, they were densely packed and enveloped the entire world. It was a law ability. An elder exclaimed. A power that was close to the Tao coupled with an unparalleled ability. Heavens! Han Fei was too heaven-defying. His application of this power was simply too powerful. In the previous battle, even if it was close to the Tao, he could easily defeat the enemy with just 1 or 2 moves. It was the first time such a fusion of power had appeared. Therefore, everyone was amazed. They all looked at Lin Xian, wondering if Lin Xian could resist it. How far had Lin Xian's comprehension of the laws reached? A law ability? It really surprised me. He smiled and was not afraid at all. In the next moment, he waved his sword and destroyed the lotus. Streaks of sword chi came out one after another, forming green lotuses in the sky. Each sword lotus carried an extremely strong power of annihilation. Anyone who touched it would turn into nothingness. A law ability. Another law ability. He had fused a power that was close to the Tao into his sword technique. This Lin Xian was incredible. Clang. The blazing Qilin sword and the great destruction spear collided, producing an earth-shaking sound. Many people's bodies swayed. Mo and the others' faces turned pale as they frantically retreated. It was too terrifying. In the sky, half of the sky had turned into a terrifying black hole. Thunder and lightning flashed within it. The other half of the sky instantly collapsed. The two forces clashed in the sky. After the first attack, the two continued to attack. Damn it, I can't do anything to him. Han Fei's face sank. He opened his mouth and spat out a large bell. Undying thunderous roar. The huge bell in the sky shook violently. Runes appeared on its surface and surged out in all directions like a tide. Saint runes. Someone screamed. No, this is not an ordinary saint's rune. Finally, a grand elder cried out in alarm. The saint's runes also contained power that was close to the Tao. What? How could he have such a thing? Many heaven rankers were shocked, their faces pale. There were also elders who said that the runes of saints were engraved by saints and were mysterious and profound. Ordinary invincible kings could only erupt with a portion of their power, but it was already very terrifying. They could laugh at the world. However, if it was activated by a half-step saint, it would release an even more terrifying power. If it was activated by a true saint, it would be no different from a Tao pattern law. Therefore, although they were all saints' runes, the power would be different for the person who used them. At this moment, in Han Fei's hands, it naturally displayed a power that was close to the Tao. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The terrifying sound waves were like thousands of soldiers and horses galloping. Clang, clang, clang. Many people vomited blood, and some people's weapons directly shattered, turning into scrap iron and falling to the ground. Retreat quickly. These people retreated crazily. The sound waves were too terrifying and could destroy everything. Waves of sound waves charged forward. Annihilation Green Lotus, 7th Sword. Lin Xian shouted coldly and slashed down. The biting cold sword chi with the power of annihilation slashed at the sound waves. The sound waves were like a tide. After coming into contact with the sword chi, they quickly dissipated. It's useless. You can block it for a while, but you can't block it forever. Han Fei was abnormally strong. The eternal demon bell above his head quickly attacked. It's over. Lin Xian is in danger. Yes, he only had a power that was close to the Tao. But now Han Fei took out the eternal demon bell, and the power it released was not weaker than the Tao. It was equivalent to 2 against 1. How could Lin Xian resist? Unless he also had such a treasure or used a saint's rune. Otherwise, he was really in danger. Was Lin Xian going to be defeated? Lin Xian took a breath. The great dragon sword soul in his body roared and superimposed on the power of annihilation. In the next moment he used the Green Lotus sword art again. Annihilation Green Lotus, 9th Sword. Buzz, buzz. 9 huge sword chi intertwined in the sky, forming a lotus that bloomed quickly. The petals with the power of annihilation spun out and collided with the eternal demon bell. With a clang, the eternal demon bell was sent flying. The sound waves in the sky were shattered. Han Fei was hit and spurted out a mouthful of blood. At this moment, his expression changed drastically. The lotus in the sky enveloped him and a terrifying power acted on his body, causing the thunder around him to disappear quickly. Damn it, get lost. Han Fei roared and the power of annihilation exploded, bombarding the surroundings. However, he still underestimated this sword. After superimposing the power of the great dragon sword soul, its power was much stronger than before. Therefore, Han Fei was soon engulfed. The entire space had completely collapsed. How could it be? Han Fei couldn't block it? What was going on? The Sky Pride screamed in horror. The people of Divine Tactics Peak were stunned. It shouldn't be. Han Fei had the upper hand after taking out the Eternal Demon Bell. Logically speaking, he should be able to defeat his opponent in a short time. But why did he fall into such a dangerous situation now? How did that brat do it? The elders of Ethereal Peak and Exquisite Peak frowned. His power of annihilation had increased again. Could it be that he didn't use his full strength before? They sucked in a breath of cold air when they thought of this possibility. In front of them was a chaotic void. Finally, the terrifying power of annihilation slowly disappeared. A figure flashed out of the void. This figure was in a miserable state. Half of his body had disappeared and his body was dyed red with blood. His handsome face was pale and his eyes were filled with shock. Damn it, how could you be so powerful? This person was Han Fei. After seeing Han Fei's state, everyone was stunned. Even Yu Linglong's pupils shrank. Han Fei actually suffered such a heavy injury. How could this be? The northern demon sucked in a deep breath and his expression was grave. Chapter 3095. You've lost. Lin Xian looked at Han Fei and said indifferently, "Kid, I admit that you're very strong. Your last attack almost killed me. You even injured me severely. But I haven't lost yet. I still have one more move that I haven't used yet." Han Fei's body quickly reassembled, and his face was incomparably pale. "I originally planned to use this move to deal with the North Demon, but I didn't expect to use it on you. But you should be proud of yourself. You'll be defeated by this move." Han Fei still has a trump card. Everyone exclaimed in surprise. The elders of the Divine Will Peak were also excited. Could it be another move? That's great. If Han Fei used that move, he would definitely be able to defeat this brat. It could even threaten the North Demon. He still has a trump card? Lin Xian was also stunned. Then he smiled and said, "Just use whatever you have. I'll take it." Han Fei didn't say anything. He condensed the Great Destruction Spear again, and a terrifying destructive power suppressed the surroundings. Lin Xian shook his head slightly. "The Great Destruction Spear is useless against me." Indeed, the results of the previous battle had already shown that his strength was above Han Fei's. However, Han Fei didn't say anything. Instead, he took out another item. It was a small bottle that was crystal clear like white jade. After he opened it, he poured out a drop of blood. As soon as the blood came out, the surrounding space trembled violently and countless cracks appeared. It couldn't withstand it at all. There were even sparkling lights flickering in the blood, bringing with it a shocking power. What kind of blood is this? Everyone's heart trembled, and their souls shook. The elders of the Divine Will Peak were extremely excited. Half-Saint blood. He finally took out that thing. What? Half-Saint blood? What is he going to do? Everyone exclaimed. Half-Saints had already condensed law fragments, which surpassed the power of the Tao. Their blood naturally contained law fragments. A drop of half-saint blood could kill any invincible king. Could it be that Han Fei wanted to use half-saint blood to kill Lin Xian? However, with Lin Xian's speed and the power of annihilation, he should be able to dodge it. This was indeed the case. It was very difficult for one drop of blood to kill Lin Xian. Only a large amount of semi-sage blood could threaten to kill Lin Xian. However, to everyone's surprise, Han Fei did not kill Lin Xian. Instead, he merged with the Great Destruction Spear in his hand. In the next moment, a shocking change occurred. Streaks of blood-red light appeared on the surface of the Great Destruction Spear, and its power suddenly skyrocketed. The entire sky collapsed completely as an extremely ferocious power surged out. Even the surrounding formations were trembling violently. Despair filled the faces of the martial artists inside the array. This power? Heavens, is this the law? It was too terrifying. Even the elders felt their scalps go numb. Who would have thought that Han Fei would actually fuse the Tao of Destruction with the half-saint's blood and erupt with even more shocking power? The power of the fusion of the semi-sage blood and the Great Destruction Spear was too terrifying. It had already surpassed the power displayed by Lin Xian. Therefore, when everyone felt this power, their expressions all changed. Oh no, Lin Xian was in danger. Yes, they did not expect Han Fei to have such a trump card. Lin Xian had already seriously injured Han Fei before. He was about to win, but he did not expect to make a comeback at the last moment. Boy, you don't have a chance. Han Fei shouted coldly. He leaped high, and the blood-red Great Destruction Spear in his hand charged straight down. Lin Xian frowned. He felt a great threat. The blood of a semi-sage? He actually had such a trump card. Indeed, this strike had surpassed the previous one. But so what? Lin Xian smiled. The previous attack was the 9th sword of the Green Lotus Sword technique. The Green Lotus Sword technique had a total of 13 swords. The 13th sword combined with the power of annihilation was something that Han Fei had not seen before. Well, he would let these people see it. Buzz. Annihilation Green Lotus, the 13th sword. Lin Xian waved his long sword, sweeping across the 9 heavens. 13 streaks of sword chi flew out with the power of annihilation, forming a sword chi lotus in the sky. It collided with the blood-stained Great Destruction Spear. The aura of this lotus had become stronger again. It was much stronger than the previous one. God, Lin Xian also had a hidden trump card. Everyone was stunned. Han Fei's pupils shrank. He did not expect his opponent's strength to become stronger again. It even made him tremble. He felt the Great Destruction Spear in his hand tremble as if it would vanish at any time. Damn it. Be destroyed. With a roar, he desperately activated his power and stabbed down. Endless light burst out, illuminating the 9 heavens and 10 earths. No one could open their eyes. Only the peak masters of the 4 peaks, as well as the mansion master and the others, had eyes that pierced through the 9 heavens. It was not until a long time later that the light between heaven and earth gradually dissipated. Everyone hurriedly opened their eyes. How was it? How was the battle? Who won this battle? It was Lin Xian's Annihilation Lotus. Or was it the blood-stained Great Destruction Spear? I think it should be the Great Destruction Spear. The blood of a half-step saint combined with the path of destruction is too terrifying. It should be able to threaten a half-step saint. That might not necessarily be the case. Lin Xian's Lotus Sword Chi was too terrifying, and its might was twice as strong as before. How on earth did he use it? Everyone was discussing animatedly as they looked forward. In the next moment, their eyes widened. In the arena, Lin Xian's expression was calm. His bright red robe was spotless, and he stood with his hands behind his back. In front of him stood 2 figures. One of them was Han Fei. At this moment, Han Fei's face was pale. The Great Destruction Spear in his hand had long disappeared. Not only that, but one of his arms was also missing. Beside him stood an old man. It was the referee elder. The referee elder had made a move. What was going on? The surrounding prodigies were discussing animatedly. Someone exclaimed. Han Fei had lost. The referee elder had made a move at the critical moment and saved his life. What? You're saying that the sword strike just now could threaten Han Fei's life? I'm afraid so. Everyone gasped in shock, and the elders sucked in a breath of cold air. The elder of the Divine Strategy Peak looked up and sighed. He had lost. The number 1 prodigy of the Divine Strategy Peak had actually lost. Lin Xian was too terrifying. How could this be? Han Fei's eyes were also empty. He still couldn't accept this fact. Indeed, even though his Great Destruction Spear was stained with the blood of a half-step saint, it still couldn't resist that shocking attack and disappeared in the end. Not only that, but the power of annihilation had also enveloped his entire body. In an instant, his entire right arm was gone. It was too powerful. It was so powerful that he couldn't resist it at all. If this continued, he would be killed. Therefore, he could only admit defeat. A sword light flashed in the sky. The referee elder had made a move, destroyed the terrifying sword Chi Lotus, and saved Han Fei. Chapter 3096. Winner, Lin Xian. The referee elder announced the result and at the same time, channeled some energy into Han Fei. Lin Xian really won. I'm not dreaming, am I? These people were stunned. The people of Full Moon Peak were also stunned. Then they burst into cheers. Lin Xian actually won. Haha, our Full Moon Peak is going to produce a dragon this time. Han Fei is third. Lin Xian defeated Han Fei. Doesn't that mean that he's already in the top 3? The sky prides of the Full Moon Peak were stunned. The elders were also extremely excited. The Grand Elder took a deep breath, his eyes red. Even the Peak Master of Full Moon Peak was smiling. It couldn't be helped. Their Full Moon Peak had been quiet for too long. They had been suppressed to the last place. Even their number 1, Huangfu Baidian, was only ranked 5th in the entire Extraordinary Warrior Manor. When the Full Moon Peak was mentioned, the people of the other 3 peaks were full of disdain and ridicule. And now, they could finally hold their heads high. Lin Xian displayed a power that was close to the Tao. He defeated Jun Weia and Han Fei and successfully entered the top 3. This was their Full Moon Peak's moment. This was their Full Moon Peak's glory. At this moment, the entire Full Moon Peak was in a sea of joy. He actually managed to enter the top 3. Huangfu Baidian took a deep breath and clenched his fists. Black Demon was even more in disbelief. To be honest, he didn't dare to provoke Lin Xian at all. He even had to avoid Lin Xian when he saw him. The other Sky Prides were even more shocked. For so many years, the top 3 of the Extraordinary Warrior Manor had been dominated by the North Demon, Yu Linglong, and Han Fei. The rankings were unshakable. They were like 3 mountains that pressed down on everyone's hearts. But now, someone had shaken one of the mountains. Moreover, it was a newcomer who had entered less than a year ago. This was simply a miracle, a legend. Han Fei was defeated? Yu Linglong took a deep breath. Her expression was incomparably solemn. Lin Xian was the biggest threat to her apart from the North Demon. The North Demon also looked at Lin Xian. His eyes shone with a piercing light. Soon, we will be exchanging blows very soon. At that time, I will personally experience the strength of the successor of the Great Dragon Sword Soul. The North Demon was becoming more and more interested in Lin Xian. He was eager to fight Lin Xian. Lin Xian's victory could be said to have created another legend. Everyone was excited, and only after a long discussion did they gradually calm down. Moreover, this was forcefully interrupted by the referee elder. Otherwise, he would probably be excited for 3 days and 3 nights. Brat, well done. Seeing Lin Xian walk down, the dark red dragon god waved its claws and laughed. Shen Jingqiu even clapped and cheered. At the side, Yi Fei, Xueling, Wang Qi, and the others came to congratulate him. Even Huangfu Baidian came. The black demon stood in the distance and struggled for a long time. In the end, he also came over and lowered his arrogant head. He first congratulated Lin Xian, then apologized to Lin Xian and admitted his previous rashness. This scene made everyone feel even more incredulous. Even the arrogant black demon lowered his head to Lin Xian. It could be said that Lin Xian's battle had convinced all the prodigies of the Full Moon Peak. He had become the champion of the Full Moon Peak. Lin Xian raised his head and looked into the distance. The champion of the Full Moon Peak? This was not what he wanted in the end. What he wanted was the champion of the House of Prodigy. The battle between Lin Xian and Han Fei made everyone excited and excited. Although the following battle was exciting, it was much worse than the previous battle. Everyone was a little uninterested. They really wanted to see a battle that was close to the power of the Tao again. Yes, that kind of power was the strongest power in the world. The other invincible kings were too far away. Everyone was looking forward to seeing that miraculous power again. Not long after, they burst into cries of surprise. This time, even the elders seemed to have been injected with chicken blood and were extremely excited. The peak leader of Gale was also paying close attention. This time, it was another battle between 2 top prodigies. The North Demon against Yu Linglong. This battle could be said to be more exciting than the previous battle between Lin Xian and Han Fei. The North Demon was the champion of the House of Prodigy. He was incomparably powerful. Yu Linglong was the second champion of the House of Prodigy. Her strength was above Han Fei. Moreover, during this period of time, Yu Linglong had been cultivating in seclusion. Her strength must have increased greatly. It could be said that the outcome of her battle with the North Demon was unknown. This battle could be said to be the most anticipated battle in the hearts of countless people. He wondered just how strong the North Demon was. Could Yu Linglong turn the tables and defeat the North Demon? If that was the case, then it would be worth watching. These people were excited. Lin Xian also revealed a smile. Could he finally see the full strength of the two of them? Well, let's see what kind of Tao they have comprehended. He had already seen the Tao of Jun Wuya and Han Fei. The battle in front of him could let him see the Tao of Northern Demon and Yu Linglong. This would be of great help to him when he fought the two of them in the future. Know the enemy and know yourself, and you will never be defeated. In the arena, the two of them were 30 meters apart. The North Demon's body was slender and his eyes were deep. He looked at the beautiful figure in front of him and smiled faintly. Yu Linglong, make your move. Let me see how much you have grown recently. North Demon, don't be careless. This time, my strength will definitely surprise you. Who knows, I might even be able to defeat you. Yu Linglong's red lips parted slightly. Is that so? I'm looking forward to it. As he spoke, the North Demon waved his finger. Suddenly, a ball of green light appeared around Yu Linglong and enveloped her. Countless plants grew out of the green light. It was incomparably crazy and completely enveloped Yu Linglong. This scene appeared very suddenly. Everyone was shocked because most of them had never seen the North Demon make a move before. Those who had fought the North Demon before were defeated without a fight. They did not dare to attack the North Demon at all. It could be said that this was the first time the crowd had seen the North Demon make a move. Plants. Could it be that the North Demon was a wood elemental martial artist? Shouldn't wood elemental martial artists be used to heal life elemental martial artists? Many Sky Prides were confused. However, Han Fei, Jun Wuya, Huangfu Baidian, and the others had extremely serious expressions. The North Demon had really made a move. They were not surprised because they had fought the North Demon before and knew that he was a wood elemental martial artist. However, they did not agree with the crowd's thoughts. Were wood elemental martial artists only supposed to heal and assist? What a joke! When these people saw how terrifying the North Demon was, they would change their view of wood elemental martial artists. Lin Xian's pupils constricted and his face was filled with shock. Wood elemental martial artist? That was rare. They did not expect the North Demon to be a wood elemental martial artist. Then, was the power that he had comprehended close to Tao related to wood elemental plants? In the arena, Yu Linglong was already enveloped by those plants. It was so terrifying that the green light covered her. Yu Linglong was not afraid at all. She formed a seal with her palms. Instantly, a storm surged from her body and spread the plants around her. In the next moment, she rose into the air. Her clothes and black hair fluttered in the wind. Chapter 3097. Winkle. Yu Linglong's aura instantly changed. It became incomparably ethereal, as if it had merged with the wind. A violent wind blew in all directions, and large cracks appeared all over the place. The law of wind, this was the power of the law of wind. Yu Linglong had actually comprehended this power. Many people screamed. Lin Xian was also surprised. The power of the wind? Wind type against wood type, this was going to be interesting. That was what he had in mind. Facing the extremely powerful storm, the North Beast was not afraid at all. He waved his hand. With a boom, the sky split open. A huge black shadow filled the sky, flickering with a terrifying aura like a hill. What was that? Sensing the fearsome aura and boundless power, everyone raised their heads. In the next moment, they screamed. It was a plant. It was a tree. A divine tree appeared between heaven and earth, growing in the void. Vast branches and vines covered the sky and the earth, stretching for hundreds of thousands of miles. It was too mysterious, like a myth. The wood of 10,000 demons. The North Beast did not hold back at all. Jun Wuya's expression was solemn, and his voice was trembling. Although he was the second strongest of ethereal peak, he was still afraid of the North Beast. Han Fei said coldly. How could he hold back? People at their level would definitely go all out. The wood of 10,000 demons, how would you Linglong resist? Logically speaking, as a lightning-type warrior who had comprehended the Tao of lightning, he should be able to suppress wood-type attacks. But at this moment, facing the wood of 10,000 demons, his face was pale without a trace of blood. That was really shocking. The wood of 10,000 demons? Lin Xian's eyes flickered, and he was shocked. This divine tree was really too terrifying. It displayed an extremely powerful strength and exuberant vitality. With this divine tree, the North Beast would probably be able to recover no matter how injured he was. It was practically immortal. Unless he could kill the North Beast in one strike, but he knew that it was impossible. Even he could not do it at the moment. Perhaps even a half-sage could not do it. Perhaps only a true sage could kill the North Beast in one strike when using a true law divine ability. Has it appeared? The wood of 10,000 demons. Yu Linglong floated in the void, looking at the huge object that was like a divine city above her head. Her eyes sparkled. Her body also began to tremble slightly. In the next moment, she let out a delicate cry, and a huge storm appeared around her. It rushed into the clouds, and two wind blades that were thousands of miles long slashed into the sky. Illusory wind. At the same time, she charged toward the northern monster. She knew that only by defeating the northern monster would the terrifying tree in the sky disappear. Wind blades filled the sky like a rain of light. He sent it out. Every single one of them was incomparably terrifying. It was comparable to a peak heaven step treasure. This was a power that was close to the Tao. It was far beyond ordinary divine abilities. A wind blade. He could easily kill invincible kings. They covered the sky and covered the earth as they charged towards the North Demon. The Northern Demon didn't dodge at all. With a wave of his hand, the tree of 10,000 demons hung down from the sky. In front of him, plants grew wildly. The wind ninjas were also trembling. On top of those wind blades, beautiful flowers actually bloomed one after another. The power of those wind blades was completely absorbed by the demonic flower and dissipated into the void. In an instant, the entire sky was filled with demonic flowers. It was exceptionally beautiful. So beautiful. The women exclaimed in admiration. However, the top prodigies felt their scalps go numb. It was too terrifying. The northern monster's Tao of wood was extremely terrifying. This is my brother's power. Qing Wu raised her small face, her face full of excitement. She was very clear about her brother's strength. Previously, 3 peak-stage invincible kings had come to kill the northern demon. However, the bodies of those 3 peak-stage invincible kings had split open, and countless plants grew out of them. They had been forcefully sucked dry. Who said that wood-type martial artists could only save people? Her brother, the northern demon, could easily kill any invincible king. In the sky, 2 powers that were close to the Tao collided violently. The plants in the sky grew crazily, and a terrifying storm erupted. Seeing this, everyone was terrified. This divine ability was comparable to a half-step saint. These 2 people were incredible. Their strength far surpassed Jun Weia and Han Fei's. They wondered how Lin Xian would fare if he encountered these 2. It would be difficult. Although Lin Xian's power was strong, it was probably not comparable to these 2. Especially the northern demon. His Tao of wood and Tao of wood were too terrifying. No one would be able to break through them. The wind blew for 90,000 miles. With a furious roar, the sky was torn apart, and a power that was close to the Tao filled the world. The scene was too terrifying. The storm was like 2 giant dragons that danced in the sky, shattering the entire sky. The tree of 10,000 demons in the sky rumbled and trembled. It had erupted. Yu Linglong was probably going to use her trump card. Han Fei and Jun Weia both exclaimed. The wind blew for 90,000 miles, flattening everything in the world. A terrifying mystique enveloped the entire area. Even the faces of the elders changed. This Yu Linglong was incredible. The elder of Linglong Peak was proud. Yu Linglong's strength had increased by leaps and bounds. This time, she would definitely be able to defeat the northern demon. In the face of such a terrifying divine ability, the northern demon was unusually calm. He did not panic at all. He waved his hand and pointed at the void. Divine tree descend. Boom, boom, boom. The tree that was like a divine city in the sky quickly descended. With a powerful aura, it cut the two giant dragon storms in half. Wind-binding kill. The collision in the sky continued, but Yu Linglong still used the blitz of wind to arrive behind the northern demon. A green long sword appeared in her hand. It pulsed with multicolored light, and an extremely mysterious power flickered on it. It was condensed with a power that was close to the Tao. Under this attack, any top-tier armor would be shattered. Nothing could stop it. The divine tree bloomed. Sensing the danger behind him, the northern demon shouted coldly and suddenly turned around. His eyes shone with a cold light. The divine tree in the sky exploded with divine power, and countless petals bloomed. Not only that, demonic flowers appeared beside the northern demon, absorbing the opponent's energy to resolve the danger of the sword. It's useless. This sword is too close. You're too late. Yu Linglong cried out and waved her jade-like hand. Sword chi split the earth and the sky. The sword was about to pierce through the northern demon. The northern demon smiled. Open. His voice was cold. In the next moment, Yu Linglong's body trembled and she almost fell from the sky. The long sword in her hand, which was condensed with a power that was close to the Tao, could not be held firmly. Yu Linglong's expression changed. She spat out a mouthful of blood, and her body swayed. Everyone screamed as if they had seen a ghost. Even Han Fei and Jun Weia were trembling. Shin Jingqiu cried out. Her face was pale. Lin Xian's pupils constricted. Chapter 3098. He saw a flower bloom on Yu Linglong's body. It was a flower as beautiful as blood. The flower was very small at first, only the size of a palm, but it kept absorbing Yu Linglong's power, vitality, and blood qi. It kept growing. In the end, it was as big as a millstone. Yu Linglong's face quickly turned pale as she lost her power. He let out a loud scream. Tens of thousands of sharp multicolored lights rushed out from his body, shattering this beautiful flower that was as red as blood. In the next moment, she fled thousands of miles away, not daring to approach the North Demon again. How did you do that? Yu Linglong's expression was filled with fear. At that time, a power that was close to the Tao surrounded her body, but the North Demon was able to bloom a flower in her body. Didn't that mean that the North Demon's power far surpassed hers? He had suppressed her power. She couldn't believe it. You're not my match. The North Demon stood with his hands behind his back. He looked like a peerless demon king. Yu Linglong snorted coldly. Although she had been injured and had even lost her strength, she was still unwilling to admit defeat just like that. He reached out and pressed his palm into the void. Instantly, the plant defenses around the North Demon exploded into pieces. For a moment, there was nothing around the North Demon. Yu Linglong shouted as she reached out with her palm again. A powerful storm instantly enveloped the North Demon. The storm had appeared too suddenly. Even the elders were startled and let out a shriek. She had comprehended the law of wind to such a level. It was silent and impossible to guard against. That's right. Not many invincible kings were able to stop him. Boom, boom. The great palm of wind suddenly exploded. The destructive power completely annihilated the North Demon. She had succeeded. Yu Linglong revealed a smile. The North Demon was strong, but he was still careless under her law of wind. Her grand wind handprint was definitely capable of injuring her opponent. The surrounding people also exclaimed. Was the North Demon injured? Even such a powerful Northern Demon was injured. This Yu Linglong was too terrifying. Han Fei and Jun Weia were shocked. Yu Linglong's power had increased beyond their imagination. Especially Han Fei. He smiled bitterly. He realized that he had no confidence in defeating Yu Linglong at all. Lin Xian's eyes flashed, and golden light appeared. Was the North Demon really injured? He remained doubtful. In the distance, Qing Wu looked up and snorted coldly. What do you know? My brother's power is not something you can imagine. In the sky, the countless storms slowly dissipated, revealing a figure. Everyone looked over. In the next moment, they were stunned. Yu Linglong screamed. Was not injured? How was that possible? How could his grand palm of wind not hit the other party? Did he miss? No, he should have been hit. What was the North Demon? Lin Xian's eyes. Green vines covered the Northern Demon's body, forming a green vine armor that covered his body. Green's green armor. When Yu Linglong saw the green vine armor, she screamed loudly. Wasn't it already extinct? How could it still exist in this world? Green Demon Rattan? What's that? Everyone was stunned. An elder exclaimed. That was a mutated species. It was rumored that it had disappeared during the ancient era. How could it be in the North Demon's hands? The green demon vine was extremely terrifying. It grew crazily, and its vitality was extremely strong. It was said that a single green demon vine had destroyed a planet. It had sucked all the energy of that planet dry. As for the star world, it became a dead star. There were no longer any living beings there. There were very few green demon vines. However, during the ancient era, there was a huge disaster. Hundreds of planets were completely corroded and were in danger of being destroyed. Fortunately, there was a great emperor who was still around. With a wave of his hand, the green demon vine was completely destroyed. Could it be that the great emperor did not kill all the green demon vines back then? Instead, he left a few behind? Everyone was very confused. Lin Xian was shocked when he heard that. A single plant could destroy an entire world? Why did it sound like a fantasy story? If it was before, he would not have believed it even if he was beaten to death. However, when he saw the Dark Star ruins being split apart by a sword, he knew. Destroying a planet was not a difficult task in the eyes of those super experts. After all, a planet was just a planet. For those super sages, it was not difficult to pluck the sun and moon with their hands, swallow the sun, and split the stars with their swords. Moreover, there were great emperors above those super sages. Rumor had it that the green demon vine had destroyed dozens of planets, but it was destroyed by a great emperor from a distance. How imposing was this? How powerful was this? Lin Xian was extremely excited just thinking about it. Lin Xian was excited, but Yu Linglong, who was in the sky, was not excited at all. Her face was pale and she was about to cry. That was an extinct mutated species. How did the North Demon get his hands on it? If it was really the green demon vine, why would she fight? The entire world was probably in danger. The elders were also worried. The green demon vine in the North Demon's hands was a potential disaster. The Misty Peak leader looked into the void and shook his head slightly. There was no need to worry. It was just a dead green demon vine. A dead green demon vine? Many elders heaved a sigh of relief. However, the palace lord frowned slightly. Although those green demon vines were already dead, the North Demon Vine was a monster. But don't forget, Northern Fey had the 10,000 Fey body. These branches of the green demonic vine could be reborn in his hands. Of course, it was not an easy task to revive the green demonic vines that had been dead for countless years and had even gone extinct. It was not certain if the North Demon could reach that step. Because he was wearing the green vine armor, the North Demon was not injured by that attack. He looked forward and said coldly, "It's over." He waved his finger, and the power of wood erupted. 7 rays of light flew out and surrounded Yu Linglong. In an instant, the 7 rays of light bloomed into 7 flowers. Red, orange, red, green, blue, indigo, purple. 7 different colors bloomed in the sky and coiled around each other. The 7-flower formation, Han Fei exclaimed. Yu Linglong looked as if she was facing a great enemy. The wind rises for 90,000 miles, and the sword shakes the 9 states. She once again activated the power that was close to the Tao. The sky split open, and the wind above 90,000 miles floated down, forming a huge green sword in her hand. It was like an azure dragon that pierced into the clouds. Everyone was terrified. That was the astral wind, but Yu Linglong could control it. The astral wind was the wind of the outer realm. It was extremely terrifying and could even injure a half-saint. If an invincible king encountered it, he would definitely be killed instantly. This should be Yu Linglong's final trump card. Could she break the seven-flower formation? Was she going to risk her life? The North Demon looked at the huge green sword in the sky. His gaze also focused. In the next moment, he snorted coldly and formed a seal with his palms. Chapter 3099. 7 bewitching flowers bloomed in the air, emitting mysterious runes. The seven-flower formation released a powerful energy that shrouded the area in front of it. In an instant, the void shattered and the spiritual qi between heaven and earth was sucked dry. Yu Linglong's body trembled. She felt that her qi, blood, and energy were about to be sucked dry. In the next moment, she didn't dare to hesitate anymore. She waved her hand and the green-red wind sword that was tens of thousands of miles long slashed down. Boom! Boom! This sword was simply too terrifying. Green light filled the sky and a storm blew. Fortunately, there was an array protecting it. Otherwise, the entire outstanding warrior manor would have been destroyed. However, what was even more shocking was that such a stunning sword couldn't withstand the seven-flower formation. The 7 demonic flowers in the seven-flower formation grew crazily and took away all energy. Although the green-red wind sword was terrifying, it was drained of energy by the seven-flower formation and instantly dimmed. Gradually, it became tens of thousands of miles long and then thousands of miles long. In the end, it disappeared. The 7 flowers grew into monstrous beasts. Each of them was like a majestic mountain that stood in the void. The 7 flowers formation had originally been formed by the 7 flowers. Now that the 7 flowers had grown into a colossus, the might of the 7 flowers formation had also increased exponentially. Yu Linglong, who was trapped by the array, trembled. Her face was pale and bloodless. In the next moment, she fell from the sky and couldn't even stand up. The energy in her body was completely drained. What? At this moment, everyone was shocked. The elders of Linglong Peak screamed. Linglong! They didn't expect Yu Linglong to be defeated and stripped of all her energy. I admit defeat. Yu Linglong fell on the arena and said weakly. She didn't even have the energy to speak now. The winner was the North Beast of Misty Peak. The judge quickly announced the result. After hearing the result, the North Beast descended from the sky. He waved his hand and the 7 demonic flowers in the sky spun rapidly. Endless energy poured into Yu Linglong's body again. Soon, Yu Linglong recovered and the 7 demonic flowers disappeared. The tree of 10,000 demons in the sky also slowly dissipated. The North Beast descended from the sky like a demon. Had his energy recovered? Yu Linglong sensed her body and didn't feel happy. Instead, she smiled bitterly. Too powerful. The North Demon was truly like a demon in front of her. With a flip of his hand, he could summon clouds and rain with a flip of his hand. He had her life and death in his hands. This feeling was really unpleasant, but there was nothing she could do. It seemed like no one would be able to defeat the North Demon this time. As expected of the number 1 in the House of Prodigy, the others screamed in shock. The Northern Demon was too strong, so strong that they trembled. They couldn't resist at all. In their opinion, neither Yu Linglong nor Han Fei were qualified to fight against the North Demon. Is this the first place of our House of Prodigy? He was simply too powerful. The Northern Yao had long since entered the ancient starry sky path, and he had fought against the prodigies of the other worlds. Moreover, he had established an illustrious reputation for himself. Looking at it now, it was indeed true. Who told me that the wood element was only a martial artist who could heal and assist? I'll slap him to death. Fuck, this is the first time I know that a wood attribute martial artist is actually so terrifying. I reckon that if a flower were to grow on my body, it would instantly suck me dry. The geniuses were trembling in fear. Lin Xian's eyes flickered as he clenched his fists. The myriad demon body, the Tao of wood. He was simply too shocked. He didn't expect the North Demon to be so strong. However, at the same time, he was extremely excited. He had finally found an opponent who was worthy of his full strength. Previously, neither Jun Wei nor Han Fei could make him use his full strength. After all, he had only used the power of annihilation. He still had the power of smoke and fire that he hadn't used. Moreover, he had the great dragon sword soul. It could be said that Lin Xian had only used half of his strength previously. Now that he had seen the North Demon's strength, he was very excited. Perhaps only the North Demon could force him to unleash his full power. The competition continued. During this period, Yu Linglong encountered Han Fei again. In the end, Yu Linglong won. Han Fei's expression wasn't very good. If nothing had happened previously, he would still be in third place. However, this time, Lin Xian had appeared. If this continued, he would only be in fourth place. He couldn't even enter the top 3. The people from Divine Providence Peak were also in despair. They couldn't accept this result. Didn't that mean that they would be in last place this year? The elders' expressions were also dark. This position had always belonged to Full Moon Peak. They didn't expect Lin Xian to appear from Full Moon Peak this time. Shui Jiue, He Mo, Huang Pubadian, and the others were even more bitter. Because other than Lin Xian, Zhong Linxiu and Shin Jingqiu had also appeared. The two of them were extremely powerful. They were second only to Jun Weia and the others. In other words, apart from those who were close to the Tao, no one else was their match. The spectating Sky Prides were stunned. There would be a huge change in the rankings this year. Yes, the top 3 had changed hands. The top 10 would probably be shaken as well. The first echelon was Lin Xian, who had cultivated close to the Tao. The second echelon had even more changes. The top 2 positions in the second echelon would be taken by Shin Jingqiu and Zhong Linxiu. Huang Pubadian, Shui Jiue, Mo Tian, He Mo, and other veteran experts would probably have to stand at the back. Lin Xian was also very happy. He was naturally happy that Shin Jingqiu could achieve such a result. Moreover, Shin Jingqiu hadn't comprehended the power close to the Tao yet. If Shin Jingqiu could comprehend that power, in addition to her spiritual body, she would probably be able to sweep Yu Linglong away. This little girl's potential was definitely super strong. Lin Xian decided that after the competition, he would make a copy of his comprehension of the Tao and give it to Shin Jingqiu so that she could comprehend the power close to the Tao as soon as possible. The competition was gradually coming to an end. Currently, only Lin Xian and the Northern Demon were victorious. Lin Xian had also exchanged blows with Yu Linglong. The two of them had fought fiercely and were extremely shocked. However, in the end, Lin Xian still defeated Yu Linglong. As for him, he had only used the power of the Great Dragon of Annihilation Sword Soul. He hadn't used the Law of Fire either. Yu Linglong's delicate little face was covered in ice. She didn't expect that other than losing to the Northern Demon, she would lose to Lin Xian again. In this way, wouldn't she fall to third place? Han Fei was even more miserable. He was indeed fourth. This Lin Xian was too strong. He could actually defeat the second-ranked Yu Linglong. Most likely, only the Northern Demon would be able to subdue him. Damn it, how could eldest senior sister be defeated? The people from Linglong Peak couldn't believe it. The elders also had ugly expressions. They weren't surprised that Yu Linglong lost to the Northern Demon because they had seen the Northern Demon's strength many times. However, losing to Lin Xian was still difficult for them to accept. Although Lin Xian had comprehended the Plenilune wordless steel, although Lin Xian had displayed great strength and defeated Jun Weia and Han Fei. Chapter 3100. But no matter how hard it was to accept, they couldn't change this fact. Lin Xian had indeed defeated Yu Linglong with his strength. They didn't expect that after Northern Monster, Lin Xian would appear. How would he compare to Northern Monster? Probably not. Northern Monster's 1,000 monster body and wood laws were just too terrifying. Not only was Northern Monster's attack powerful, but his recovery speed was also terrifying. Once the 1,000 monster would descended, it gave Northern Monster a powerful life force. Northern Monster was already in an invincible position. The elders discussed while the others were also guessing. They were looking forward to the battle between Lin Xian and Northern Monster, because they knew that the two of them would definitely fight. The first place would be decided between the two of them, but most people thought that Northern Monster would win. After all, Northern Monster was just too powerful. Although Lin Xian was a new prodigy, he was still weaker than Northern Monster. All of a sudden, 99% of the people thought that Northern Monster would win. Only Shen Jingqiu, the dark red dragon, and a few others believed in Lin Xian. Hearing the discussions around him, Lin Xian looked at the North Demon. The North Demon also looked at him. Their gazes clashed in the air, shattering the void. Come. Lin Xian leaped up and stood in the air, pointing his sword forward. Northern Monster, come out and fight. As you wish. Northern Monster stepped into the air and landed on the arena. Their domains charged out. Lin Xian's sword energy turned into a world of sword Dao. On the other side, countless plants danced behind Northern Monster, forming a forest. Their domains clashed, causing the sky to collapse and the earth to crack. The powerful storm caused everyone's hearts to tremble. Han Fei and Yu Linglong's breathing quickened. They didn't dare to be careless. Northern Monster waved his hand and countless trees grew around Lin Xian. They covered the sky and charged toward Lin Xian. These plants weren't ordinary. They all had the strength of a monster king. Boom, boom. Those branches and vines stabbed towards Lin Xian, wanting to pierce Lin Xian's body and suck his blood and strength dry. However, when these attacks collided with Lin Xian's body, a low sound was heard. Then, these branches all broke and turned into fragments, scattering in the void. What's going on? Everyone was shocked. Lin Xian's body shone with boundless light. He stood there motionlessly, allowing the branches to attack him. He was unscathed. Everyone's mouth twitched. Those elders were also stunned. This physique is too strong, worthy of being called Nine-Yang Divine Body. Why do I feel like there aren't many invincible kings who can hurt him? Lin Xian flicked the dust off his body. Then, he reached out with his golden hand and tore apart all the trees in the surrounding forest. Bring out the power that is close to the Tao. Lin Xian looked at him. Nine-Yang Divine Body? He was indeed valiant. His eyes flickered and his expression was filled with excitement. Different from Yu Linglong, this Lin Xian was someone he cared about very much. The other party was the successor of the Great Dragon and the successor of the Nine-Yang Divine Body. It could be said that his potential was unparalleled. At this moment, he found that the Nine-Yang Divine Body was very hard. His ordinary attacks couldn't penetrate the other party at all. He could only use the power that was close to the Tao. He formed a seal with his palm and with a low shout, the void split open. The shocking tree of 10,000 demons descended once again. It covered the sky and covered the earth like a demon city. Lin Xian waved his hand. On his golden palm, the Nine-Yang Divine Fire jumped out. He didn't use the law of fire. Instead, he relied on the flames in his body. Endless flames burned and turned into a giant dragon. It roared towards the sky and charged towards the tree of 10,000 demons. Flames were the nemesis of wood element. Would the northern demons be able to block it? Countless people were nervous. Indeed, wood was the nemesis of fire. Wood element martial artists were most afraid of fire. However, that wasn't necessarily the case. If an ordinary fire element martial artist faced a powerful wood element martial artist, they wouldn't be a threat at all. Instead, their energy would be sucked dry. It was the same for Han Fei from before. Lightning element was also the nemesis of wood element. However, Han Fei couldn't fight back at all in front of the northern demons. Could the current Lin Xian pose a threat to the North Demon with his flames? They didn't know. It's useless. You underestimate me too much. Take out your power that's close to the Tao. The northern demons shook his head slightly. In the sky, the tree of 10,000 demons swayed. Countless vines and flowers bloomed, sucking the flames dry. In the next moment, the northern demon's eyes suddenly shone with a cold light. Since you're not willing to take it out, I'll force you to. With a wave of his hand, the tree of 10,000 demons in the sky exploded. Endless vines fell and covered the entire sky. The terrifying demonic vines quickly bloomed and swept towards Lin Xian in a dense mass. It was as if the entire world had turned into a forest. The descent of the divine tree brought with it a terrifying power. Countless voids collapsed. The tree branches streaked across the sky like streaks of lightning. Lin Xian looked extremely small in front of the tree of 10,000 demons. Boom, boom, boom. The flames on his body rose into the sky and bloomed. They turned into golden crows that spread their wings and rushed forward. The terrifying flames engulfed the world. The terrifying heat shook the void. The 9 golden crows were like 9 suns. They crashed into the tree of 10,000 demons, bringing with them a sea of fire. The tree of 10,000 demons emitted a hazy green light. Its branches danced like divine spears. The 9 golden crows collided with each other. The 9 golden crows were instantly pierced through. The tree of 10,000 demons was unharmed. It's too powerful. It's simply a divine tree. Nothing can destroy it unless it's a true law. I think even the power that's close to the Tao can't destroy it. The northern demons are too terrifying. Is this the body of 10,000 demons? Buzz. In the distance, everyone was discussing. Soon they screamed. Because after the tree of 10,000 demons killed the flames of the 9 golden crows, its huge branches whipped Lin Xian's body like a giant dragon. This time, even the strongest invincible king would be split in half. Clang. An earth-shattering sound resounded like thunder. Lin Xian's body shone brightly. This time, he didn't dodge. Instead, he took it head-on. Golden runes shone on his body. He was unharmed. He's fine. Many people's eyes almost popped out. This kid's physique is too terrifying. Lin Xian was also a fierce person. His 9-yang divine body was powerful. Ordinary divine abilities probably couldn't hurt him. Only the power that was close to the Tao could hurt him. Flowers bloom for a lifetime. The northern demon wasn't surprised when he saw this scene. He pointed his finger forward. Buzz. Countless demonic flowers grew around Lin Xian, quickly absorbing his energy. Many of them even wanted to take root in his body and break his 9-yang divine body. Not good. It was this move that injured Yu Linglong. Lin Xian was in danger. Yes, these demonic flowers were abnormally powerful. They could steal all power. Chapter 3101. What a strange power. Lin Xian frowned slightly. He activated his great dragon sword soul and destroyed the strange power. The demonic flowers outside couldn't break his body, but it was dangerous if this continued. After all, the other party had already used the power of laws. Lin Xian sighed. It seemed like he had to use the laws. He had already seen the North monsters with laws, so he didn't dare to be careless. Destroy. Lin Xian's eyes shone with a golden light. He swept his gaze in all directions. Instantly, countless black cracks appeared with him at the center and spread out in all directions. Everywhere it passed, the demonic flowers quickly shrank and withered. In the end, they scattered and disappeared. Everyone's scalps went numb and their bodies trembled. What kind of power was that? Why did it feel like Lin Xian was the death god who could take everything away? Once the power of destruction was used, it could turn everything into nothingness and cease to exist. The North monster was shocked. Although he had seen the other party's power of laws, he was still shocked when he personally experienced it. Indeed, the other party's move was similar to him forcefully taking power. However, the essence was different. He forcefully absorbed the demonic flowers to make them stronger, while the other party directly dissipated them. The power of annihilation? Interesting. Let's see if your power of destruction is stronger or if my life force is stronger. 10,000 trees descended. The northern monster waved his finger, and the tree of 10,000 demons above his head rumbled as it descended. At the same time, the 10,000 demon tree seemed to have come alive. It grew quickly and the entire sky exploded, forming a forest. Hundreds of thousands of miles, millions of miles, it was densely packed and endless, covering Lin Xian. How terrifying! Was this the North monster's true strength? The geniuses trembled and the elders were terrified. Lin Xian also shouted coldly. He pulled out the fire Qilin sword and swung it to destroy the sword energy. Streaks of sword qi shot out in all directions with the power of annihilation. Everywhere it passed, the plants withered crazily. However, the 10,000 demon tree was too terrifying. It was densely packed and endless. He could only wave his sword energy again and again. In the end, he sent out a sword lotus that covered him. The terrifying sword spun and countless sword energy swept out in all directions. The two forces that were close to the Tao clashed against each other. All the cultivators in the surroundings were stunned when they saw this. The reason for that was because the scene before them was simply too strange. In the sky, the forest rapidly grew. But with Lin Xian as the center, the surrounding dozens of miles around him was actually a vacuum zone. Under the power of annihilation, no plants could get close. Could it be that it would become a contest of strength? Who would be the first to give up? Who would fail? That might not be the case. The North Yao was too strong. Millions of miles had been transformed into a forest, while Lin Xian could only defend a few dozen miles. The difference was just too great. Moreover, Lin Xian was definitely inferior to the North Demon when it came to controlling power that was so close to the Tao. Lin Xian had only been cultivating for a few months, but how many years had the North Monster been cultivating for? This was a gap that could not be bridged. Yu Linglong, Han Fei, Jun Weia, and the others were watching nervously. Lin Xian was strong, but the strength displayed by the Northern Demon made them tremble. Stinking brat, you're no match for my brother. Qingwu also looked up and snorted coldly in her heart. The dark red divine dragon, Shinjingqiu, was extremely nervous. The North Demon frowned slightly. Was it blocked? He realized that although Lin Xian's space was much smaller than his million miles of forest, it was still able to block it. However, he still managed to block it. Even if it was only 1 meter, he still couldn't pierce it. The divine tree bloomed. The North Demon formed another seal and roared. This time, a 7-colored flower bloomed from the tree of 10,000 demons. When this demonic flower bloomed, it covered the entire sky. It was too big. It was so big that one could not see the end of it. And the power of destruction that he brought was definitely much more terrifying. Oh no, Lin Xian is in danger. The Full Moon Peak's Grand Elder exclaimed. The others also felt their scalps go numb. As expected, the safe space that Lin Xian had propped up collapsed instantly and was instantly enveloped by countless plants. As for Lin Xian, he was also enveloped by the divine tree's flower. The 9-yang divine body tried its best to block it. Although it did not shatter, the divine fire and light on it dimmed. It was like a flame that could be extinguished at any time. This power was too strong. Lin Xian was also shocked. The great dragon sword soul. With a cold roar, Lin Xian used the great dragon sword soul and the power of annihilation. The two combined to form a dragon-shaped sword chi that quickly slashed in all directions. That was why he was able to preserve it. Otherwise, that attack would have sucked away most of his power. Annihilation Sword Lotus, the 13th sword. The long sword swung, forming a sword lotus. It carried the aura of annihilation and the great dragon sword soul and exploded rapidly. The lotus jumped from the sword blade and suddenly grew bigger. The lotus bloomed, forming a terrifying scene. It quickly contended with the divine tree's flower in the sky. Boom, boom. When Lin Xian was enveloped by the flower of 10,000 demons, everyone screamed. Among them, Han Fei, Yu Linglong, and the others shook their heads. They thought that Lin Xian should have been defeated because in front of this demonic flower, they could not resist at all. They thought that Lin Xian should not be able to resist. However, in just an instant, they were dumbfounded. Lin Xian rushed out. Not only that, but he also brought with him a green lotus that was as powerful as the flower of 10,000 demons. The two powerful forces collided in the sky, and the forest within 1,000,000 miles collapsed rapidly. He actually resisted the divine tree's power of annihilation. How did he do it? Yu Linglong screamed. She had been injured before, so she naturally knew how terrifying this demonic flower was. However, not only did Lin Xian come out, but he was also able to resist the flower of 10,000 demons. His power of annihilation had become stronger again. It was several times stronger than before. Han Fei also screamed in disbelief. Jun Wei's body trembled. What was going on? He had fought with Lin Xian before and lost. Even so, he thought that he was only slightly weaker than Lin Xian. However, it did not seem so at all. Lin Xian was much stronger than him. If Lin Xian fought with him and used such power right from the start, he probably would not be able to block even one attack. Indeed, the sword Aura Lotus in the sky could turn someone like Junwia into ashes with one attack. Even the North monster was surprised by Lin Xian's strength. Had he become stronger? In fact, he had become several times stronger. This kid had hidden so much of his strength before. It should be the effect of the Dragon Sword soul. As expected of the descendant of the Dragon Sword, the North demon instantly thought of the famous Great Dragon Sword soul. That was an unparalleled saint technique. Even the most trashy martial arts could become an unparalleled attack under the effect of the Dragon Sword soul, let alone a power that was close to the path. Not to mention a power that was close to the path. Suddenly, his pupils constricted. Countless green vines surrounded his body, forming a set of armor. In the next moment, the ocean-like forest in front of him instantly shattered, forming a vacuum. Chapter 3102. Annihilation. This move was Lin Xian's self-created red dot and the power of annihilation. It could be said to be a peerless killing move. With a clang, the sword landed on the bronze armor and forced the North demon back. The North demon was forced back. Yu Linglong, Han Fei, and the others exclaimed in disbelief. This was the first time they saw the North demon being forced back. The others were even more shocked. Even someone as strong as Yu Linglong, who was ranked second, couldn't make the North demon retreat. But now, Lin Xian had forced the North demon to retreat for more than 10 miles. Didn't that mean that Lin Xian's strength was far above Yu Linglong's? Heavens, this Lin Xian is really too strong, soaring to the skies in one go. Even if he was defeated, he was ranked second in the extraordinary scholar manner. Other than the North demon, no one could compete with him. Brother! Qin Wu exclaimed. How could this kid do it? She didn't believe that Lin Xian could force her brother back. The North demon stopped and his face darkened. He was careless. If he didn't have the green vine armor, he would have been in danger. He was fine? Lin Xian frowned and felt disappointed. He thought that the sword would be able to hurt the North demon. He didn't expect his opponent's armor to be so powerful. Was this the armor formed by the green demon vines? As expected of a mutated species that was destroyed by an emperor. It was indeed strong and not weaker than his 9-yang divine body. Lin Xian, I admit that you're strong. You're stronger than I expected. You can actually threaten me. But it's over now. Other than the power of wood and the tree of 10,000 demons, I still have the bloodline power of the 10,000 demons' body. Now I'll show you. The North demon's voice resounded in all directions. The crowd below was in an uproar. What? Bloodline power? He didn't use it. Heavens, I thought the North demon used all his strength. I didn't expect him to not use his bloodline power. These people were all crazy. The elders seemed to have been injected with chicken blood. They knew how powerful bloodline power was. Once it was used, its power would increase exponentially. In that case, would Lin Xian be able to withstand it? The elders of the ethereal peak chuckled out. This was the North demon indeed. To think that he had yet to unleash his full strength up till now. That Lin Xian had probably overdone it. That was for sure. That sword strike just now had used the power of the Great Dragon Sword soul. He should have no more trump cards left. No matter how strong he wasn't senior brother North monster's match. Those from the Misty Peak were agitated. Yu Linglong, Han Fei, Junwia and the others were in despair. That's right, it was despair. The North demon was too strong. He was so strong that they found it hard to resist him. Up until now, he had only just used his bloodline power. The people of the Full Moon Peak were also in despair. Lin Xian was already so strong, but the North demon still hadn't used his full strength. It was over. Lin Xian was probably going to lose. He had thought that Lin Xian would be able to defeat the North Beast and take first place, making his name known throughout the Full Moon Peak. Now, it seemed that he could only settle for second place. Second place was already not bad. Don't forget that the Full Moon Peak used to be last place. Now that he was in second place, second only to the Misty Peak, it was definitely an earth-shattering result. Even the first elder and the peak leader let out a sigh. Indeed, Lin Xian had cultivated for too short a time. It was already beyond their expectations that he could fight the North demon to this extent. In their opinion, Lin Xian might only be able to defeat Han Fei, but not Yu Linglong. Now that he had surpassed Yu Linglong and taken second place, they were already very happy. After all, Lin Xian had great potential. If he cultivated for another 8 to 10 years, he might really be able to suppress the North Demon. But now, he was still a little short. The elders and geniuses of the Divine Strategy Peak and the Exquisite Dragon Peak had the same thought. They felt that Lin Xian's current results were enough for him to be proud of himself. Big brother Lin Xian would be fine, right? Shen Jingqiu was very nervous. The dark red dragon's expression was also very calm. He gritted his teeth and said, "Don't worry, this kid also has a trump card that he hasn't used yet. Just wait, these people will definitely piss their pants." After hearing that, the prodigies beside him shook their heads. Does he still have a trump card? That's impossible. He had already used the Dragon Sword Soul and 9 Yang Divine Body. What other trump cards does Lin Xian have? A half-step Sage artifact? Against the North Demon's bloodline power, it was probably useless. Therefore, in their opinion, the Dark Red Dragon was just being stubborn and refusing to admit it. In the sky, Lin Xian heard the discussions of the surrounding elders and prodigies. Second place? That was not what he wanted. Do you think the North Demon is the only one with a trump card? I also have a power that I haven't used yet. Now I will show you my true power. Lin Xian's eyes shone with a cold light. On the other side, the North Demon's body emitted a blurry green light. Green runes appeared on his skin, and his aura rose sharply. In the sky, the tree of 10,000 demons and the flower of 10,000 demons became even more terrifying. With a boom, the flower of 10,000 demons shattered the annihilation swords and once again enveloped Lin Xian in an even more powerful manner. It was too powerful. Its power had increased by too much. In an instant, it shattered the annihilation lotus formed by the 13 swords. It was likely that Lin Xian would not be able to resist it, unless he also had a heaven-defying bloodline power. Otherwise, this battle would have ended by now. The 4 judging elders shook their heads slightly and prepared to save Lin Xian at any time. It was over. The North Demon looked down at the scene below and a smile appeared on his face. He had seen how powerful the successor of the Great Dragon was, and it shocked him. However, the other party was too young. He would only be able to contend against him after cultivating for a few decades or even 100 years. However, by then he would have been much further ahead. Countless sighs could be heard between heaven and earth. They were the sighs of the elders. As far as they were concerned, this battle was over. However, the estate master was shocked. Something was not right. His eyes shone brightly as he stared at the scene below him. What was going on? The supreme elders behind him were stunned, and so were the rest of the people. Could it be that Lin Xian could turn the tables around? How was that possible? However, they soon saw an unforgettable scene. The flower of 10,000 demons broke the green lotus sword chi and completely enveloped Lin Xian. The battle was about to end. However, at that moment, a fiery red light suddenly appeared and quickly grew bigger. First, it was a small fire. Then, it swept across the entire sky and completely enveloped the flower of 10,000 demons. The flower of 10,000 demons kept spinning and releasing a terrifying power. The green light shone brightly and slashed in all directions like divine swords. However, the flames this time were not ordinary. They were extremely terrifying and turned into divine dragons that danced in the sky. Chapter 3103. The flower of 10,000 demons was set ablaze. The northern monster's eyes widened. How was that possible? He was dumbfounded. The judging elder who wanted to save Jun Wuxie was also dumbfounded. The elders and sky prides of the 4 peaks were also dumbfounded. Their minds went blank. What was going on? 9 suns divine fire? How could Lin Xian's fire be so powerful? That was impossible. What did that kid use? Many people screamed like they had gone mad. The peak masters of the 4 peaks frowned. In the next moment, their eyes shone with a cold light. The full moon peak's peak leader was agitated. It wasn't the 9 suns divine fire, it was the power of Tao. Everyone went crazy when they heard that. What? The power of Tao. Didn't Lin Xian control the power of annihilation? How could he control the power of fire? Oh heavens, could it be that he had comprehended two powers that were close to Tao? That thought struck everyone like a bolt of lightning. Yu Linglong, Han Fei, and the others were dumbfounded. They couldn't accept it. How could someone comprehend two types of laws? To be honest, if a young man had comprehended two powers that were close to the Tao, it was simply a joke in their eyes. It wasn't worth hearing at all. However, they saw it with their own eyes. After using the power of annihilation, Lin Xian used the power of fire. Even the flower of 10,000 demons withered and burned. How did he do it? Jun Wuya's body trembled. Han Fei and Yu Linglong's faces turned ugly. As for Huangfu Beitin, He Mo, and the others, they were completely stunned. The power of fire, he had comprehended the Tao of fire. How was that possible? Qing Wu's face turned cold and her body trembled. The Crimson Divine Dragon grinned. Hee, I told you that this kid still has a trump card, but you didn't listen. Now you're scared **. Indeed, he knew that Lin Xian had the power of fire. Although he was worried, he didn't despair. Qing Wu heaved a sigh of relief. That's great, brother Lin Xian is really strong. Amidst the shocked gazes of the crowd, the sword Qi slashed out in all directions, burning the entire forest within 1,000,000 miles. The flower of 10,000 demons was also burned to ashes. Only the tree of 10,000 demons was still floating in the sky. I told you I won't lose, Lin Xian said coldly as he looked at the North Demon. The North Demon came back to his senses and took a deep breath. His expression became extremely serious. The law of fire? He had never imagined that the other party had actually comprehended two types of laws. It was no wonder that the other party was not shocked when he saw him use his bloodline power. In fact, he did not even have the urge to dodge. So, this was the other party's trump card. I admit that the power of your bloodline is strong, but it's of the wood attribute after all. On the other hand, I've comprehended the Tao of fire, and with the addition of the great dragon sword soul, my bloodline isn't any weaker than yours. You can't win this battle because of your element suppression. Lin Xian's voice was sonorous. As he spoke, Lin Xian brandished his sword Qi. Accompanied by the power of fire, it soared into the air and transformed into a divine phoenix. Like a divine beast of heaven and earth, he flew forward. In an instant, the tree of 10,000 demons and the North Demon were both affected. The North Demon's armor blocked the torrential flames. Although the tree of 10,000 demons was affected, its vitality was too strong. For a moment, it was not destroyed. It seemed that he could only use that move. Kid, you're strong, but take my strongest attack. The North Demon roared and released the sea of flames in the sky. He soared into the sky. At the same time, the tree of 10,000 demons in the sky quickly enveloped the North Demon. Buzz. The two collided and combined, causing countless green lights to erupt. The surrounding flames were all suppressed. It was too strong. Although wood suppressed fire, the North Demon was too strong. He seemed to have the intention of suppressing it. It seemed that Lin Xian's situation was not good. Yes, although Lin Xian had used the law of fire to suppress the North Demon had fused with the tree of 10,000 demons and used his final trump card. He even blasted away the flames in the sky, causing the people of Ethereal Peak to scream again. They knew that the North Demon would not lose. Did he still have a trump card? The sea of flames around Lin Xian surged like a god. He raised his head and looked at the green light in the sky. Very well. Let me see what your final trump card is. Lin Xian did not attack, nor did he destroy the fusion. He just waited quietly. This scene shocked the elders. Lin Xian was too calm and collected. Could it be that he was truly full of confidence? Stop being so arrogant. You will not be able to block my brother's final trump card. Qing Wu waved her little fists in the distance. In the sky, the North Demon's aura became colder and colder. The tree of 10,000 demons gradually became smaller. In the end, it completely fused with the North Demon. In the next moment, the green light dissipated and the North Demon's figure appeared. This was? When everyone saw the North Demon, They were all stunned. Because the North Demon now was completely different from before. The North Demon before was slender and his face was as white as a demon's. He was unusually handsome. But now, the North Demon was completely covered. Outside, there was a giant tree with green vines wrapped around it. It held a shield and a giant sword. It was extremely tall, like a tree that had lived for tens of thousands of years. There was only a pair of cold eyes that flickered with starlight. It was clear that it was the North Demon's eyes. The North Demon and the Tree of 10,000 Demons had completely fused. Everyone swallowed their saliva. Buzz. In the sky, the North Demon raised the giant green sword and slashed down. The green sword light split open the heaven and earth, and even the sea of flames was split open, forming a vacuum zone. It actually destroyed the power of fire? Was he going to suppress the North Demon? Lin Xian was in danger. Lin Xian was also shocked. The wood element could suppress the fire element. The North Demon was really amazing. But unfortunately, he did not only have the power of fire. He also had the power of annihilation and the dragon sword soul. So, he would not lose this battle. Lin Xian rose into the sky. His aura became colder and colder. The two of them faced each other in the sky. After the North Demon fused with the Tree of 10,000 Demons, he turned into an unbelievable existence. His cold voice rang out. This battle can end now. Receive my strongest attack. Green Sky Dragon Slash. He raised the giant sword in his hand, releasing endless green light. Countless plants grew crazily on the giant sword. They were tens of thousands of miles long. With a biting cold aura, it could crush everything. At this moment, the North Demon had unleashed his power to the extreme. The power that was close to the Tao surrounded it. It was extremely powerful. Is he using his ultimate move? Fine, I'll let you see my ultimate move. Lin Xian snorted coldly. His eyes shone with a biting cold golden light. A fiery red appeared in his left eye, turning into a fiery red moon that burned rapidly. That was the power of fire. His right eye was pitch black and filled with the power of annihilation. The dragon sword soul in his body roared crazily. Chapter 3104. The two powers that were close to the Tao fused with the power of the dragon sword soul and slashed out. Xian's eyes darted around, and the three powers formed a flaming lotus that soared into the sky. The flaming lotus wasn't big. It was only the size of a palm, and it carried an aura that made people tremble. At this moment, the eyelids of the elders twitched, and their bodies trembled slightly. In the sky, the blue sky dragon slashed down violently. One slash could cut through mountains and rivers. The flaming lotus soared into the sky, and the two collided, erupting into an endless storm. Heaven and earth shattered, and Lin Xian and the North Demon's figures were completely engulfed in the sky. The array formation of the prodigy scholar's mansion lit up, flickering with mysterious runes. There were even laws dancing around. Obviously, the array formation had been strengthened again. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been able to block this shocking attack. Was this the strongest attack of the two? It was too powerful. Yu Linglong, Han Fei, and the others were like ants in front of this attack. They were tiny. They couldn't block it at all. They wondered who would win in the end. The blue sky dragon slash was too powerful. The North Demon's sword could injure a half-saint. Lin Xian was also extraordinary. He could actually fuse two powers that were close to the Tao. The power was definitely beyond imagination. This guy's talent was too heaven-defying. Everyone discussed animatedly. They realized that they couldn't guess. Not to mention them, even the elders didn't know the final result. The energy between heaven and earth continued to rumble. In the end, when everyone couldn't wait any longer, and even the elders wanted to make a move, it finally disappeared. Everyone hurriedly looked forward. In the next moment, they saw two figures with injuries on their bodies. Lin Xian's face was a little pale, but it seemed that the nine-yang divine body was fine. On the other side, the North Demon was bleeding. His body that had fused with the Tree of 10,000 Demons was broken, revealing his true body. Even the green vine battle armor he was wearing had a crack on it. There were even a few places that fell directly. The North Demon was shocked that it could destroy my green vine armor and fused body. His long and narrow eyes were filled with disbelief. His body swayed slightly, and he spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. It was obvious that the attack from before had caused him to be heavily injured. He was injured. The northern goblin was actually injured. Heavens, did the northern monster lose? At this moment, countless screams rang out, piercing through the clouds. The elders screamed like they had gone mad. It was too shocking. How many years had it been since anyone had been able to challenge the North Demon? But now, someone had come out, and not only had he challenged the Northern Demon, he had even injured him. Didn't that mean that the North Demon had lost? The number 1 position of the House of Prodigy was about to change owners. How could this be? Senior brother Beiyao was actually defeated? I don't believe it. Those from the Misty Peak couldn't accept it. The people of the Full Moon Peak were stunned. Heavens, is this for real? Lin Xian won? I'm not dreaming, am I? Impossible. How could Big Brother lose? Qing Wu crazily shook her head. She had never thought that a newcomer who had just entered the House of Prodigy for a few months would actually be able to defeat her brother. This kid really did it. Shen Jingqiu, on the other hand, clapped her hands and cheered. This was great. Brother Lin Xian was number 1. This kid really did not exceed my expectations. The dark red dragon also grinned. Yu Linglong, Han Fei, and the others were dumbfounded. They knew how terrifying the North Demon was. No one could challenge him. But now, the North Demon had been defeated. How powerful was Lin Xian? As for Black Demon, Shui Jiue, and the others, they were completely dumbfounded. Crack, crack, crack. Green light bloomed on the North Demon's body, repairing his injuries. In the next moment, he raised his head and looked forward. I didn't expect you to be able to seriously injure me. I've lost this match. The North Demon smiled bitterly. Thank you for letting me win. Lin Xian cupped his fists and nodded slightly. However, he was also surprised. That attack just now was not something an invincible king could block. Even people like Yu Linglong and Han Fei would probably be reduced to ashes. Even a half-sage would probably be seriously injured. However, the North Demon had actually blocked it. Although he was injured, it wasn't a fatal injury. Moreover, with the powerful life force of the Myriad Demon Body and the Tree of Myriad Demons, it wouldn't take long for him to recover. The Myriad Demon Body was really terrifying. Lin Xian exclaimed. It was easy for him to defeat his opponent, but it would be very difficult to kill his opponent. Fortunately, this battle didn't have to be a life-and-death battle, so Lin Xian naturally won. Moreover, the North Demon had also made him recognize him again. Perhaps his next step would be to comprehend the law of wood between heaven and earth. Winner, Full Moon Peak's Lin Xian. The referee elder announced the result. Everyone was shocked again and cheered. With the end of the battle between the two, the entire competition of the House of Prodigy also came to an end. Lin Xian defeated the North Demon and became the number 1 in the House of Prodigy, setting a new record. The people of Full Moon Peak screamed crazily. Especially those elders, they were simply too excited. For so many years, their Full Moon Peak had been suppressed at the back, mocked and looked down on by many people. But now, they actually became the number 1 in the House of Prodigy. All of this was the glory brought to them by Lin Xian. Therefore, these elders' eyes were red as they looked at Lin Xian. Those eyes made Lin Xian's hair stand. Yi Fei, Xueling, Wang Qi, and the rest were completely stunned. When Lin Xian first came, they didn't put Lin Xian in their eyes. But now, a few months later, Lin Xian completely surpassed them and even defeated the North Demon. It was something that they would never be able to do in their lifetime. As for the Black Demon, his body trembled slightly. Fortunately, he apologized and admitted his mistake. Otherwise, if he continued to go against such a person, he wouldn't even know how he died. Huang Fu Baitian's eyes emitted a cold light. The competition this time allowed him to clearly see how terrifying a power that was close to the Tao was. Next, he would go into seclusion with all his strength. He wouldn't come out until he comprehended his own Tao. As for Yu Linglong, Han Fei, and the rest, needless to say, they were shocked. Whoosh! The house master stood up and pressed his hands down slightly. Countless laws descended, causing everyone to stop talking. Countless pairs of eyes looked up at the sky. Even Lin Xian walked down the stage. He knew that it was time to announce the results and rewards. Thinking of this, he was slightly excited. The Great Path Enlightenment scripture had allowed his understanding of the laws to increase rapidly. Now that he was comprehending the former residence of the saint and the place where the great emperor stayed, his understanding of the laws would definitely increase by another level. At that time, his power would also increase rapidly. The house master waved his hand, and countless rays of light gathered between heaven and earth like the Milky Way, hanging upside down in the sky. Everyone saw that it was a huge scroll. The North Demon, who was originally ranked first, dropped to second place. Chapter 3105. Everyone was extremely excited and envious. They knew that Lin Xian had become the new number one in the House of Prodigy from today onwards. The second was the North Demon, the third was Yu Linglong, the fourth was Han Fei, and the fifth was Jun Weia. The sixth was Shen Jingqiu. The seventh was Zhong Lingxiu. The eighth was Huangfu Beidian. The ninth was Qingwu. As for the Black Demon and the rest, they were all ranked beyond the top 10. This time, apart from Lin Xian, Shen Jingqiu and Zhong Lingxiu's performance was too eye-catching. They had forcefully made it to the 6th and 7th places. It could be said that apart from the power that was close to the Tao, the two of them were the strongest. The top 3 could go to the saint's former residence and comprehend for 10 days. The first place had the chance to go to the Cliff of Enlightenment and comprehend for 7 days and 7 nights. Apart from the top 3, the top 10 also had rewards of various heavenly treasures, cultivation techniques, resources, and abhijnas. The rewards given by the House of Prodigy would definitely make these sky prides jealous. Lin Xian, the North Demon, and Yu Linglong rested for 3 days before entering the saint's former residence. The saint's former residence was in a very remote place in the House of Prodigy. When Lin Xian and the other two arrived, they were greatly surprised. In their opinion, the saint's former residence should be incomparably grand and majestic. However, it was completely out of their expectations. There was a courtyard on a small hill. It was very simple. There was a bamboo house inside and a few ancient trees were planted in the courtyard. Other than that, there was nothing else. This was the saint's former residence? Yu Linglong's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. The North Demon also narrowed his eyes. Su Chen's eyes flickered. Indeed, the appearance was too ordinary. However, under the combination of the heavenly secret god eye and plenilune seed, he discovered that this place was extremely unusual. There were traces of laws everywhere. There were even some places that didn't have any laws but left behind an extremely mysterious aura. Obviously, it was left behind by a saint who had lived here for many years. Gradually, the North Demon and Yu Linglong also discovered the difference. Therefore, the three of them sat down cross-legged and began to comprehend. The courtyard wasn't big, so the distance between the three of them wasn't too far. When Lin Xian's eyes flickered with terrifying runes, Yu Linglong was shocked. What kind of eyes were those? Why were they like the eyes of gods? She looked at the golden eyes, and her soul trembled. The northern monster was also shocked. Who would have thought that other than the great dragon sword spirit and the 9 yang divine body, Lin Xian actually had a pair of mysterious eyes. This pair of eyes seemed to be able to see through everything. No wonder he comprehended it so quickly. The North Beast took a deep breath and activated his bloodline power. He also focused on comprehending. Within his golden eyes, a moon was revolving. With the heavenly secret god eyes and the moongazer serpent's seed, Lin Xian could clearly see everything around him. In addition to his understanding of the scripture of the Great Tao realization, Lin Xian had entered a strange state. Just like that, 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. 10 days passed. A grand elder pushed open the bamboo door and walked in. He said in a low voice, "3 little guys, that's enough. It's time. You won't be able to take it any longer." Hearing this, Yu Linglong opened her eyes and sighed. Comprehending here for a day was equivalent to comprehending for a year in the outside world. She had gained a lot, and her power that was close to the Tao had also improved. The northern monster also stood up. On the other side, Lin Xian also opened his eyes. He exclaimed in his heart. It was more than a year. This day was equivalent to 10 years in the outside world. Although he had only comprehended here for a short 10 days, the effect was much better than comprehending outside for 100 years. Lin Xian's two powers that were close to the Tao had improved once again. Their power was several times stronger than before. If he told others, probably no one would believe him. Even the peak leaders and the grand elders wouldn't believe him. Although this was the former residence of a saint, and 1 year was equivalent to several years in the outside world, it was still heaven-defying for Lin Xian to be able to improve so much. After all, he had the Moongazer Serpent's seed and the heavenly secret God eyes. In addition to the scripture of the great Tao realization, his power had improved by leaps and bounds. Suddenly he felt someone looking at him. He turned around and saw the northern monster looking at him. Lin Xian grinned. The northern monster narrowed his eyes and was shocked. This kid had become unfathomable again. He wondered how much his power had improved in the past 10 days. A few days ago, he had lost to Lin Xian and was very unwilling to accept it. Naturally, he wanted to fight with Lin Xian again. Of course, now wasn't the time. When his 1,000-monster body improved again, he would come back and defeat Lin Xian in one fell swoop. Since Yu Linglong's strength had increased, she naturally wanted to give it a try as well. However, when she saw Lin Xian and the North Demon, who were like two endless stars, she shook her head and gave up on the idea. Both of them were monsters. The three of them followed the Grand Elder and left the former residence of the saint. You two can go back first. I'll bring him to see the mansion master. The Grand Elder said with a smile. Hearing this, Yu Linglong and the northern monster looked at Lin Xian again. Their eyes were filled with endless jealousy. This was because other than studying the former residence of the saint, Lin Xian also had 7 days to study the Cliff of Enlightenment. That was even more mysterious than the former residence of the saint. Rumor had it that the arch had stayed there for an entire day. Then I'll take my leave first. Lin Xian nodded at the northern monster and Yu Linglong and followed the Grand Elder into the sky. They flew all the way and landed in a dazzling hall. The Grand Elder opened the door and Lin Xian walked in. Inside the hall, there was an old man. His back was facing Lin Xian as he flipped through a book. Not far behind him, there was a bronze incense burner. Wisps of green smoke floated out of it. Lin Xian took a breath and felt the blood in his body churning. He was energized. What a magical fragrance! This was definitely a heavenly treasure, and an extremely precious one at that. The mansion master was too extravagant. How terrifying would it be to absorb such fragrance all day? Greetings, mansion master. The next moment, he looked up at the figure in front of him and clenched his fists. Lin Xian, you're here. The voice of the manor lord was like that of an ordinary old man. Lin Xian was astonished, and his eyes narrowed. Recently, his strength had improved by leaps and bounds. His understanding of the laws of heaven and earth had also improved. He could sense that the old man in front of him had already reached the realm of returning to one's original state. Needless to say, the mansion master was definitely an extremely powerful existence among the saints. But how would he compare to Xia Jiuyo? Are you ready? The mansion master said calmly. I'm ready. Lin Xian took a deep breath. That's good. The mansion master turned around and revealed a warm smile. The next moment, the world changed. He was no longer in the hall, but in the mountains and rivers. Mystical mountains and clear waters. A mountain peak appeared in front of Lin Xian. It was like a sharp sword that pierced through the clouds. It was steep, but the side facing Lin Xian was as smooth as a mirror. It was as if someone had sliced it open with a sword. Chapter 3106. These 3 words were very ordinary, but upon closer inspection, it was like a flying dragon. Lin Xian's soul trembled. So powerful! In his left eye, the seed of the plenilune serpent was also jumping. Lin Xian's eyes lit up. It was too magical. This place was really not simple. Other than feeling the aura of many sages and the laws of heaven and earth, there was also an extremely terrifying aura that was above all the sages. This should be the aura of the great emperor, right? How many tens of thousands of years has it been? It's still so powerful? All right, I won't delay you any longer. You have 7 days and 7 nights to comprehend here. The mansion master's voice sounded. Then he disappeared into the void. Lin Xian took a deep breath and used the heavenly secret god eyes and the seed of the plenilune serpent to observe the surroundings. He silently chanted the great Tao comprehension scripture and began to comprehend. When he started to comprehend, the extraordinary warrior manor outside had also undergone changes. The North Beast, Yu Linglong, Han Fei, and the others had already left the extraordinary warrior manor and headed towards the ancient starry sky path. This time, they wouldn't be returning for a short period of time. As for the others, such as Huangfu Baidian, Yi Fei, He Mo, and the others, some were also preparing to leave while some continued to stay in the extraordinary warrior manor. For example, Huangfu Baidian stayed in seclusion in the extraordinary warrior manor. If he didn't succeed in comprehending the power that was close to the Tao, he wouldn't come out. As for He Mo and Yi Fei, they left the extraordinary warrior manor and stepped onto the ancient starry sky path. They felt that it would be difficult to comprehend if they stayed in the extraordinary warrior manor. Perhaps there would be other opportunities on the ancient starry sky path. Shen Jingqiu was originally at Linglong Peak, waiting for Lin Xian to comprehend. However, the mansion master looked for her today. Linglong Peak's peak master also came along. Linglong Peak's peak master was a female sage with great strength. Seniors, why are you looking for Qiu? Shen Jingqiu was very surprised. Linglong Peak's peak master smiled and said, Qiu, your opportunity is here. Opportunity? Shen Jingqiu was even more confused. The peak master said a few words in a low voice. Shen Jingqiu's beautiful eyes widened in shock. Is it really possible? She asked. Don't worry, if I send you to that place, you will definitely grow quickly. It can even bring your spirit body one step closer. Okay, Shen Jingqiu thought seriously, then nodded and said, but I have to leave a letter for Lin Xian Gij. No problem. I'll give you 1 day to prepare. After 1 day, come and find me. The Manor Lord and the Linglong Peak Master left. Shen Jingqiu left behind a voice transmission jade slip. Then, she went to the full moon peak to find the dark red divine dragon and handed this item to it. At the same time, she said, I'm going to a place on the ancient starry sky path to tell Big Brother Lin Xian not to let him worry. We will meet again on the starry sky ancient path in the future. Was the little girl also leaving? The dark red dragon was not surprised by this. Everyone had their own fortuitous encounters. Shen Jingqiu's talent was good, and her physique and bloodline were even stronger. Even if she left, there wouldn't be much danger. Moreover, he knew that this should be the arrangement of those old monsters in the House of Prodigies. If the dark red divine dragon didn't have the inheritance of the dragons, he would probably leave and look for opportunities alone. After leaving some instructions to the dark red divine dragon, Shen Jingqiu left to find the Manor Lord. The next day, the House of Prodigies sent news that Shen Jingqiu had also entered the ancient starry sky path. Zhong Lingxiu had left, and so had Qing Wu. The 3 goddesses had all left. What should he do in the future? In the House of Prodigies, the remaining prodigies were all heartbroken. Qing Wu left with the North Demon. Shen Jingqiu was brought away by the Manor Lord. As for Zhong Lingxiu, she left alone. Cliff of Enlightenment. Lin Xian was fully immersed in his senses. 7 days passed quickly. He retreated from his enlightenment and sighed. Am I leaving? To be honest, this place was much more mysterious than the previous residence of the saint. In 7 days, Lin Xian's strength had increased again. Although his cultivation didn't increase, his power that was close to the Tao had become more powerful. He even comprehended the law of fire and used this power to cultivate the 9 yang divine body. His 9 yang divine body had finally improved again. Its power had completely surpassed that of an invincible king. He hadn't reached the saint level yet. It could be said that he was now a half-saint. Finally, after endless cultivation and battles, Lin Xian had cultivated the 9-yang divine body to this stage. Ordinary divine abilities and martial arts couldn't hurt him at all. Now, except for the law of fire, his physique didn't lose to a half-saint at all. If I stand still and let Huangfu Beiyan hit me, he probably won't be able to break my defense. Jun Weia and Han Fei are no match for me. Even Yu Linglong, I have the confidence to defeat her in one move. Lin Xian was full of confidence now. Even if he were to face the North Demon, he was confident that he could defeat him with just one law of fire. Of course, he knew that the North Demon couldn't be stagnant forever. He must have had other opportunities, and his strength had increased by leaps and bounds. However, it was probably impossible for the North Demon to defeat him. It's time to go back. I wonder how Chiu and the others are doing? Lin Xian left the Cliff of Enlightenment and returned to Full Moon Peak. Full Moon Peak. Lin Xian's courtyard was surrounded by array formations. Suddenly, the clouds churned, and a figure descended. Inside, the dark red dragon immediately opened his eyes and flew over. Kid, you're back. When he saw Lin Xian, his body trembled, and a piercing cold light burst out from his eyes. What the heavens, what kind of aura is this? He retreated into the distance with a whoosh, extremely shocked. This was because he could feel that Lin Xian's aura was even more mysterious, and it carried a very dangerous feeling. This aura was much stronger than before. Damn it, you're still here. You've only been away for less than a month. How did your strength change so much? The dark red dragon was shocked. Lin Xian laughed. Although it was less than a month, that place was extremely mysterious. One day was equivalent to 10 years in the outside world. I'm so envious. The dark red dragon's eyes turned red. No, I have to quickly understand the power of laws. He had already obtained a copy of the Great Tao Enlightenment Sutra from Lin Xian. When Shen Jingqiu left, he had also given Shen Jingqiu a copy. However, he had been waiting for Lin Xian, so he didn't cultivate in seclusion. Now that Lin Xian was back, he could cultivate in seclusion. Of course, before this, he still told Lin Xian about Shen Jingqiu and the current situation of the outstanding scholar's residence. Lin Xian was shocked when he heard this. Chira left? However, it's good. With the residence master's team taking care of her, and with Chiu's talent, her strength shouldn't be a problem. Previously, Lin Xian was still a little worried about this little girl. However, after a few battles, it seemed like Chiu could handle everything on her own. At the same time, he knew that the North Demon, Yu Linglong, Han Fei, and the others had all left the outstanding scholar's residence and stepped onto the ancient road of the stars. There weren't many people left in the outstanding scholar's residence. Chapter 3107. He knew that this trip wouldn't be the same as before. He probably wouldn't be back for a while. Kid, are you leaving? The dark red divine dragon asked. Lin Xian nodded. But there's no hurry. I'll stay here for a month or two to consolidate my strength. I'll go after that. All right then, I'll go into the black earth and cultivate in seclusion. The dark red divine dragon took the Tao comprehension and went into the black earth. Lin Xian sat down cross-legged and started to consolidate his strength. A month later, Lin Xian had completely consolidated his strength. Next, he didn't go on his way immediately. Instead, he entered the mysterious small sword world in his body. When he saw the illusionary divine furnace again, Lin Xian's eyes lit up. The illusionary divine furnace was a treasure that he had obtained in Sky Flame City. He had swallowed one of the elixirs in it previously and his strength had increased tremendously. It wasn't just him. The dark red divine dragon, Shen Jingqiu, and Murong Qingqing's strength had increased as well. Lin Xian knew that the illusionary divine furnace couldn't have only these few items. There must be other treasures. Therefore, he wanted to take this opportunity to explore it again. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xian's eyes shone brightly. The power of annihilation in his left eye exploded and turned into a divine chain that hooked onto one side of the illusionary divine furnace. The power of flames flew out from his right eye and turned into a scarlet chain that hooked onto the other side of the illusionary divine furnace. Open! Lin Xian roared. Boom boom boom. the top of the illusionary divine furnace slowly opened, revealing a small gap. Seeing this, Lin Xian was overjoyed. Indeed, his strength had increased and he could open the illusionary divine furnace. However, when he looked inside, he still frowned slightly. He couldn't see clearly what was inside the illusionary divine furnace. He could only wait for the treasure to float out. Buzz. Not long after, a ray of light flashed out from the illusionary divine furnace and floated in the sky. Lin Xian waved his hand and grabbed him. In the next moment, he looked surprised. It wasn't a medicinal pill, nor was it a magical treasure, but rather a jade slip. It was extremely ancient, and there were traces of time left behind on it. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The illusionary divine furnace healed once again, and the two forces disappeared. Lin Xian retreated with the jade slip. What was that? He held the jade slip in his hand. The pill sage's notes. Seeing this, Lin Xian was extremely surprised. He also knew how to concoct pills. It could be said that he was very proficient in it. However, as his cultivation increased, his alchemy skills were gradually unable to support him. After all, in the future, Lin Xian would have to take half-saint or even saint-level pills. But with what Lin Xian learned now, he simply could not refine that kind of medicinal pill. However, he did not expect that the search for the void divine furnace this time would actually give him an unexpected surprise. The Alchemy Saint's Notes. Needless to say, this should be the experiences recorded by the ancient alchemy masters. After comprehending the scripture of the Great Path Insight, Lin Xian knew how precious these saints' records were. Just a little bit could give him endless inspiration and save him hundreds of years of detours. Therefore, Lin Xian could not wait to open it and flip through it. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. For a full 5 days, Lin Xian read it. 5 days later, Lin Xian raised his head and was extremely excited. It was not recorded by one alchemy saint, but by a total of 5 alchemy saints. Of the 5 alchemy saints, 1 was a half-saint and the other 4 were all saint-level. The medicinal pills they refined were also very useful for the sage realm. Moreover, not only were there the insights of these sages, but there were also many pill formulas in it. Some of these pills could increase one's cultivation, break through obstacles, repair the body, repair the soul, and enhance the soul. In short, it could be said to be very comprehensive. Moreover, Lin Xian even felt that these might be some extinct pill formulas. Suddenly, Lin Xian's heart beat wildly. Among them, he also found a pill called the Breakthrough Saint Pill. It was very famous in ancient times. It could shorten the time for invincible kings to break through to the sage realm. Moreover, after eating this pill, the success rate of invincible kings breaking through to the half-saint realm would also be greatly increased. This is it. Lin Xian's eyes lit up. He was now at the middle 9-star stage and was very close to breaking through to the half-saint realm. However, it was not so easy to break through to the half-saint realm. Therefore, even he did not have much confidence in his heart. However, now that he had this Breakthrough Saint Pill, it was different. As long as he could refine the Breakthrough Saint Pill, then he had 100% confidence that he could become a half-saint. Next, Lin Xian carefully studied the Breakthrough Saint Pill. But soon he revealed a strange look. Because the Breakthrough Saint Pill required too many materials. There were more than 1,000 kinds, and many spiritual herbs were extinct. They probably did not even exist in the true spirit world. But thinking about it, if such a precious pill was placed in the true spirit world, probably all the remote antiquity families and sacred ground sects would fight for it. However, Lin Xian was not worried, because he was about to step on the ancient road of the stars and set foot on the myriad worlds. Although it did not exist in the true spirit world, it did not mean that it did not exist in other worlds. Therefore, Lin Xian memorized all the materials needed for the Breakthrough Saint Pill. Then, he prepared to step on the ancient road of the stars and search for them one by one in the future. Anyway, there was still some time before he broke through. It was enough for him to prepare. In addition to the Breakthrough Saint Pill, some of the notes and insights inside would also be of great help to Lin Xian's alchemy Dao. Therefore, in the next 3 months, Lin Xian was still comprehending with all his strength. Half a year later, Lin Xian finally came out of seclusion. His alchemy Dao had improved rapidly. Although Lin Xian did not spar with other alchemy masters, Lin Xian estimated that there were not many who were better than him, unless it was those real alchemy saints. Putting away the alchemy saints' notes, Lin Xian entered the Black Earth and found that the dark red divine dragon was still in seclusion. He was not worried about this. The dark red divine dragon had rich experience, and it also had the inheritance of dragons. When it came out of seclusion again, its strength would definitely improve by leaps and bounds. Therefore, he exited the Black Earth and prepared to leave the extraordinary scholar mansion and step on the ancient road of the stars. Finding the Great Elder, Lin Xian explained his intention. After the Great Elder heard it, he nodded slightly. The Mansion Master and Peak Master have already told me that they gave you 2 things. With that, the Great Elder took out the items. Lin Xian found that one of them was the token of the Extraordinary Scholar Mansion. The Great Elder said, "This token of the Extraordinary Scholar Mansion represents your identity. Apart from some Grand Elders and Peak Masters, I'm afraid only you have it. This is also your reward for getting first place this time." Seeing that Lin Xian was a little puzzled, the Great Elder explained that this was not the first time the ancient road of the stars was opened. It had existed for countless years. Our Extraordinary Scholar Mansion has also existed for a long time. Among them, it was unknown how many geniuses left from the Extraordinary Scholar Mansion. They stepped on the ancient road of the stars, although they did not become great emperors in the end. However, quite a few people had gone far away. Chapter 3108. In short, every single one of them had different encounters and lives, whereas some of these people had already grown into overlords of an area, and they'd suppressed and ruled over a world or even a few worlds. Therefore, in the future, if you meet those elites from the House of Prodigy, take out this token and they will provide you with help. Lin Xian was shocked as he silently put away the token. He knew that the ancient starry sky path was a cruel path. There was only one person who could succeed in the end. However, there were still countless geniuses who did not care about the consequences and continued to advance. Apart from everyone wanting to become a great emperor, there were also other reasons. For example, after tempering on the ancient starry sky path, one's strength would increase much faster than in other places. Even if one couldn't become a great emperor in the end, there was still a high chance of becoming a sage. Some people even felt that their strength had increased greatly and left the ancient starry sky path. It could be said that this was a path of tempering. One didn't have to walk to the end. Of course, Lin Xian's goal was the end of the ancient starry sky path. The second thing is for you from the Peak Master. This is a spirit boat. It will allow you to fly in the void universe. Hearing this, Lin Xian's eyes lit up with joy. He was lacking such an item. Previously, the Great Elder had brought him to the outer realm of the starry sky. He knew about the astral winds and the terrifying energy outside. Without a suitable spirit boat, one wouldn't be able to travel far. After receiving the spirit boat, Lin Xian imprinted his soul imprint on it. He cupped his fists and thanked the House Master, Peak Master, and Great Elder. Looking at the young man in front of him, the Great Elder revealed a gratified smile. This was the first in the House of Prodigy. He could even suppress the North Demon. Who knew what kind of giant he would become after hundreds or thousands of years? After taking a deep breath, the Great Elder said in a deep voice, "Lastly, I have to remind you that stepping on the ancient starry sky path means that you have embarked on a very cruel path. On this path, you can't be weak. You must have a firm will and fierce means like thunder to survive. Lastly, the end point isn't something that everyone has to reach. It's not a bad choice to stop and find the most suitable place for yourself. Lastly, I wish you the best of luck on your own path. Thank you, Great Elder, for your reminder. Junior will keep it in mind." Lin Xian bowed respectfully. He knew that the Great Elder's words would be very helpful to him when he embarked on the ancient path of the starry sky in the future. Next, Lin Xian bade farewell to the First Elder and soared into the sky, leaving the outstanding scholar manor. With a wave of his hand, the spirit boat in his hand expanded to several hundred feet long and floated in the air. Lin Xian's figure flickered as he entered the spirit boat. He threw out a few divine crystals, and the spirit boat tore through the void and soared into the sky. Looking at the gradually blurring scenery below, Lin Xian's heart was filled with emotion. Who knew when he would be able to return? In the endless starry universe, a streak of blue light tore through the void and flew rapidly into the distance. Inside the spirit boat, a red-robed young man stood with his hands behind his back. He looked out the window at the vast scenery of the universe and seemed to be lost in thought. This red-clothed youth was none other than Lin Xian. At this moment, it had already been 10 days since he left the house of outstanding scholars. He had spent these 10 days in the spirit boat. This spirit boat was very fast and very convenient. Lin Xian soon became proficient in controlling it. He had some information that the Great Elder had given him regarding the ancient path of the starry sky. The so-called ancient path of the starry sky was a path created by ancient sage experts and even great emperors. Lin Xian had already understood that the entire universe was made up of thousands of worlds. However, it was divided into many star fields and forces. It was very complicated and many times more complicated and dangerous than the true spirit world. Lin Xian was going to the cloud returning planet this time. It was a relatively large planet in the vicinity. Among them, the true spirit world, the hero planet, the Sirius planet, and a few other star fields all had their first battle on the ancient path of the starry sky. Therefore, the cloud returning planet was very prosperous. Martial arts prospered, and all kinds of precious and extinct materials often appeared. They might not be able to find them in their own world, but that was not necessarily the case on the cloud returning planet. Many people even specially went to the cloud returning planet to search for treasures. Lin Xian also planned to take a look on the planet. Firstly, he wanted to find the materials for the breakthrough pill. Secondly, he wanted a good pill furnace. These days, he had not been idle in the spirit boat. Instead, he had refined a few furnaces of pills. These furnaces of pills were for his current 9-star king realm cultivation. After about 5 days, Lin Xian stood up and looked at the huge planet in the distance. His eyes flashed. He knew that the cloud returning planet was up ahead. He activated the spirit boat and rushed down toward the planet. As they descended, the surrounding astral winds kept blowing and slamming against the spirit boat. The spirit boat activated its array formation and blocked the astral winds so that Lin Xian did not have to pay too much attention. After finally dodging the astral winds and reaching the sky, Lin Xian put away the spirit boat. He looked down, his eyes flashing. Below, there were many cities with dense spirit chi. It was not inferior to the true spirit world. Of course, their true spirit world had a special meaning in the entire universe. No one could compare to it. However, on the ancient star road, meaning did not seem to be important. Therefore, Lin Xian did not intend to reveal his true identity. His eyes flashing, Lin Xian sent out his soul spirit. He identified a direction and flew into the distance. 2 days later, he encountered something. Someone was robbing him in front. The person being robbed was a young man. He had an ordinary face and an early-stage 9-star cultivation. However, there were 2 mid-stage 9-star cultivators. Therefore, the ordinary-looking young man complained and kept running. Finally, he met Lin Xian. "Brother, run." The young man who was running did not seem to expect that there was someone in front and immediately warned him. Lin Xian was slightly stunned. It seemed that this person was quite kind and did not want to implicate him. He even specially changed the direction of his escape for this reason. Too kind. Before Lin Xian came, he heard from the Grand Elder that one had to be ruthless to survive on the ancient star road. He did not expect to meet such a kind person as soon as he came to the cloud returning planet. People like that were very rare, and Lin Xian was tempted to save them. In front, the 2 mid-stage 9-star cultivators saw Lin Xian and immediately snorted coldly. "Kid, hurry up and get lost. Since you don't want to get lost, stay." A ray of light slashed over with piercing cold runes, shattering the void. Lin Xian snorted coldly. He did not take a mere mid-stage 9-star cultivator seriously. Although the other party was a cultivator of the same level as him, They were no different from ants in his eyes. He reached out his palm and directly grabbed forward. Crack! That sword energy was directly shattered by him. What? He is actually so powerful. The king who attacked was stunned. He did not expect Lin Xian to be an expert. Chapter 3109. The Big Dipper sect was a large sect that specialized in body refinement. It was said that one could withstand the astral winds of the 9 heavens. Therefore, after Lin Xian displayed such a strong body, the king thought that Lin Xian was from the Big Dipper sect. Are you from the Big Dipper sect? We are from the Blood River sect. Mind your own business. As soon as he finished speaking, he screamed, his eyes wide open. This was because his head had already been separated from his body. A large golden hand plucked his head off. The other party dared to attack. The Blood River sect was not any weaker than the Big Dipper sect. How did the other party dare to attack? He could not figure it out until his death. This scene was seen by another king from the Blood River sect. He was scared out of his wits. In the next moment he roared and waved his blood-red blade, about to attack. Boom! Lin Xian pointed out, and a sword chi sliced through the air, cutting this person in half. The flames on the sword chi burned the corpse clean. What happened? The aura was gone? The young man who was running felt the aura dissipating behind him and was shocked. He reached out with his soul to check behind him. In the next moment he was stunned and stopped. Where was the person who was chasing after him? How did he disappear? Little did he know that 2 9-star intermediate kings would be killed and reduced to ashes in just an instant. Could it be that this red-robed man was the one who did it? The ordinary-looking young man was shocked. He flew over and cupped his fists to Lin Xian. Brother, thank you for your help. How should I address you? Lin Xian. So it was Brother Lin. I am Fang Hao, a disciple of the Fang family. May I know which sect Brother Lin is from? He is so powerful. Fang Hao was excited. Lin Xian said, I am a rogue cultivator. He did not hide his name, but he would not tell others that he came from the origin star of the true spirit world. The two of them chatted for a while. Lin Xian discovered that this Fang Hao was indeed a simple and honest person. Therefore, he asked, Brother Fang, I just came out from the mountains and don't know much about the situation outside. I want to find some precious spirit herbs and other materials. Where can I get them? Precious spirit herbs? Was Brother Lin planning to concoct pills? Fang Hao said, Let's go to Great Armor City then. That was a very famous city. There were many extinct spiritual herbs that could be found there. Furthermore, auctions were often held there. It could be said to be the most famous city in this region. Giant Armor City? Don't know where to go? Lin Xian asked. Brother Lin, let's go together. I'm going too. Next, the two of them set off together. Lin Xian understood that this Fang Hao was from the Fang clan. The Fang clan was one of the clans in the southern continent, and their power was comparable to a weaker sect. However, Fang Hao's branch was only a side branch, not a direct descendant. Therefore, they were not valued. Otherwise, those people from the Blood River sect would not have dared to kill him. This time, Fang Hao was going to Great Armor City to meet someone. This woman was his fiancée. However, Fang Hao had not seen her for many years. It was said that the marriage was set by the elders of both clans. However, Fang Hao's branch had declined over the years. Therefore, the two of them had not met much. Lin Xian was not surprised by this. The 4 clans used this kind of soul to strengthen the relationship and benefits between each other. Perhaps this was something that was common across the myriad of worlds. Therefore, he did not pay much attention to it. The two of them flew for about 6 days and arrived at Great Armor City. Before they arrived, the number of martial artists around them had gradually increased. There were people from the spirit-detecting realm to the honorables and kings everywhere. Lin Xian even saw many invincible kings. Fang Hao introduced that Great Armor City could be said to be a trading city. Countless clans and forces gathered here, as well as experts and geniuses. Brother Lin, I'm sure the materials you want can be found here. Lin Xian nodded and the two of them walked into Great Armor City. The inside of Great Armor City was even more lively. Listening Wind Pavilion. It was a very artistic place in Great Armor City. The entire Listening Wind Pavilion was enveloped by a huge formation that condensed rich spirit chi. It was decorated with spiritual mountains and beautiful rivers. There were even many cute spiritual beasts running around. Here, one could not only enjoy the rich spirit chi, admire the beautiful scenery, but also taste spiritual tea. The spiritual tea here was very famous in the entire Great Armor City. Therefore, some disciples of the big clans liked to drink spiritual tea and chat in the Listening Wind Pavilion when they had nothing to do. At this moment, a few young men and women were sitting at a table near the artificial mountain and the spiritual spring. Around them were beautiful maids serving them. Each of them had a cup of spiritual tea in front of them. This spiritual tea was not simple. It was estimated that those who were not rich could not afford to drink this cup. However, looking at these men and women who did not seem to care, one could imagine that they were from the big clans or disciples of the big sections. At this moment, there were a few beautiful girls at the table. One of them was dressed in purple. She had a beautiful face, but her eyes were still full of arrogance. She grabbed the blue-clothed woman beside her and quickly asked, "Ching Ching, you seem to be absent-minded. You seem to have something on your mind. What is it that you can't tell your sisters?" "Hi you, isn't that the girl I told you about? She's called Ching Ching. She's also very beautiful." However, at this moment, there was a trace of sadness between her eyebrows. "What? It can't be. Are you talking about the marriage agreement that your clan made for you?" The girl called Hai Yu snorted coldly. "You're not really going to marry that trash, are you?" "Who said that I'm going to marry him? It's just that my clan wants me to meet him today." Ching Ching shook her head. Hai Yu sneered. "What's there to meet him for? How long has that guy been cultivating? He's still a 9-star beginner now. Such a person seems to have good talent, but that's only for ordinary people. To big clans like us, it's not enough at all. With his talent, he'll probably reach the end of his cultivation in this lifetime. But you're different. You're still so young and you're so talented. In a few decades or 100 years, your cultivation will far surpass his. When that time comes, do you think that such a man is worthy of you?" Hai Yu said coquettishly. "The man I found is a genius of the Tiangang sect." At this point, Hai Yu's eyes were filled with a trace of pride. The clothes she was wearing were very luxurious, and the jade pendant necklace she was wearing was a defensive Dharma treasure. Needless to say, she was also a disciple of a big clan. Beside the two of them sat a girl in black. She had been listening quietly, and it seemed that she did not like to talk. Chapter 31:10. Fang Hao said apologetically to Lin Xian, "Brother Lin, I'm sorry to have to make you come with me. But don't worry, I don't think there's much chance of us meeting this time. I'll come out soon. When the time comes, I'll accompany you to look for those spiritual herbs." "It's okay." Lin Xian shrugged. Since they were already in Giant Armor City, it wouldn't matter if they stayed a little longer. Moreover, he saw that Fang Hao was very honest and worth befriending. At least, he could ask him for help in finding spiritual herbs. The two of them walked into the Wind Pavilion. Inside, Hai Yu, Ching Ching, and the others were still discussing. At this moment, they raised their eyebrows and looked into the distance. Two figures were coming from afar. When they saw the two of them, the three of them had different looks in their eyes. Among them, Ching Ching had a trace of resistance in her eyes, but she concealed it very well. Hai Yu, on the other hand, had a condescending arrogance and did not hide it at all. Before Fang Hao could speak, he was interrupted by Hai Yu. "You're that Fang Hao, right? You want to marry Ching Ching? Are you kidding me? What's Ching Ching's status? What's your status? What's your talent? Don't you know? How dare you come here?" As soon as she said this, Fang Hao's face turned red and his eyes dimmed. Lin Xian also frowned. It seemed that this meeting was not going to be easy. Fang Hao was an early-stage 9-star king. He was indeed a strong person outside. However, in the era of geniuses, he was indeed not strong enough. However, the aggressive look of this blue-clothed girl in front of him made Lin Xian very unhappy. At this moment, Hai Yu continued to mock him. "It's fine that your cultivation is weak, But you don't even have a decent treasure." As she said this, she proudly shook the bracelet on her left hand. This was a very precious defensive treasure. There were a total of 6 Buddha beads, and each bead was a layer of defense. When the 6 treasures attacked together, they could withstand the full-force attack of a late-stage 9-star expert. In addition to this bracelet, the jade pendant and necklace on her were also the same. Even the pair of earrings had a strong vitality. Obviously, it was a wood-type treasure. When she was injured, the earrings could provide a strong spiritual energy to quickly recover. On the other hand, Fang Hao's clothes were very plain. Apart from an inner armor, there were not many treasures that could be taken out. "You misunderstand. I don't want to marry Qing Qing." Fang Hao shook his head. "Don't want to marry Qing Qing's heart? Then why are you here? This is not a place you can come to. Hurry up and leave. Why don't you take a look at yourself? Can you afford the spirit tea here?" Hai Yu was extremely arrogant. The woman in black beside her frowned slightly. Even Qing Qing tugged at Hai Yu's sleeve, telling her to stop. Go, 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 go. Brother Lin, I'm sorry for letting you see such a joke. Fang Hao's expression was extremely ugly. Lin Xian shook his head. It was nothing. Since, Fort, E.R. 5 Fort, S. At least 5,000 years old. It's best if it's 7 or 8,000 years old. Of course, if the red spirit grass and man leaf flower aren't that old, I'll take them all. Don't worry, Brother Lin. I'll do my best to find them for you. Hai Yu and the rest were stunned when they heard the conversation between Lin Xian and Fang Hao. Even the surrounding martial artists were whispering to each other. After all, although there were many spiritual herbs over 5,000 years old were rare. They could even be called little herb kings. Invincible kings only lived for a few years. A spiritual herb that was older than them was definitely precious. Especially the red spirit grass and man leaf flower. Many people had never heard of them. Those who knew were shocked. These were 2 extremely precious herbs. They could be said to be extremely rare and had already gone extinct in many star worlds. Even here, they were not easy to find. Hai Yu, Qing Qing, and the rest knew about this. Hai Yu sneered. You want to find a herb king over 5,000 years old? You want the red spirit grass and man leaf flower? Why don't you take a look at your wealth? She might not even be able to afford these things, let alone the 2 in front of her. Although she didn't know Lin Xian, how could he be a famous genius walking with Fang Hao? He must be a piece of trash. So she didn't take Lin Xian seriously from the beginning. In her opinion, these 2 guys must be pretending to be rich and powerful in front of her. Even Qing Qing, who was standing beside him, frowned. She thought that Fang Hao was an honest person, but now it seemed that he wasn't. He can't afford a herb king over 5,000 years old, let alone the red spirit grass and man leaf flower. Why must he pretend to be searching for them? It's really disappointing. Hearing this, Lin Xian's eyes darkened and a touch of coldness appeared in his eyes. Ignorant. He said indifferently. To be honest, people like Hai Yu and Qing Qing were definitely geniuses in the eyes of ordinary kings. They had noble statuses and couldn't be provoked. But in Lin Xian's eyes, they were no different from ants. He was the number 1 in the house of prodigy, the descendant of the great dragon. He had comprehended 2 powers that were close to the Tao. In terms of status, he far surpassed the other party. However, the other party was too trash and couldn't see through his strength. Seeing Lin Xian's gloomy face, Fang Hao said apologetically, I'm sorry, Brother Lin. You were also affected. Let's go. Lin Xian nodded slightly. For Fang Hao's sake, he would spare the other party's life. Otherwise, the 2 turned and left. At this moment, Hai Yu flipped her palm and took out a small disc array. She flipped it in her hand. A voice floated out. Hai Yu said happily, One gong and the others are here. Let's go out. With that, Hai Yu and the other 2 also walked out. Soon, Lin Xian, Hai Yu, and the others left the Wind Whisper Pavilion almost at the same time. Outside the Wind Whisper Pavilion, there were a few figures with unusually strong auras. Especially the leader, who was burly and full of masculine aura. That aura caused the air to rumble. Everyone's blood boiled and they couldn't breathe. No one dared to get close. After Fang Hao came out and felt this aura, his face changed and became incomparably pale. Lin Xian glanced at him and didn't pay any more attention. Late stage 9-star and a strong physique. The other party should be a close combat expert. He estimated that the other party had about 30 to 40,000 units of Archean power. Such a person, if placed in the true spirit world, would be stronger than most saints and saintesses. But in Lin Xian's eyes, they couldn't even withstand a single blow. In fact, the other party couldn't even withstand a single finger from him. Chapter 3111. However, to be able to find such a genius on the streets, it could be said that the cloud-returning planet's martial path was indeed prosperous. If the 10,000 ancient races were not included, it had already surpassed the human race of the true spirit world. Lin Xian ignored him and prepared to leave. However, at this moment, a joyful voice came from behind. "Wan Gong, you're here." Immediately after, Lin Xian saw Hai Yu throw herself into the arms of a burly man in front of her. Qingqing and another black-clothed woman also walked over. There were also many people around Wan Gong. There were men and women, but without exception, they were all outstanding, wearing luxurious clothes, and wearing many treasures. Needless to say, these were either geniuses or disciples of large families or sections. "Why haven't you left yet?" Hai Yu stood up from Wan Gang's arms and glanced at Fang Hao and Lin Xian with deep disdain in her eyes. "Who are these people?" Wan Gong glanced at Lin Xian and Fang Hao before retracting his gaze. Fang Hao was an early 9-star person. He did not take him seriously at all. Although he could not see the depth of the red-clothed youth next to him, he should not be a genius. Therefore, he also had a hint of disdain. The two of them? Hai Yu's lips curled into a sneer as she looked at Fang Hao and said that he was here to see Qingqing. A toad actually wants to eat swan meat? What a joke! As for this kid, he should be Fang Hao's companion. Here to see Qingqing? As expected, he was courting death. The surrounding cultivators all laughed. Wan Gong even snorted coldly. He looked at Qingqing with a hint of fire in his eyes. However, he managed to control it very well. He knew that this Qingqing was not simple. She was the little princess of a large family. He had once wanted to take her, but he could not succeed at all. Now, an early 9-star person actually dared to have designs on Qingqing. He was really courting death. Oh, right, these two people also said that they would vigorously search for 5,000-year-old king herbs. He also wanted to find the red velvet flower and the vine leaf flower. Hai Yu said in a delicate voice. What? As soon as these words came out, these young cultivators were all stunned. Then, one by one, they bent over in laughter. With just the two of them? You want a 5,000-year-old king of medicine? Red spirit grass and man leaf flower? I'm dying of laughter. Where did these two brothers come from? This was too aggressive. Wan Gong was also stunned. Then he grinned. It seemed that not only were their cultivations weak, they were also brainless idiots. Hai Yu coldly snorted and wanted to drive the two away, but Wan Gong stopped her. Wan Gong looked at Fang Hao and Lin Xian and said with a smile, "It seems that the two of you are looking for spiritual herbs. It just so happens that I also wanted to go to the 10,000 herb hall. Why don't we go together?" Hearing this, Hai Yu was also stunned. What was going on? Wan Gong wanted to help them? However, when he saw Wan Gang's expression, he immediately understood what Wan Gong was thinking. It seemed that Wan Gong wanted to tease these two people. The young martial artists around him also knew about this and immediately started cheering. "Brat, with just the two of you, who knows how long it will take you? Just follow our brother Wan. Our brother Wan is a genius. He knows people in the 10,000 herb hall and can give you a discount." Hearing this, Qingqing was also stunned. She naturally knew what the other party was thinking, so she quickly shook her head. Fang Hao glanced at Lin Xian and asked for his opinion. Lin Xian nodded slightly. "Okay, thank you very much." He naturally knew what the other party was up to. However, at his level of strength, he did not care at all. What he wanted now was those spiritual herbs. No matter what method he used, he had to collect all of them to refine the Saint Breakthrough Pill. Yu sneered. These two really did not know what was good for them. Wan Gong also smiled proudly. Later, he would properly intimidate the other party and show his strength. He would let these two know what it meant to be a toad lusting after a swan's meat. Others wanted to get a woman that he could not get? What a joke! Ching Ching also sighed. She was already in despair and did not plan to help the two of them anymore. On the other hand, the girl in black looked at Lin Xian with a trace of curiosity in her eyes. This was because she realized that Lin Xian's expression was very indifferent from the beginning to the end. It was as if he did not care about them or Wan Gong and the others. Did this guy have something to rely on? She did not know. However, she had seen people with such an expression. They were either peerless figures who ruled over a region or idiots. She did not know what kind of person he was. Therefore, she was very curious and wanted to follow and take a look. Let's go. With a wave of his hand, Wan Gong led the group away in a grandiose manner. The 10,000 Herb Hall was very famous. It could be ranked in the top 3 among the spiritual medicine halls in Giant Armor City. It was said that there was a mysterious force behind the 10,000 Herb Hall. When it first opened, it was attacked by many parties, but in the end, it was successfully built. Moreover, it became bigger and bigger. The original big families and big forces in the city did not dare to provoke it anymore. Lin Xian was also looking forward to such a place. Refining the Saint Breakthrough Pill required 1,300 types of spiritual medicine. Lin Xian was able to gather 300 types, and he would need to collect the remaining 1,000 types. Therefore, Lin Xian would not let go of any possibility. The 10,000 Herb Hall was located in the north of the city. It was a very magnificent and huge hall. At the door, there were 2 white jade rabbits carved from wood-tooth crystals. They were lifelike and each of them was like a small mountain. They exuded a strong spiritual qi and suppressed the front. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes slightly. He realized that these 2 white jade rabbits were not just decorations, but the center of 2 formations. The entire 10,000 Herb Hall was wrapped in a huge formation. There were no less than 10 defensive and offensive formations. Of course, ordinary people could not see it. They only knew that the spiritual qi here was abundant, and there was always a sense of danger hanging in their hearts. However, given how powerful Lin Xian was, there was no way any formation could hide from his divine ability. So it was young Master Wan. Please come in. At the front, after Wan Gong arrived, someone from the 10,000 Herb Hall came to welcome him. This scene immediately attracted the attention of the surrounding martial artists. Wan Gong laughed loudly and walked in with large strides. Yu snuggled up to him, looking very dignified. Look, this was a true powerhouse. He was incomparably respected wherever he went. The young martial artists and prodigies behind him also followed. Fang Hao looked at this scene and was extremely shocked. He naturally knew about the 10,000 Herb Hall. Ordinary people did not dare to be presumptuous here. It was said that even the famous powerhouses did not dare to mess around here. Moreover, if one wanted to become the other party's VIP, one had to be extremely wealthy and have an extremely high status. He did not expect that Wan Gong was also a VIP. Therefore, he smiled bitterly and said carefully, "Brother Lin, that Wan Gong is not simple. We'd better not provoke him." "What?" Lin Xian asked indifferently. Fang Hao said, "As far as I know, Wan Gong should be a prodigy from the Big Dipper sect. His Big Dipper physique is very strong. Although he is a late-stage 9-star, his physique is definitely comparable to a peak 9-star. Chapter 31:12. Lin Xian nodded slightly after hearing this, but he didn't care in his heart. Not to mention Wan Gong, he didn't even put the Heavenly Dipper sect in his eyes. What's more, it was a small disciple of the Heavenly Dipper sect. After entering, even someone like Qing Haiyue was greatly shocked. The surrounding stalks of spiritual herbs emitted a strong medicinal fragrance. The age and price of the herbs were written on them, causing even these people to be greatly astonished. Too expensive. Some spirit herbs required a small portion of their wealth. There were even some that they couldn't afford even if they sold all of their wealth. I want a 5,000-year-old ink spirit flower. After Wan Gong entered, he said loudly. His voice was very loud, to the extent that the surrounding martial artists all heard it. Immediately, shocked and envious gazes were cast over. A 5,000-year-old ink spirit flower. Heavens, although the ink spirit flower wasn't particularly precious. But 5,000 years was already considered a little medicine king. The price was also very shocking. Who was this? He was actually so generous. Looking at his physique, it was so strong. He should be someone from the Heavenly Dipper sect or the Dragon Tiger sect. Hearing the shocked and envious discussions of the surrounding people, Wan Gong stood with his hands behind his back. Hai Yu, who was beside him, was so excited that she was trembling. This feeling of being the center of attention was really too good. Qing Qing and the woman in black were also surprised. They didn't expect Wan Gong to actually want to buy the little medicine king. Even the people who came with Wan Gong cried out in surprise. No way, Brother Wan, you actually came this time to buy the little medicine king. Brother Wan, you're really generous. Yes, I also want to buy a few stalks of spirit herbs. But compared to Brother Wan, I'm really far behind. After the middle-aged man in charge of receiving heard this, he was also stunned. Then he smiled and said, Young Master Wan, please wait a moment. Let's go to the VIP room first. He brought Wan Gong and the others to a luxurious room, served them spirit tea, and then quickly left. Soon, the door opened again. Other than the middle-aged man from before, there were 3 other people. Among them, there were 2 old men and a beautiful woman. The 2 old men wore white robes and had aged faces. But their eyes were incomparably sharp. Seeing these 2 old men, Qing Qing Hai Yu and the others were shocked. They knew that these 2 old men were very famous and belonged to the category of spirit medicine appraisers. The spirit medicines they appraised could be said to be 100% authentic. Even if there was an error in the age, it would not exceed 10 years. Therefore, these martial artists could buy the spirit herbs that had been appraised by these 2 people without any worries. When they saw the young woman, they were immediately stunned. Even Wan Gong was stunned. In the next moment he hurriedly stood up. The bright girl was about 30 years old. She had red lips and white teeth. She was very beautiful and her body was filled with spiritual energy. As he walked, there was a strange fragrance of flowers. Madame Hua, I didn't expect you to come as well. Wan Gong hurriedly cupped his fists and said. The others were equally shocked. Feng Hao was even more surprised. What? Madame Hua was here too? This Wan Gang's face was too big, right? Lin Xian asked from the side. Who was this person? Madame Hua was the shopkeeper of the 10,000 herb hall on the surface. Her status could be said to be very noble. He didn't expect her to come as well. It should be the reason why Wan Gong bought the little herb king. Lin Xian nodded slightly and didn't pay much attention. He glanced at the other party. This Madame Hua had a beautiful face, but she should be a few hundred years old. Her cultivation was around the early stage of 9 stars. She wasn't too strong. It was impossible for him to support the 10,000 herb hall alone. One had to know that the world of martial artists was very cruel. If one's strength was at the early stage of 9 stars, he would probably be swallowed up by others until not even his bones were left. Therefore, Lin Xian knew that there must be an even more terrifying expert behind Madame Hua. After Madame Hua arrived, she said a few words of courtesy. Although it wasn't much, it still made Hai Yu and the others very excited. Look, this was Wan Gang's face. Thinking of this, Hai Yu became even more proud. This Wan Gong was her man. Thinking of this, she glanced at Feng Hao and Lin Xian. Compared to Wan Gong, these 2 were simply ants. Feng Hao sensed that many people were looking at him, and his face immediately turned red. Lin Xian was expressionless. When he saw that Madame Hua was about to leave, he immediately said in a deep voice, Madame Hua, please wait. Hearing this, Madame Hua stopped in her tracks, turned her head, and frowned slightly. The middle-aged deacon was also stunned. Then he stared at Lin Xian. Everyone was stunned. Hai Yu snorted coldly. Kid, what are you doing? How dare you stop Madame Hua? Are you tired of living? Wan Gang's face also darkened. Although he was powerful, he couldn't be compared to Madame Hua. If this kid angered Madame Hua, he would probably be implicated. Thinking of this, he turned his head and looked with a piercing, killing intent in his eyes. Lin Xian stood with his hands behind his back. His expression was calm, as if he didn't care about anyone in the world. Seeing this, Madame Hua was slightly stunned. This young man was so calm. She stopped in her tracks and asked curiously, "Why did you call me?" "I came to the 10,000 herb hall to buy spiritual herbs." Lin Xian spoke again. "Buy spiritual herbs?" Madame Hua frowned again. "You can just let them handle this kind of thing." As she spoke, she was about to turn her head. However, Lin Xian's voice made her stop again. "I'm afraid others can't make the decision. The spiritual herbs I want to buy are not ordinary." "Oh? What do you want?" Madame Hua's interest was piqued. This kid is quite arrogant. The middle-aged deacon snorted coldly. "I can't make the decision? Who is this person? Is he more powerful than Wan Gong?" Wan Gong snorted coldly. "This kid, I want to see how long you can pretend." Hai Yu and the others were the same. They looked as if they were watching a show. They even quickly distanced themselves from Lin Xian and Fang Hao. "I hope you don't drag me down with you when you court death later." Golden thread grass, red blood fruit, rainbow butterfly. Lin Xian listed dozens of spiritual herbs in one go. Hearing this, Wan Gong grinned. These were all very common spiritual herbs. Not to mention the 10,000 herb hall, other smaller spiritual medicine halls also had them. Isn't this kid courting death by listing such spiritual herbs here? Sure enough, the middle-aged deacon's expression darkened. This kid is obviously making a joke out of our 10,000 herb hall. Madame Hua frowned as well. A trace of impatience appeared on her face. However, she was in charge of the 10,000 herb hall after all. She had patience. Therefore, she quietly waited for Lin Xian to finish. Lin Xian listed 50 spiritual herbs in one go. Then, he said that he wanted all of them at least 5,000 years old. The older the better. It would be best if they were 7 or 8,000 years old. What? When they heard this, all the cultivators in the room were stunned. Chapter 31:13. The middle-aged deacon of the 1,000 herb hall also twitched his mouth. The two old men were also stunned. Even Madame Hua was stunned. What did he say? Did she hear wrongly? All of them were more than 5,000 years old. And the older, the better. He even wanted 7 or 8,000 years old. This scene made her feel like she was dreaming. "Kid, you're too reckless. How dare you tease Madame Hua? Do you want to die?" Wan Gong shouted coldly. The others also came back to their senses and sneered. "Kid, do you know what 5,000 years is? And you want 7 or 8,000 years old. That's right, and you dare to ask for 50? I think you can't even afford one." These people mocked and ridiculed. Hai Yu screamed like a little devil. She wanted to see how this kid would end up. Qingqing sighed. Originally, in her opinion, Lin Xian and Fang Hao were bragging in front of them. However, the other party dared to behave atrociously in the 1,000 herb hall. Where was this? This was the Azura Arena. When the 1,000 herb hall was first built, many experts came to assassinate it, but they were all suppressed in the end. Since then, no one dared to come to the 1,000 herb hall to behave atrociously. But now, the other party dared to tease Madame Hua in public. Wasn't this courting death? Hearing the words of Wan Gong, Hai Yu and the others, Lin Xian snorted coldly. Immediately, the surrounding aura froze. Wan Gong, Hai Yu and the others trembled, and a hint of fear appeared in their eyes. Especially Wan Gong, it was as if he had been targeted by a peerless beast. The blood in his body was about to condense. Damn it, who was it? He instantly shut his mouth and did not dare to say anything more. Because he knew that the 1,000 herb hall was not simple. There were peerless experts guarding it. If he dared to be presumptuous again, he would probably be killed immediately. The others, such as Hai Yu and the young warriors and geniuses, were the same. In their opinion, it should be the experts of the 1,000 herb hall showing their might. How could they have thought that this aura was emitted from Lin Xian's body? After seeing that it had quieted down, Madame Hua asked again. Are you sure you want all of these? Of course. But don't you have them? What a joke. What doesn't my 10,000 herb hall have? Of course, the 10,000 herb hall has all of these. But boy, are you sure you can afford it? The middle-aged deacon frowned and spoke with a dignified tone. You think I'm joking with you? Lin Xian's expression also darkened. Immediately, the terrifying aura in the sky became even more biting cold. Madame Hua's eyelids twitched. Then, she brought this young master to see the medicine. However, the middle-aged deacon still wanted to say something, but when he saw the look in Madame Hua's eyes, he immediately bowed and said, Yes, madam, I understand. Young master, please come with me. He looked at Lin Xian and made an inviting gesture. Lin Xian nodded slightly and said to Feng Hao, Brother Feng, wait here for a moment, I'll go take a look at the spiritual herbs. Lead the way. Lin Xian came to the front, and the middle-aged deacon led the way. Soon, the two of them left the room. Madame Hua also left, leaving behind only the two spiritual medicine appraisers. They took out a box made of jadeite and precious jade. Inside, there was a 5,000-year-old spiritual herb. What happened next was simple. Wan Gong paid a huge price to buy the spiritual herb and put it into his storage ring. After the two elders left, the entire room was in an uproar. Damn, it can't be, right? Could it be that the boy really wanted to buy so many 5,000-year-old spiritual herbs? Heavens! Those were all king herbs. Just one stalk was already at a shocking price. How could that brat possibly afford it? These people were all crazy. To tell the truth, even Feng Hao's mind was blank. He knew that Lin Xian might want to buy a small king herb, but he didn't expect that Lin Xian would say more than 50 king herbs in one breath. That was more than 55,000-year-old spiritual herbs. Wan Gong had already paid a huge price for one, let alone 50. Wan Gong also snorted coldly. Impossible, the boy definitely couldn't afford it. He must be trying to show off in front of us. That's right, just you wait. The consequences of playing tricks on the 10,000 herb hall are very tragic. He'll probably be skinned alive, suppressed in hell forever and never reincarnated. Feng Hao, where did you meet that guy? What's his identity? Hai Yu asked sharply. Qing Qing and the woman in the black dress also looked over. Seeing so many people looking over, Feng Hao was a little nervous. He sighed. I don't know either. I met Brother Lin on the road. From what I know, Brother Lin seems to be a rogue cultivator. What? A rogue cultivator? When those words came out, everyone was stunned. Ha! I'm dying of laughter. Those people laughed loudly. Disdain appeared in Hai Li's eyes again. I thought he was a disciple of some big family? He's actually a rogue cultivator. A rogue cultivator like him dares to buy 50 king herbs? He really doesn't know what's good for him. Let's see how he dies. Feng Hao, I advise you to leave quickly. Otherwise, you're dead meat too. Wan Gong also snorted coldly, his eyes filled with disdain. As a genius disciple of the Tiangang sect and the young master of the Wan family, buying a 5,000-year-old spiritual herb was already very painful, let alone 50. How could Feng Hao afford it? He knew that Feng Hao was not going to live. No one had ever left alive after provoking the 10,000 herb hall. Therefore Wan Gong stood up. Let's go. Don't bother with a dead man. Let's go outside and see if there are any other spiritual herbs. Don't you want to buy a few too? Yes, I haven't bought mine yet. These young prodigy martial artists followed Wan Gong one after another and walked out. Feng Hao was stunned. He was very worried about Lin Xian's safety. In the end, he sighed, gritted his teeth, and followed them. He would not leave. He had to see Lin Xian come out safely with his own eyes. On the other side, the middle-aged deacon and an appraisal elder brought Lin Xian to another hall. According to Lin Xian's request, they took out stalk after stalk of spiritual herbs. Among them, the middle-aged deacon sneered and sent a voice transmission. Immediately, the elder took out a few stalks of spiritual herbs and placed them on the table. They were not 5,000-year-old. Some were 3,000-year-old, and some were even 2,000-year-old. However, ordinary people would not be able to tell. When Lin Xian saw this scene, he snorted coldly. Is this how the 10,000 herb hall does business? Take a 2,000-year-old and two 3,000-year-old herbs and mix them in. The reputation of the 10,000 herb hall is really something. Well, hearing this, the middle-aged deacon and the elder trembled. Their eyes were filled with deep shock. Their voice transmission was very secretive, and they had only mixed in a small amount. Other than the two of them, no one else could know. However, the other party saw through it with a glance. How was that possible? Could it be that the other party eavesdropped on their conversation? Impossible. The two of them were communicating via voice transmission. Who could hear them? Chapter 31:14. The middle-aged deacon hurriedly said, "Sorry, I took the wrong one. Please forgive me, young master." He quickly took away the 2,000 or 3,000-year-old spirit herbs and took out the real one. Lin Xian squinted his eyes. His eyes shone brightly. Mysterious runes surrounded the area, and he began to identify the age and authenticity of the spirit herbs. On the other side, Wan Gong, Hai Yu, and the others came to the main hall. They began to view and buy other spirit herbs. Among them, a woman who came with them looked at a spirit herb on the light screen in front of her. She was overjoyed. "That's it. I want that one." "Don't worry, Yumin. I'll buy whatever you like." Beside her, a young man was waving a folding fan. He looked handsome. "Young Master Shin, you are so nice." The woman called Yumin smiled like a flower. Young Master Shin laughed out loud. Although this spirit herb was expensive, he could still afford it. If he worked harder, he would be able to get this woman named Yumin. Wouldn't that be great? "Hey, this is good. I want it." Right at this moment, an arrogant voice sounded. "What's going on?" Young Master Shin and Yu Min heard the voice and turned around. They saw a young man in purple walking over. The young man had a sword at his waist. His nose was in the air, and he looked like he didn't care about the world. "Who is this guy?" Young Master Shin was furious. Yu Min snorted. "We saw this first. Who do you think you are? Get out of here." They were a group of high and mighty people. They never cared about others. They were the ones who bullied others. When did anyone dare to bully them? Young Master Shin's face darkened. His eyes shone with a cold light. "If you don't want to get your legs broken and crawl out of here, disappear from my sight now." The man in purple was also angry after hearing the words. With a clang, he pulled out the sword at his waist. "What did you say? Little bitch, how dare you talk to me like that? Believe it or not, I'll fuck you right now." He was very arrogant. The long sword in his hand shone with a cold light. Yu Min was furious when she heard the words. Although she was a beautiful woman, how could she still have the face to stand here after being called out like this in public? The next moment, she screamed and ran to young Master Shin with a pitiful look. "Young Master Shin, he insulted me. You have to help me get revenge." Young Master Shin was instantly enraged. Who would dare to touch the woman he fancied? Moreover, he felt that this was a good opportunity. As long as he could get rid of this purple-clothed youth, he would be able to obtain Yu Min. Therefore, at the next moment, he said coldly, "You're courting death. You're just an early-stage 9-star cultivator. How dare you act so presumptuously in front of me? Get lost." Young Master Shin was a mid-9-star expert, so he was able to force the purple-clad young man back with just one blow. It even caused the purple-clothed youth to vomit a mouthful of blood. "Ha! I thought he was a powerful figure, but he turned out to be a piece of trash. You can't even take a single palm from me." Young Master Shin stood with his hands behind his back, sneering. Yu Min, who was at the side, also laughed as she looked at the purple-clothed youth. Her beautiful eyes were filled with ridicule. The purple-clothed youth covered his wound and wiped away the blood. He gritted his teeth and said, "Fine, fine, fine. Kid, just you wait. Today, you won't be able to leave the 10,000 herb hall." With that, he turned around and left. Threatening me? Did I grow up being threatened? Young Master Shin did not care at all. After all, he was with Wan Gong and the others. He was also a genius, and his Shen family was also a big family. When had he ever been threatened? Moreover, it was by a piece of trash whose cultivation was lower than his, so he did not care. What's going on? Who's making trouble here? The deacon of the 10,000 herb hall walked out and asked coldly. The other martial artists felt their scalps go numb. They had all seen the scene just now. They did not expect that someone would dare to make trouble here. Did he want to die? Young Master Shen and the others' faces also changed, but fortunately, Wang Gong walked over and said a few words, and showed his identity. The martial artists of the 10,000 herb hall left. The surrounding people were all stupefied. They looked at Wang Gong in astonishment. Who are these people? How could they get away with making a move in the 10,000 herb hall? They must have an extraordinary identity. What's going on? Wang Gong asked with a frown. Young Master Shen said, there was a piece of trash who dared to make trouble, and I sent him flying with one palm. I heard it too. That guy also said that we would not be able to walk out of the 10,000 herb hall. Who does he think he is? From what I can see, the clothes and artifacts you're wearing aren't simple at all. You guys wouldn't have provoked some formidable characters, right? Fang Hao whispered at the end of the group. Hearing this, everyone turned their heads. Hai Yu sneered disdainfully. Fang Hao, how can a piece of trash like you understand our existence? Even with Brother Wan here, who dares to harm us? Didn't you see that when Brother Wan bought spiritual herbs, even Madame Hua wanted to come out? These people were very arrogant and did not take anyone seriously at all. Wang Gong was even more proud. Don't worry, if there's anything, I'll help you settle it. He was very confident in his strength and identity. The group continued to stroll in the main hall. On the other side, many people were sitting in an extremely noble and luxurious hall in the 10,000 herb hall. This place was not open to the public. Only the people inside the 10,000 herb hall could enter. Madame Hua, who had gone to meet Wang Gong and the others, was also here. However, she was not the main character, but just a foil. At this moment, Madame Hua was shaking a wine cup made of high-quality subgod crystal. This subgod crystal emitted a fiery red flame. Spiritual wine rolled inside, making clinking sounds like a volcano erupting. At this moment, Madame Hua was abnormally beautiful. She was nestled in the arms of a man. This man sat there arrogantly, looking dignified without being angry. His eyes were filled with cold, killing intent and an irresistible will. It was obvious that he was someone who had been in power for a long time. On either side of him, there were also many elders and kings with powerful auras. These people were all served by beautiful women. Opposite this dignified man was another man with a fat head and big ears, and a round belly. He sat there, shaking the wine cup in his hand that was like the sun and laughing loudly. The beauty in his arms was being played by him non-stop. Brother Golden Sword, please. The dignified man said in a clear voice. As he spoke, illusions that resembled a sea of blood surged around him. The other experts and elders were shocked. It seemed that their boss had become stronger than before. Easy. The fat man known as the Golden Sword King laughed loudly. Cooperating with the Bloody Blade King was indeed refreshing. It turned out that the two sides were talking about cooperation. At this moment, the door of the main hall opened, and a figure walked in. So it was Nephew Jean. Come, quickly serve him. Several beautiful women walked up, wanting to help the purple-clothed man. Scram. However, they were all pushed away by the purple-clothed man. These women were pushed to the ground, trembling. The others were also stunned. What was going on? Was this kid throwing a tantrum? However, when they saw the purple-clothed man, they were all stunned. The purple-clothed man's arms were drooping, and his body was covered in blood. Chapter 31:15. Fortunately, the entire 10,000 herb hall was protected by a formation. Otherwise, this attack would have split 10,000 herb hall in half. The dignified man, Bloody Blade Monarch, also frowned. He was originally discussing a cooperation with Metal Sword Monarch to attack a spiritual mountain together. There were many spiritual herbs on that mountain range, and one or two of them were extinct. If they could attack it, the strength of 10,000 herb hall would increase. However, there were many demons on that mountain range. Therefore, both sides wanted to cooperate. Now that they had just reached an agreement, the other party's son was injured in 10,000 herb hall? If this was not handled well, he knew that it would affect the cooperation. Bloody Blade Monarch's face immediately darkened. What was going on? Had they forgotten the rules of 10,000 herb hall? Who dared to attack here? His voice was piercingly cold. Countless blood-colored blade lights circled in the air, emitting a monstrous bloody aura. The surrounding people felt their scalps go numb. One person directly knelt on the ground. This person wore black armor and had a terrifying aura. However, compared to Bloody Blade Monarch, he was much weaker. He was the captain of the guards in charge of 10,000 herb hall's safety. At this moment, he knelt on the ground, trembling. "Calm down," the king said with a trembling voice. Bloody Blade Monarch said coldly, "Go, find out what happened and bring the person who attacked here for Brother Jean to deal with. If you can't complete it in 5 minutes, don't come back." At the end, the space was shattered by the blood-colored blade light. "Yes, I'll do it now." The black-armored man hurriedly left the main hall. Outside, Wan Gong, Hai Yu, and the others were still strolling around. They were not afraid at all. This was because Wan Gong had said that no one dared to attack in 10,000 herb hall. Moreover, he was an honored guest of 10,000 herb hall. He would definitely side with them. Moreover, even if someone dared to attack, they would be suppressed. The strongest person behind 10,000 herb hall was not Madame Hua, but an expert known as Bloody Blade Monarch. With Bloody Blade Monarch around, no one dared to behave atrociously in 10,000 herb hall. Therefore, they were very confident. Boom, boom. Suddenly, more than a dozen cultivators in black armor walked in from all directions of the hall. Their expressions were cold and murderous as they walked into the distance. Seeing this scene, the martial artists in the hall were shocked and retreated one after another. Wan Gong, young Master Shin, and the others were also stunned. What was going on? Why was the Black Armor team mobilized? The Black Armor team was the law enforcers of the 10,000 herb hall. Could it be because of what had just happened? At the thought of this, Hai Yu, young Master Shin, and the others quickly gathered. Who did it just now? The black-armored army approached Wan Gong and asked coldly, "Everyone, this is a misunderstanding. I am Wan Gong, an honored guest of your 10,000 herb hall." Wan Gong smiled and said, in his opinion, these people would definitely give him face, just like the previous scene. But this time, he was stunned. "I don't care if you're Wan Gong or Qian Gang. Let me ask you, who did it just now?" What? Wan Gong was stunned when he heard that. Hai Yu, young Master Shin, and the others were also stunned. What's going on? These people refused to give them face? Wan Gang's face also darkened. Sensing the whispers around him, he was so angry that he trembled a little. He was of noble status and powerful strength. Even when he came to the 10,000 herb hall, he was treated with respect. When had he ever been looked down upon like this? However, the other party was the law enforcement team of the 10,000 herb hall. He could not easily start a conflict with them. So at this moment he suppressed his anger. Young Master Shin also shouted coldly, "Yes, I did it. What do you want to do?" "You did it? Then it's easy. Take him away." The middle-aged man in the lead shouted coldly. Immediately, 4 black-armored army soldiers stood up and came to young Master Shin's side, surrounding him. "What do you want?" Young Master Shin's expression changed. Hai Yu and the others also screamed. Wan Gang's face darkened. Not only did they refuse to give him face, but they also wanted to take away the people around him? Damn it, did they really think that he, Wan Gong, was easy to bully? Buzz. He stood up again. "You guys, where do you want to take my friends?" "Where to?" "Of course, to bring them back for interrogation. You dare to openly challenge the rules of the 10,000 herb hall. You should think of the consequences if you make a move here." A cold voice sounded. Damn it, it was indeed that guy from before. Young Master Shin gritted his teeth. Wan Gong also frowned. It seemed that Guy had spread the news to the 10,000 herb hall. However, he was not afraid, because he was a member of the Wan family, and he was also a genius disciple of the Tiangang sect. Even if the matter went to the higher-ups, the 10,000 herb hall would have to give him face. So he said calmly, "Brother Shin, don't resist. Go with him. I'll go with you. Don't worry. With me here, there won't be a problem." Wan Gong gave him a reassuring look. "I'll go too. I'll go too." Hai Yu and the surrounding people all followed. Seeing this, Wan Gong and young Master Shin were even more confident. These people were not ordinary. Any one of them was a disciple of a big family. With these people working together, even the 10,000 herb hall would have to be careful. "Let's go. Let's follow and see what that kid is capable of. He actually dares to cause trouble. Damn it, if I see him again, I'll twist his head off," young Master Shin said viciously. The group excitedly followed the black-armored army and left. Fong Hao sighed and followed, because now he could not leave even if he wanted to. These black-armored army had him firmly under their watch. The group walked towards the magnificent main hall. On the other side, Lin Xian had finished inspecting all the herbs. Every one of them was real, and they were all more than 5,000 years old. There were even 5 6,000-year-old herbs and 3 7,000-year-old herbs. "I'll take all of them. Name a price." Lin Xian said calmly. "You want all of them?" The middle-aged man and the elder were stunned, as if they could not believe their ears. All of the herbs here were more than 5,000 years old. Any one of them would fetch a shocking price. Don't say so much. Even a big family would not be able to afford it in such a short time. Who was this kid in front of them? How dare he say such big words? "Young master, are you sure you want them?" the elder asked in a low voice. Previously, Lin Xian had seen through their little trick at a glance. They knew that this young man in front of them was not simple. So, they did not dare to act rashly. It was very likely that this person had a mysterious background and could afford them. 10,000 herb hall could not afford to offend such a person. Of course, Lin Xian nodded. "This matter is too important. We can't decide. How about this, I'll bring you to see our Madame Hua. Young master, this way please." As they spoke, the middle-aged man and the elder kept the herbs in their storage rings and led the way. Lin Xian nodded slightly and followed them. Chapter 31:16. In front, the middle-aged deacon and elder were not worried as long as the other party dared to joke with them. What awaited the other party would be a torrential torture. The two of them brought Lin Xian and walked toward the dazzling main hall. The atmosphere in the dazzling main hall was abnormally heavy, as if there were hundreds of thousands of mountains circling in the air. It was so heavy that those people could not breathe. The maids who accompanied the guests were trembling and retreated to the side. All of this was because of one person, a youth in purple. His face was pale and his injuries had healed. But his eyes were terrifyingly red, as if he could eat people. "Damn it, that guy is here. I'll definitely tear him into 1,000 pieces. I want him to suffer a fate worse than death." A cold voice came out of his mouth, causing the temperature in the main hall to drop. Beside him, the fat middle-aged man was smiling like a Maitreya Buddha, as if he did not care at all. The bloody blade monarch opposite him was not angry. Such a thing had happened under his watch, and it was someone he wanted to rope in. He would not let the culprit go. He must teach him a cruel lesson. No matter who it was, no one dared to cause trouble in his territory. The others did not even dare to breathe loudly. Once the bloody blade monarch was angry, there would be millions of corpses and thousands of miles of blood. Suddenly, the main hall opened, and a group of black armor soldiers walked in, followed by some young figures. These people were wearing luxurious clothes, and they were Wan Gong, young Master Shen, and the others. Seeing these people enter, the youth in purple stood up instantly, and his expression became extremely ferocious. Here, his enemy was finally here. Let's see how he will kill these people. What, it's that guy. It's him. Young Master Shen saw the youth in purple at first glance. Instantly he screamed. Hai Yu, Wan Gong, and the others also looked over. Young Master Shen roared. Kid, you don't know what's good for you. How dare you tell on me? When we get out later, see how I'll kill you. Bang. Just as he finished speaking, a low thunderous sound rang out. Immediately after, young Master Shen was sent flying while vomiting blood. Half of his body was trampled and turned into a bloody mist. Brother Shen! One Gong roared. Hai Yu, Yu Min, and the others turned pale with fright. Qing Qing and the woman in the black dress were also pale with fright. The other young Sky Prides roared as well. Damn it, how dare you attack? Do you know who we are? You're all dead. They had achieved success at a young age and were surrounded by stars. He Qing placed everyone in the world in his eyes. At this moment, after receiving such a blow, how could he not roar? He really didn't know what death was. The purple-robed young man sneered when he saw this scene. The other experts frowned as well. Aren't these people too arrogant? This was 10,000 Herb Hall's territory. Did they really think that they were puppets? Indeed, a black-armored guard at the side said coldly, "Do you all have a high status? Who here isn't stronger than you? If you dare to provoke our 10,000 Herb Hall again, we'll kill you all." This voice shook the heavens and earth. Terrifying killing intent pierced through the 9 heavens. In an instant, Wan Gong, Hai Yu, and the rest shuddered as their faces paled. However, there were still some people who gritted their teeth and said unwillingly, "We know that we were wrong to make a move. We broke the rules. But why can that kid get away with it? We must punish him. We must punish him all. Otherwise, we won't accept it." "Yes, I won't accept it." Young Master Shen also roared. Half of his broken body had already healed. However, the blood on his body was still abnormally glaring. He was the young master of the Shen family. He was also a Sky Pride of the Tiangang sect. When had he ever suffered such a thing? Therefore, he roared like a madman. What a bunch of reckless youngsters. Up until now, don't you know who you're beating? You're beating up an honored guest of the Bloody Blade King. How dare you beat up an honored guest of the 10,000 Herb Hall? Do you want to die? The black-armored captain snorted coldly and roared to the 9 heavens. Wan Gong and the others were instantly stunned, and their expressions were extremely ugly. Young Master Shen seemed to have been grabbed by the neck, and he instantly fell silent. Their souls trembled. At that moment, they finally saw the scene around them clearly. Everyone sitting there had a powerful aura that was even more terrifying than Wan Gang's. Especially the 2 people sitting on the north and south sides. Their auras were even more terrifying. They were like demonic mountains that made people tremble. When they saw the imposing man and the sea of blood around him, Wan Gong and the others finally broke down. The Bloody Blade King. To be able to sit in such a position and have such an aura in the 10,000 Herb Hall, only the true boss of the 10,000 Herb Hall, the Bloody Blade King. You're the Bloody Blade King. Wan Gang's voice trembled. His companions around him also trembled. They had all heard of the Bloody Blade King's name. He was a true overlord. He was far from being someone that young Sky Prides like them could compare to. Therefore, Wan Gong hurriedly straightened his posture and said respectfully, "I'm a disciple of the Tiangang sect's Wan family. This is a misunderstanding. I hope that you can give face to the Tiangang sect and the Wan family." Before he could finish, he was interrupted. The Bloody Blade King sat there arrogantly and spoke in a low voice. "Misunderstanding? What misunderstanding? You injured my honored guest here, and you dare say it's a misunderstanding? Also, who do you think you are? How dare you ask me to give you face?" At this point, the sea of blood around them surged. It was like 2 blood dragons that coiled in the air and enveloped Wan Gong and the others. Wan Gong, Hai Yu, and the surrounding Sky Prides all trembled when they sensed this overflowing blood-colored aura. It was too powerful. It was so powerful that they couldn't resist at all. "Nephew Jean, I'll leave it to you to deal with these people." The Bloody Blade King ignored Wan Gong and the others. Instead, he looked at the pale-faced youth in purple. Hearing this, the purple-clothed youth grinned. "Thank you, Bloody Blade King." He stood up and walked over to young Master Shen and the others with a sinister smile. "I've said it before. If you dare to hit me, you won't be able to walk out of the 10,000 Herb Hall today. Do you think I'm just playing with you? Now you're finally in my hands. I won't let you off." I'll torture you to death bit by bit. As he spoke, he pointed at young Master Shin, Wan Gong, and the other sky prides. Their faces were pale and unsightly, as if they were being targeted by a devil. The purple-clothed youth then looked at Hai Yu, Qing Qing, and the black-dressed woman. You little beauties, of course I have to enjoy you. Don't worry. As long as you serve the young master well, I won't kill you. Instead, I'll reward you greatly. The arrogant voice rang out, but no one spoke. This was because the purple-clothed youth's identity wasn't simple. He was the son of the Metal Sword King. Chapter 31:17. Hai Yu was so scared that her face turned pale. Yu Min was so scared that she almost peed her pants. Qing Qing and the black-clothed woman's faces darkened. Qing Qing snorted. I'm from the Qing family. How dare you touch me? Yes, I'm from the Shin family too. If you touch me, the Shin family won't let you off. These prodigies all brought up their families. The names of their families and sects came out one after another, shocking the other kings in the hall. It seemed that this group of people wasn't simple. With them gathered together, it would probably cause quite a bit of damage to the 10,000 herb hall. Therefore, many people looked at the Bloody Blade Monarch. The Bloody Blade Monarch waved his hand, not caring at all. They were just disciples of these large families and sects, not the family heads or sect leaders of these families. Therefore, he wasn't afraid at all. This was because he had the support of an even more powerful figure behind him. Once such a figure appeared, these family heads and sect leaders wouldn't dare to be impudent. Seeing that the Bloody Blade Monarch wasn't moved, Wan Gong and the others' hearts fell into an abyss. For the first time, they realized that their identities were no longer useful. This made them feel a sense of despair. Men, bring these women to the side. Break the men's limbs first. I'll torture them later. The purple-clothed man revealed a sinister smile. Hearing this, the black-armored lord immediately grabbed Qing Qing, the black-clothed woman, Hai Yu, Yu Min, and the others. Let go. These people shouted. They weren't weak, so when they erupted, their auras were terrifying. However, the black-armored army was even more terrifying. Moreover, they were controlling the array formation of the 10,000 herb hall. The runes in the sky were like a galaxy, enveloping these people, making it impossible for them to resist. A man in black armor attacked fiercely like a fiend god. Ka. Instantly, young Master Shen and the young cultivators around him had their legs broken, and they knelt on the ground. Wan Gong was sent flying, spitting out large mouthfuls of blood. However, his legs weren't broken. This is interesting. Heavenly astral body? But it's useless. It's not enough in front of me. The black-armored man shouted coldly, and a large foot came stomping down. The void trembled, and a large pitch-black crack appeared. It was incomparably terrifying. Wan Gong tried his best to block, but he couldn't. This stomp broke both of his legs. Wan Gong kneeled on the ground and screamed like a madman. Also, you come over here as well. The black-armored man looked at Fong Hao again. Fong Hao's face was incomparably pale. He had never imagined that he would be embroiled in such a quarrel just by coming to meet Qing Qing. He was not familiar with these people at all. In fact, this was the first time he had met them. But would these people listen to his explanation? Fong Hao clenched his teeth, the veins on his face bulging. When his legs were broken, he only let out a muffled groan, not a scream. This scene shocked the black-armored man. He didn't expect that even though his cultivation was the weakest, his willpower wasn't bad. However, since you've provoked our 10,000 herb hall, you're dead meat. Fong Hao didn't say a word. Beads of sweat flowed down his body, and his body trembled slightly. At that moment, Qing Qing said, "Release him. He's not familiar with us, he's only passing by." Hearing this, the black-armored man didn't say a word, but the purple-clothed youth laughed. Not familiar? How can I be with you if I'm not familiar with you? What's wrong, little girl? Do you like him? Don't worry, I'll let you have your fill in front of him later. At this point, his gaze kept wandering around Qing Qing's body, and his large hands reached out. It seemed that he couldn't wait any longer. damn it, get lost. Qingqing screamed, but she was bound by the chains formed by the array formation and couldn't resist at all. Damn this guy. Seeing this scene, Fang Hao roared and rushed out, directly shattering the purple-clothed man's large hand. Boom! A large black hole appeared in the void, and Fang Hao retreated with his head broken and bleeding. Seeing this scene, Qingqing screamed. She didn't expect that at the last moment, none of her friends would help her. Only Fang Hao saved her. This touched her heart very much. When the purple-clothed youth saw this scene, he was also furious. Kid, it seems that you really want to die. How dare you interfere in my business? He sent Fang Hao flying with a kick. Fang Hao's bones were broken again, and half of his body was crushed. Clang. The purple-clothed man didn't seem to have vented his anger. He drew his long sword and walked forward. With this sword, Fang Hao's body and soul would definitely be destroyed. Qingqing screamed in grief, while Wan Gong, Hai Yu, and the others trembled. No one dared to go forward to save her. They knew that Fang Hao was dead for sure. At this critical moment, the door of the hall was opened again. This sudden scene caused everyone in the hall to turn their heads and look over. The purple-clothed man frowned, and his long sword stopped in midair. When the black-armored man saw the scene, he shouted coldly, "Didn't I say that no matter what happened, no one was to disturb me? Do you want to die?" The middle-aged deacon who came in trembled. The sea of blood in the sky and the terrifying killing intent in the surroundings wanted to pierce through him. The matter is too important, and I don't dare to make the decision. I can only ask Madame Hua to step in. What's the matter? Madame Hua also frowned and cautiously glanced at the Bloody Blade Monarch. Seeing that the Bloody Blade Monarch didn't stop her, Madame Hua asked again. Madam, someone wants to buy 50 stalks of spiritual herbs that are more than 5,000 years old. Moreover, the goods have already been checked out and are waiting for the final price. I don't dare to make the decision and can only ask Madame Hua. What? When these words came out, all the powerhouses in the hall were stunned. Many of their hands were trembling slightly. Madame Hua squinted her eyes and emitted a piercing cold light. Even the Bloody Blade Monarch was shocked. He asked in a deep voice, 50 stalks of spiritual herbs that were more than 5,000 years old. Who was it that was so generous? Which sect master was it? Only the sect masters of the great sects or the top clans would be able to afford such a price. It's me. Before the middle-aged deacon could speak, a voice came from outside the hall. Following that, a figure walked in. It was a handsome young man in red with fluttering black hair. He slowly walked into the hall with his hands behind his back. When they saw the young man in red, all the powerhouses present were stunned. They didn't recognize such an unfamiliar face. Moreover, wasn't he too young? Wan Gong, Hai Yu, and the others were stunned. What? It's him. They naturally recognized the young man in red. Wasn't he Fang Hao's companion? Did he really want 50 stalks of spiritual herbs that were more than 5,000 years old? What a joke! 50 stalks of king herbs. How could he afford it? These people were about to go crazy. However, looking at the other party's appearance, he seemed to be very calm and confident. Could it be that he was really a genius young master of a great hidden family? When they thought of this, a glimmer of hope rose in their hearts. If he was really such a person, he could definitely contend with the 10,000 herb hall. If that was the case, they would be saved. Brother Lin, you're here? Fang Hao said weakly from the side. Chapter 31:18. At this moment, Fang Hao was in an abnormally miserable state. His legs were broken, and there were many wounds on his body. Fresh blood dyed his body red. It was obvious that he was heavily injured. Who did this to you? Lin Xian asked in a low voice. He was indeed angry. The first person he met on the Origin returning star was Fang Hao. Fang Hao was very honest and had brought him along to search for spirit herbs. He even treated him as a true friend. Lin Xian did not look down on him because he was weak. He was also a true friend. But now, he had only left for a short while, and Fang Hao was beaten to such a state. He absolutely could not tolerate it. At the same time, he saw Wan Gong, young Master Shin, and the others kneeling on the ground. Their legs were broken, and their flesh was badly mangled. It was obvious that these people were not the ones who did it. These people were also injured. Even Qing Qing and the others were imprisoned by the array. It seemed that Fang Hao was implicated. However, before Lin Xian could say anything, Madame Hua, who was in front of him, giggled. So it was this young master. I didn't expect the young master to be so generous. He really wanted to buy 50 stalks of king herbs. I hope the young master can forgive me for my poor judgment. She did not think that Lin Xian had the strength. But now Lin Xian was here and the goods were checked. She knew that no one dared to make such a joke. The other party definitely wanted these 50 stalks of king herbs. This was definitely not an ordinary youth. He definitely had a great background. The Bloody Blade monarch was also stunned. He asked, "Who is this person?" Speaking of which, this young master had some connections with the people kneeling on the ground. They seemed to have come together. The moment these words came out, all the experts in the hall were surprised. Many of their expressions became very interesting. Opposite him, the metal sword monarch's eyes shone with a golden light that enveloped Lin Xian. Little nephew Jean, when the incident happened, was this young master present? The Bloody Blade monarch asked in a low voice. The purple-clothed youth looked at Lin Xian with a trace of surprise in his eyes. He did not have the ability to buy 50 stalks of king herbs. The other party looked younger than him and actually had such wealth. It was really unexpected. However, he shook his head. I don't know this person. Madame Hua and the Bloody Blade monarch heaved a sigh of relief when they heard this. It seemed like there was no enmity between the two sides. The Bloody Blade monarch said with a smile. This young master, 50 king herbs, the price was negotiable. Moreover, he could give the young master a great discount. He could even let the young master take this person away. With that he pointed at Fang Hao. However, it's impossible for the others to leave after scolding the guests who offended me. When these words were spoken, the hearts of Wan Gong and the others sank to the bottom of the ocean. They looked at Fang Hao with envy. Hai Yu, in particular, couldn't believe it. She had always looked down on this young man, but he actually had such an identity. He could buy 50 stalks of king herbs. He could even make the Bloody Blade King give him face. This was something that Wan Gong could not do at all. Thinking of this, Hai Yu was extremely regretful. Wan Gong gritted his teeth so hard that they almost broke. Why? How could this kid be so powerful? He was the genius of the Heavenly Dipper sect, the young master of the Wan clan. They would not be able to contend against the Bloody Blade monarch. Their legs would be broken and they would be slaughtered. But what about the other party? He could actually make the Bloody Blade monarch treat him like this. He was going crazy with jealousy. However, he knew that he could not be jealous. He hurriedly looked at Lin Xian, hoping that he would save him. Hai Yu, who was at the side, was even more excited. Young master, please save me. I'm willing to pay any price. Lin Xian ignored Hai Yu, Wan Gong, and the others. He looked directly at Fang Hao. With a wave of his hand, a green light flew out and enveloped Fang Hao. Instantly, Fang Hao's broken legs and the cracks on his body quickly recovered. This scene shocked the experts in the main hall once again. What a magical ability! It could actually heal a person's injuries. Was this a wood-type martial artist? These people were shocked. Fang Hao felt like he was in a dream. The injuries just now had an extremely strong murderous aura that he could not erase. He could only endure it with great difficulty. However, he did not expect that Lin Xian would heal him with a light wave of his hand. Could it be that the brother Lin he knew was an expert? However, he was only an early-stage 9-star martial artist. He could not see through Lin Xian's strength. Thank you, brother Lin, for saving me. Fang Hao cupped his fists gratefully. Lin Xian smiled. You and I are friends. You don't have to be so polite. Speaking of this, his face turned gloomy. A cold, murderous aura bloomed in his eyes. Not just anyone can touch the friends of Lin Xian. Who was the one who injured you just now? It was... Fang Hao wanted to say something but stopped. He was not an arrogant person. Moreover, he knew that although Lin Xian was strong, he was not strong enough to face the Bloody Blade monarch. Seeing that Fang Hao did not speak, Lin Xian looked at the Bloody Blade Monarch and said loudly, "I'll give you a chance. Tell me who injured my friend and kill him. I can spare your lives." What? As soon as these words came out, everyone was like a bolt from the blue, struck dumb. The Bloody Blade Monarch was stunned. Then he looked up and laughed. The others laughed as well. His voice shook the 9 heavens. Black holes appeared in the sky, and the blood sea surged. Wan Gong, young Master Shin, and the others were stunned. Hai Yu was so scared that her face turned pale. Did this kid want to die? How dare he say such words to the Bloody Blade Monarch? What a reckless brat. Who did he think he was? Did he think he could fight against the Bloody Blade Monarch by buying 50 king herbs? This kid might not be able to buy the king herbs today. He might even lose his life here. As expected, the Bloody Blade Monarch stopped talking. The blood sea on his body turned into 9 dragons and circled behind him. A pair of blood-red eyes stared at Lin Xian. "Kid, what did you just say? You want to kill all of us? Who do you think you are?" The black-armored man sneered. "I know you are rich. You must have an extraordinary identity to be able to buy 50 king herbs. Moreover, that move just now should be from a wood elemental martial artist. May I know which clan you are from? However, even your clan leader wouldn't dare to be so impudent in front of the Bloody Blade Monarch. Hurry up and kneel, kowtow, and apologize. Otherwise, I won't be polite." The black-armored man was the captain of the 10,000 Herb Hall's guards. Previously, he was the one who broke the legs of Fong Hao and the others. At this moment, the black-armored man looked down at Lin Xian from above. Everyone was extremely nervous. Fong Hao exclaimed and wanted to dissuade Lin Xian. However, the next moment he was stunned. Lin Xian looked at the black-armored man, snorted, and raised his hand. A large golden hand descended from the sky. With a bang, the black-armored man was slapped to the ground. Half of the black-armored man's body was instantly turned into a bloody mist. Ah! A wretched scream rang out. It was like a ghost screaming as blood spurted out. Chapter 31:19. The dignified captain of the law enforcement team, a late-stage 9-star powerhouse, was seriously injured by a young man's slap. It was unbelievable. The powerhouses in the hall were stunned. Wan Gong, Hai Yu, and the others' minds went blank. Everything that had happened since Lin Xian's arrival was simply too shocking. Every one of them was like a dream. Now they were even more scared silly. "Damn kid, I'm going to kill you." The black-armored man screamed crazily, and his broken body quickly healed. He got up from the ground and wanted to attack again. However, in the next moment he was crushed by a golden foot again, and his body was torn into pieces. He was firmly trampled on the ground. Lin Xian looked around and said coldly as he stepped on the black-armored man with one foot, "This is your last chance. Whoever did it, stand out and let me kill you. The others can live. Otherwise, all of you will be buried with me." Lin Xian's voice was sonorous, and his killing intent surged and swept through the 9 heavens. At this moment, no one dared to doubt his words. Seeing that no one spoke, Lin Xian stared at the purple-clothed young man. Suddenly, the purple-clothed young man trembled in fear, and the long sword in his hand fell to the ground. However, he still gritted his teeth and roared, "Kid, why are you looking at me? It was me who did it. Kill me if you can. See if my father doesn't slap you to death." His father was an extremely terrifying, invincible king. Even the Bloody Blade King had to be careful, let alone this young man in front of him. As long as his father made a move, he could kill him with a sword. "You did it? Very well." Lin Xian snorted coldly, waved his hand, and grabbed at the purple-clothed young man. "You're courting death." Seeing this, all the kings in the hall were furious. In an instant, 3 of them rushed over. 2 of them protected the purple-clothed young man, and 1 of them attacked Lin Xian. Bang. The purple-clothed young man screamed as he was slapped away. Half of his face was smashed, and his body turned into a bloody mist. The attacker had only managed to attack Lin Xian's illusion. This scene caused an uproar in the hall. The kings all stood up, their killing intent exploding. Wan Gong, Hai Yu, and the others were stupefied. Who was this person? His methods were too powerful. He actually dared to openly oppose the 10,000 herb haul. Madame Hua was so scared that her beautiful face turned pale. The middle-aged deacon was even more stunned. Wasn't he here to buy spirit herbs? Why did they start fighting? He shivered and hid at the side. The bloody blade monarch's eyes shone with a cold light as blood-colored runes spread out from his body. Good kid, how many years has it been since someone dared to attack me? Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Close the door and get into formation. Don't let anyone out. Following the bloody blade monarch's order, the entire hall lit up with countless runes. They were densely packed and emitted a terrifying aura. Boss, should we kill these people? Many kings looked at Wan Gong and the others. The bloody blade monarch said, "Get them out first and watch them carefully. After I kill this kid, I'll deal with these people." Wan Gong and the others had extraordinary statuses, so they could make good use of them. Who knows, they might even be able to extort a huge sum of money from these clans. Therefore, he didn't kill Wan Gong and the others for now. Even Fang Hao was enveloped by the array and sent out of the hall. Only the experts from the Myriad Herb Hall and Lin Xian were left in the hall. Lin Xian didn't care as he left a strand of sword energy in Fang Hao's body. With this sword energy, Fang Hao wouldn't be in danger. As for the lives of the others, he didn't care. "Father, kill him. You must kill him. Take revenge for me." After the purple-clothed youth's body reformed, he went to the fat middle-aged man's side and screamed like a madman. The middle-aged man, who was the metal sword monarch, sat up straight. He didn't attack but looked at the bloody blade monarch. The bloody blade monarch said, "Brother Jean, don't worry. I'll take care of this matter and capture this kid personally. Go. Capture him for me." Following the bloody blade monarch's order, more than a dozen experts quickly attacked and surrounded Lin Xian once more. "Die for me." An old man opened his mouth and spat out a heavenly river. The blue heavenly river was like lightning and contained immense power. The other woman took out an ancient mirror. Countless light runes flew out from the ancient mirror and attacked Lin Xian. Boom! A blue-clothed middle-aged man waved his hand and countless runes interweaved to form a large net that descended from the sky. Rays of light rose as these people attacked with all their strength. More than a dozen invincible kings working together was truly terrifying and could destroy everything. Even the bloody blade monarch and the metal sword monarch might not be able to resist and could only dodge, let alone this kid in front of them. "You don't know what's good for you. You actually dare to bully me." Lin Xian stood with his hands behind his back and smiled as he looked at the divine abilities rushing at him from all directions. These people were all invincible kings. In the eyes of others, they were extremely powerful. But in his eyes, they were nothing. He stretched out a large golden hand and grabbed in all directions. Boom! The overflowing silver river surged in all directions and was directly shattered. The flickering net was also torn to pieces. The ancient mirror was also shattered by Lin Xian with a slap. In just an instant, the offensive divine abilities of more than a dozen invincible kings were all broken. How was this possible? The dozen or so invincible kings were stunned, and their bodies began to tremble. At this moment, the metal sword monarch and the bloody blade monarch also stood up. Their eyes emitted a biting cold light as they stared at Lin Xian. However, what shocked them was yet to come. Lin Xian bent his index finger slightly and then flicked out a sword wave that flew in all directions with him as the center. The invincible kings were enveloped by the sword wave and their bodies were instantly shattered. Corpses fell from the sky as a bloody mist filled the air. It was a scene of hell on earth. Madame Hua was stunned, the purple-clothed youth was stunned, the metal sword monarch was stunned, and the bloody blade monarch was also stunned. Especially the bloody blade monarch and the metal sword monarch, their scalps went numb. Those were more than a dozen invincible kings. How terrifying was it when they attacked together? Even they did not dare to resist and could only rely on their speed to dodge. However, The other party had broken all their divine abilities with a light wave of his hand. And with a light wave of his hand, he had killed these invincible kings. Why did it look like a legend? I said before, don't attack me and don't provoke me. Do you still want to continue? Lin Xian stood with his hands behind his back as he asked indifferently. His voice was not loud, but when it landed in the ears of these people, it was like a clap of thunder that made their bodies tremble. Kid, who exactly are you? The Bloody Blade monarch gritted his teeth and asked. My name is Lin Xian. Lin Xian? I've never heard of you. Which family are you from? Which sect are you from? The Metal Sword monarch also kept roaring. He was really frightened. Such a young man with such means, could he be one of those terrifying existences? But that was impossible. Why would such a genius be here? Why would he be related to Feng Hao and the others? Chapter 31:20. Lin Xian did not reply to their nonsense. Instead, he stared at the purple-clothed youth. Now, you can die obediently. The purple-clothed youth was scared out of his wits. He hurriedly hid behind the Metal Sword King. Father, save me. The purple-clothed youth's voice was trembling. The Metal Sword King snorted. Since you don't want to talk about your origin, don't blame me for being impolite. Although the other party was powerful and had strange methods, he would not stop. This purple-clothed youth was his son. How could he allow someone to attack him in front of him? It had always been him killing others, and this time was no exception. Kid, die for me. The Metal Sword King roared. 36 golden sword lights appeared behind him. The runes on them revolved and exploded with killing intent. As the Metal Sword King waved his arm, the 36 sword lights trembled violently. Each of them was like a pillar supporting the sky, emitting a cold light. These sword lights slashed down together, filling the entire sky. Too powerful. The Metal Sword King's first move was a killing move. He was an expert at the peak of the 9-star level. This attack was even more terrifying than the combined attack of a dozen unparalleled kings. Seeing this scene, the Bloody Blade King laughed. The Metal Sword King's strength was above his expectations. This way, the kid would definitely not be able to block it. The shocking attack enveloped Lin Xian. Lin Xian looked at the surrounding sword lights with disdain. You want to compete with me in sword techniques? Let me show you what a real sword technique is. He stretched out his golden hand and grabbed at the sky. Instantly, he grabbed one of the golden sword lights. Then he waved his arm. Buzz. The originally dazzling golden sword light suddenly erupted with unparalleled light, enveloping the entire heaven and earth. The biting cold aura caused the surrounding array to tremble. How was this possible? The Metal Sword King opened his eyes wide in disbelief. This move of his, the 36 golden lights, was extremely terrifying and incomparable. He had already used it to the extreme. However, one of the sword lights was able to increase its power in the hands of the other party. Moreover, it was far beyond his. The difference between him and the other party was like the difference between an ant and a dragon. This made him despair. With a slash, the remaining 35 sword lights were cut in half. The sky was split into 2 halves. The surrounding formations kept rumbling and shattering. The Metal Sword King was sent flying by the sword. His body was split open, and blood splattered everywhere. It was an abnormally terrifying sight. Impossible! Damn it, I don't believe it! The purple-clothed youth screamed as if he had gone mad. His father had actually been defeated, and had even been split apart. He was about to faint from fright. Bloody Blade King's pupils contracted. Metal Sword King, let's attack together. With a clang, he drew out a long saber. The aura on his body pierced through the clouds. Good. The Metal Sword King's body reassembled, and his fat body quickly became thin, turning into a robust man. At the same time, the aura on his body rapidly erupted, burning his blood essence. The middle-aged man's fat body was used to nourish his blood essence. At critical moments, he would burn it to strengthen himself. Now that he was burning his blood essence, his aura had improved tremendously. Absolute kill. Dazzling heaven and earth. The Metal Sword King bellowed. His body emitted tens of thousands of sword chi, which filled the entire space. Every ray of sword chi was much sharper than the one before. These sword chis kept vibrating and quickly gathered to form a golden sword. It was grabbed by the Metal Sword King. He soared into the sky, piercing through the void. In an instant he had arrived in front of Lin Xian. If this sword pierced through, even an unparalleled king would be destroyed in body and soul. Ha Kidai! Behind him, the purple-clothed youth shouted excitedly. Too weak. Lin Xian shook his head slightly. He stretched out 2 fingers and placed them in front of his forehead. Clang! He actually managed to catch the sword light with both hands. How was this possible? Even Metal Sword King was trembling. This was his strongest attack. He had already burned his blood essence. Even if the Bloody Blade King had been hit, he would have been seriously injured and on the verge of death. However, the other party had actually used 2 fingers to easily block it. Who was this person? Was he not a young man, but an old monster who had lived for thousands of years? Thinking of this, he was extremely terrified. But soon he smiled. Because on the other side, the Bloody Blade King had made his move. The Bloody Blade King had unknowingly appeared behind Lin Xian. The blood-colored saber in his hand slashed down. This saber was surrounded by 9 blood-colored flood dragons. Each of them was like a huge mountain, emitting a vast aura. This saber slash was definitely not weaker than the Metal Sword King's ultimate move. The Bloody Blade King was indeed an ambitious person. His first move was a fatal blow, not giving his opponent any chance to live. Let's see how you die this time. The Bloody Blade King was too excited. His sudden attack was definitely not something his opponent could block. Lin Xian did not block at all. He allowed the saber to slash down. Boom! This saber slashed down on Lin Xian's body, producing a sonorous sound. The Bloody Blade King was overjoyed at first. This saber slash would definitely be able to split his opponent in half. But soon he was stunned. Then he became shocked. His eyes were filled with fear. Even the Metal Sword King looked as if he had seen a ghost. He screamed crazily. This was because they had realized that the Bloody Blade King's blood-colored saber had slashed down on Lin Xian's shoulder. Sparks had filled the sky, and a thunderous sound had been heard. However, Lin Xian was not injured. Not even a drop of blood had flowed. Sneak attack me? Do you think you can succeed? Lin Xian did not even turn his head. His body only shook slightly. With a clang, the blood-colored saber was broken in half. Bang, bang, bang. The Bloody Blade King kept retreating. He was trembling and his eyes were filled with fear. Who the hell are you? He was really stunned. His saber was absolutely terrifying, yet his opponent was actually unharmed? What kind of physique was that? He had never heard of it before. The Metal Sword King's body was also trembling. What kind of existence were they trying to assassinate? This was definitely a terrifying genius that they could not comprehend. He wanted to escape. However, would he be able to escape? Lin Xian gently waved his finger. Immediately, the golden light sword formed by tens of thousands of sword auras began to shatter. The Metal Sword King discovered that cracks had also appeared on one of his arms, and they were spreading to his entire body. With a loud bang, it exploded with a loud bang. Ah! The Metal Sword King screamed crazily. He wanted to escape, but he was destroyed by Lin Xian with a finger. Even his soul could not escape. No! The purple-clothed youth screamed crazily and fainted from fear. The Bloody Blade King knelt on the ground with a plop and kowtowed non-stop. Young master, don't kill me. I was blind and offended you. Please spare my life. He knocked his head on the ground, and it was like a clap of thunder. Don't kill you? Give me a reason not to kill you. Lin Xian turned around and looked down at the other party. He was like a high and mighty deity that controlled everything. The Bloody Blade King raised his head. When he saw those emotionless eyes, his soul trembled. The next moment he slashed out with his saber and split the purple-clothed youth in half. This kid dared to provoke you, my young master's friend. I have long found him an eyesore. Now I will kill him. Please spare my life. Chapter 31:21. Of course not. The Bloody Blade monarch knelt on the ground, looking even more respectful. He smiled fawningly and said, "The 50 stalks of king medicines that young master wants, I will give them to young master for free." If anyone else had been there and heard this, they would have been scared silly. 50 king herbs. That was a huge sum of wealth, yet the Bloody Blade monarch was giving it away. However, Lin Xian was still unmoved. 50 king herbs? He was indeed tempted, but it wasn't enough. Originally, he had wanted to uproot the 10,000 herb hall after injuring my companion. Did he think he could uproot the entire 10,000 herb hall with just 50 king herbs? To be honest, Lin Xian didn't care about this. These were about 5,000 years old, so they could only be called small king herbs. A real king medicine was worth 8,000 yuan or even 10,000 years of age. The 10,000 herb hall probably didn't even have such an existence. The value of one king herb far exceeded these 50 king herbs. The Bloody Blade monarch almost despaired when he heard Lin Xian's words. Even 50 king herbs couldn't quell the other party's anger? Was he really going to die here today? On the other hand, Madame Hua screamed and came back to her senses. She hurriedly crawled over. "Young master, I know that you are collecting a lot of spirit herbs. The 10,000 herb hall can definitely help you collect them. We will do it for free." Yes, the 10,000 herb hall is willing to help you collect all kinds of spirit herbs for free. The Bloody Blade monarch seemed to have grasped at a life-saving straw. Lin Xian, on the other hand, looked at them with a half-smile on his face. Really? Were they really willing to do this? I'm afraid they couldn't make the decision, right? The 10,000 herb hall was able to stand tall in Giant Armor City because of you, the Bloody Blade monarch. That was indeed the case. The Bloody Blade monarch was powerful enough to dominate Giant Armor City. However, the cloud returning planet was so big that Lin Xian didn't think there weren't any exceptional experts here. To be honest, there are indeed some mysterious existences behind the 10,000 herb hall. Have you heard of the Green Hills Qi family? The 10,000 herb hall was the property of the Qi family's fourth master. At this critical moment, the Bloody Blade monarch finally revealed the power behind him. The Green Hills Qi family? Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. He had just arrived on Return Cloud Planet, so he naturally did not know about the Qi family. The Bloody Blade monarch seemed to see the doubt in Lin Xian's eyes. He was equally shocked. How could anyone not know about the Qi family? The other party should be from one of the top clans as well. Naturally, he would know about the Green Hill Qi clan. However, he didn't dare to ask. He could only explain that the school of weaponry was very famous in the northern continent, and it wasn't any weaker than the great sects of the Holy Lands. Was it a great sect-level family? No wonder he was able to support the 10,000 herb hall. Now that he thought about it, it was indeed possible. "Are you threatening me by bringing up the Qi family?" Lin Xian said indifferently. He was no longer afraid of the Qi clan. If it was in the past, he wouldn't have been able to contend against the major sects of the Holy Lands. But things were different now. This was the Cloud Return Planet, and he had nothing to worry about. With his strength, only the foundations and fossils of the great sects of the Holy Lands could threaten him. He really didn't care about the other people like the elders and the sect master. Moreover, he wasn't stupid. Once those living fossils made a move, he could just leave Returning Cloud Planet. Hence, Lin Xian wouldn't show any mercy here. "I naturally don't dare to threaten you. I just don't want to cause trouble for you." The Bloody Blade King tried to get on Lin Fan's good side. "Whatever young master needs, just tell me and I will definitely get it done." Madame Huan nodded furiously. They knew that Lin Xian had killed the Metal Sword Monarch with a raise of his hand. Killing them would be as easy as flipping his hand. "All right, I'll spare your lives." Lin Xian waved his hand and threw out a jade slip. "Collect as many spirit herbs as there are in it." Madame Hua and the Bloody Blade Monarch hurriedly sent their souls into it. But in the next moment, they fainted. There were so many spirit herbs. There were more than 1,000 types. Moreover, they had never even heard of many of them. Who was this person? Why was he collecting so many spirit herbs? Could he be an alchemist? Lin Xian ignored them. Instead, he said coldly, Collect as many as you can. I'll come and get them when the time comes. Also, don't try to play tricks or use other methods to deal with me. I'm not an existence you can understand. If you provoke me, I'll destroy the Qi family. Lin Xian wasn't wrong. With the current Qi family, only the living fossils and the dormant foundation were his opponents. However, the other elders weren't his opponents. If they provoked him, he would kill all the disciples and elders. Leaving only the living fossils behind was almost the same as destroying the Qi family. Furthermore, Lin Xian wasn't worried about these spirit herbs spreading. Just by looking at these spirit herbs, no one would be able to guess what he was going to refine. He wouldn't tell anyone the real recipe. Hearing this, the Bloody Blade monarch was stunned. Then he reacted. With a suction force, a storage ring on the ground flew into his hand. He then respectfully raised it above his head. "Young master, please." Lin Xian nodded slightly. He took the storage ring and put it away. Inside were the 55,000-year-old spirit herbs he had chosen. As for the rest, he would let these people collect them. When the time came, he would take them. He turned and walked into the distance. Behind him, the Bloody Blade monarch and Madame Hua hurriedly stood up and respectfully followed behind Lin Xian. Outside, Wan Gong, Hai Yu, and the others had ugly expressions. Fong Hao was anxiously waiting. "Brother Lin, nothing must happen to you." Fong Hao prayed in his heart. Hai Yu and Wan Gong snorted. Nothing must happen to him? He's definitely dead. After offending the Bloody Blade monarch, it would be difficult for him to walk out alive. I thought he was a genius young master who could take us away. I didn't expect him to be a reckless fool. Hai Yu also shook her head. The others' faces were ashen. It seemed that they were really dead this time. Buzz. The door of the hall opened and a figure walked out. "It's over. He's here to kill us." Many of the prodigies closed their eyes. Hai Yu and the others were pale with fright. However, in the next moment, they heard Wan Gong roar. "What? It's you. How is this possible? How can you not be dead?" He was so shocked that it was as if he had seen a ghost. His entire body was drenched in cold sweat. When the others heard this, they opened their eyes. What happened? What could make Wan Gong so shocked? They looked in that direction and were all dumbstruck. This was probably the greatest shock they had ever experienced in their lives. The person who walked out was Lin Xian. He was spotless and had his hands behind his back. He wasn't injured at all. He's not dead? And he's not injured at all. How is this possible? Could it be that the Bloody Blade monarch didn't attack him? But how is this possible? Lin Xian had offended the Bloody Blade monarch in public. It was already good enough that he wasn't killed for 100 years. But how did he come out alive? Chapter 31:22. However, what shocked them even more was yet to come. That was because after Lin Xian came out, two more figures walked out. It was Madame Hua and the Bloody Blade monarch. However, at this moment, the two of them no longer had their previous arrogance and dignity. They followed behind Lin Xian respectfully as if they were his servants. This scene made everyone feel like they were dreaming. The black armored army in charge of guarding the area were also stunned. Someone even shouted coldly, "Damn brat, why did you come out? Go and die." That person's attack was only halfway through when it was shattered by a blood-colored blade light. It was the Bloody Blade monarch. He shouted coldly, "You're courting death. How dare you attack young Master Lin? Kneel." Hearing this, the surrounding black armored army all knelt on the ground, trembling. Their boss, the Bloody Blade monarch, was furious. The Bloody Blade monarch smiled apologetically at Lin Xian. "Young Master Lin, I'm sorry. I didn't recognize you and disturbed you. Yes. I'll get someone to prepare the best banquet to entertain young Master Lin." Madame Hua also smiled apologetically. If she wasn't afraid of Lin Xian, she would have stuck her entire body to him. In front, Wan Gong, Hai Yu, young Master Xin, and the others all had their mouths wide open. Were they dreaming? Were they under an illusion? The great Bloody Blade monarch was actually speaking in such a servile manner? What did this Lin Xian do? Who was he? Even Qingqing and the woman in black were stunned. Feng Hao was even more stunned. He felt like he was dreaming. The Bloody Blade monarch continued, "What are you waiting for? Quickly remove the array for these people." Previously, he had heard Madame Hua say that Lin Xian had come with these people. They should be companions. Hence, he naturally had to release these people now. Hearing this, Hai Yu, Wan Gong, and the others were overjoyed. Were they saved? That was great. Young Master Shin, Yu Min, and the others felt as if they had just survived a disaster. Lin Xian naturally didn't say anything about this. These people were still useful to him. Lin Xian turned to look at the Bloody Blade King. The Bloody Blade monarch hurriedly said, "Don't worry, young master. I will do my best to prepare and will not disappoint you." "That's good." Lin Xian nodded and looked at Feng Hao. "Let's go." As he spoke, he walked forward. Feng Hao quickly followed beside him. Seeing this, the others also sped up and left the 10,000 Herbs Hall as if they were fleeing. After leaving the 10,000 Herb Hall, everyone finally heaved a sigh of relief. Among them, Feng Hao was very excited. "Brother Lin, you're fine. That's great. Thank you for your help." He knew that the reason Lin Xian had clashed with the people of 10,000 Herb Hall was all because of him. Therefore, he was extremely sensitive. Qing and the woman in black also walked over to pay their respects, thanking young Master Lin for helping. Lin Xian nodded slightly. Around them, Hai Yu, young Master Shin, Wan Gong, and the others had complicated expressions on their faces. To be honest, they were incomparably surprised. Before this, they had never taken Lin Xian seriously. However, they did not expect Lin Xian to have such great power to make the Bloody Blade monarch bow. It could be said that they were saved because of this person in front of them. However, it was really difficult for them to thank Lin Xian and the others. They were used to being high and mighty. When had they ever been so grateful to someone of the same age? Therefore, everyone looked at Wan Gong. Because Wan Gong was their leader. Wan Gong took a deep breath and cupped his fists. "Thank you very much this time. May I know which sect young Master Lin is from? I, Wan Gong, will definitely visit and thank you someday." "Visit and thank you?" Lin Xian smiled and said, "Don't worry, all of you have a chance to repay me." What did he mean? Wan Gong frowned slightly. "That's right, kid, don't go too far." Young Master Shin snorted coldly. The others were also unhappy. They had already thanked him. What more did he want? What did he mean? "You were all going to die, but I saved you from the Bloody Blade monarch. Now your lives are mine." What? Everyone was stunned when they heard this. Wan Gang's face turned cold. "What did you say? Our lives are yours? What a joke. Did you think that the Bloody Blade monarch would dare to attack us just because we were captured?" "That's right." Hai Yu also screamed. "If he wanted to kill us, he would have done so long ago. Why did he have to trap us? I'm afraid that he wants to benefit from us. He just wants to make our family bleed. He doesn't dare to kill us." The others also responded. Now that they thought about it, that was indeed the case. "It seems that you guys are really reckless." Lin Xian's eyes suddenly shone with a cold light. Then, countless phantoms appeared, densely packed together. The next moment, miserable screams rang out. Wan Gong, Hai Yu, young Master Shin, and the surrounding people all screamed. Other than Feng Hao, the woman in black, and Qing, everyone else knelt on the ground again. Their legs were broken and turned into a bloody mist, no longer existing. "Damn it, you dare to break my legs? I'll kill you. Our family will not let you off." Screams rang out one after another. Wan Gong felt his scalp go numb. The nightmare had appeared again. Previously, at the 10,000 Herb Hall, their legs had been broken by the black-armored captain. Who would have thought that they would suffer the same fate again? Moreover, what shocked Wan Gong even more was that the other party's strength was so strong. He had completely surpassed them. Who was this person? At the side, Qing and the woman in a black dress also opened their little mouths wide and had extremely shocked expressions. Feng Hao was also stunned. Then he laughed bitterly. It turned out that Lin Xian was so strong. The two kings that the Blood River sect had chased down that day were probably killed by him. In front, Lin Xian stood with his hands behind his back, as if he had done something insignificant. He looked at the wailing scene in front of him and said coldly, "If you dare to scream again, I'll kill you all." Immediately, everyone in front of him did not dare to make a sound. Even Wan Gong clenched his teeth without uttering a single sound. This was because he did not doubt that the other party would dare to do so. Moreover, they were in Great Armor City, which was too close to the 10,000 Herb Hall. If the other party called the Bloody Blade Lord out, he would kill them. At that time, they would not be able to resist at all. "What do you want?" Wan Gong gritted his teeth and said. Lin Xian laughed. "Smart. What's the use of keeping you alive? You've been mocking me since the beginning. Do you really think I don't know? I saved you, but you're not grateful? You still want to push me down on my head? There's no such thing in this world." As he said that, he waved his hand. A jade slip appeared in the air, and countless information poured into the minds of these people. Remember, each of you must collect at least 50 of the spiritual herbs inside, and they must not be less than 5,000 years old. You have 3 months to prepare. When the time comes, I'll personally come to collect them. At this point, Lin Xian put away the jade slip. At the same time, a ball of 9 suns divine fire danced on his finger, then turned into countless flames and entered the glabella of Wan Gong and the others. Chapter 31-23. What? How dare you threaten us? Hi, you screamed. Young Master Shen roared. Damn brat, I'll fight you to the death. Lin Xian snorted coldly. Suddenly, countless flames appeared on young Master Shen's body and enveloped him. Young Master Shen screamed. Damn it, get lost. With a cold shout, a blue gourd rushed out from the top of his head. Countless Milky Way flew out and formed a monstrous sea. It enveloped him and tried to extinguish the flames. However, he realized that he could not do it. No matter how many magical powers he used, the flames continued to burn. With a plop, young Master Shen knelt on the ground. I was wrong. Forgive me. I'll definitely help you prepare the spiritual herbs. As soon as he finished speaking, the flames merged into his body and disappeared. Young Master Shen fell to the ground. His body was charred black. The smell of barbecued meat filled the air. The armor on his body, the defensive jade pendant, and the necklace were all shattered. Everyone was stunned. Those who were kneeling on the ground started to tremble. Demon. This young man was simply a demon. What kind of means was this? It was simply a miracle. Originally, they wanted to join forces with Wan Gong to kill him. But now, they did not dare to do so. Just a look from him could set them on fire. If he wanted to kill them, it would be as easy as blowing off dust. Damn it. It's the flames he planted in our bodies. Wan Gong clenched his fists. It seemed that he could only agree to the other party's request. After leaving, he would look for his family and sect to find a solution. Therefore, these people all said obediently, "Don't worry, young Master Lin. We'll do our best to find the spiritual herbs for you." Lin Xian nodded and said again, "Also, Feng Hao is my brother. I don't want him to be in any danger in the future. If Feng Hao is hurt, I won't forgive you. Of course, I won't do it. But the Bloody Blade King will do it for me." Hearing this, everyone trembled again. It seemed that the last trace of revenge was gone. All right, get lost. Lin Xian waved his hand and blew Wan Gong and the others into the sky. Then, he turned to look at Feng Hao. Let's go and have a drink. Feng Hao froze for a moment, then followed Lin Xian excitedly. Qing Qing and the woman in black were also stunned. However, they soon heard Lin Xian's voice. Both of you, don't just stand there. Come over together. The two of them were also overjoyed and followed after him. Wan Gong, Hai Yu, young Master Shen, and the others were blown away. Then, they quickly recovered their legs and left Giant Armor City as if they were fleeing from something. They had to return to their respective clans and sects to discuss how to deal with the situation. They had all seen the information that Lin Xian had given them. Moreover, he had requested for them to be at least 5,000 years old. This was a sky-high price. Although they were all big clans, to come up with such a spirit medicine at the very least, they would have to use a large amount of their clan's financial resources. They weren't the patriarchs of their families, they were just members of the younger generation. They didn't even know if their families would do this for them. Furthermore, no one would be willing to hand over these king medicines to the other party for free. Especially people like Wan Gong and Hai Yu, they were even more unwilling. Therefore, they had to quickly find a solution. It would be best if they could get rid of the flames in their bodies. This way, the other party wouldn't be able to threaten them anymore. On the other side, in the Thousand Herb Hall. In the magnificent hall, corpses and blood were still there. However, at this moment, a few more figures were standing there. Two of them were the Bloody Blade Monarch and Madame Hua. The other figures were the experts who had just arrived at the Thousand Herb Hall to look for their elders. When they saw the countless kings' corpses in the hall, their scalps went numb. What kind of battle had happened just now? Why didn't they sense it? One had to know that although a battle between kings was protected by a formation, it would still be earth-shattering. Especially when so many kings attacked together. They would probably tear down the entire Thousand Herb Hall. However, they didn't even sense a trace of energy. Therefore, there was only one possibility: instant kill. Thinking of this, their scalps went numb. In front, Madame Hua looked at the Bloody Blade Monarch and asked carefully, "My lord, what should we do? Should we report this to the Qi clan? Let the Qi clan send experts to kill that kid." Nonsense. The Bloody Blade Monarch suddenly exploded, and a sea of blood surged from his body. Madame Hua was so frightened that she knelt on the ground, trembling. The Bloody Blade Monarch was like a demonic god as he said coldly, "You all saw what happened today. A young man instantly killed more than a dozen kings and defeated the Metal Sword Monarch in one move. Do you think such a person is simple? How could such a person be an ordinary person? Although we are backed by the Qi family, to put it bluntly, we are just dogs of the Qi family. If we really offend an earth-shattering figure, will the Qi clan risk their lives for us?" Madame Hua almost fainted when she heard this. The other elders also fell silent. That was indeed the case. Their Thousand Herb Hall was a tyrant in Giant Armor City. They were even infamous in other cities. However, in the eyes of the Qi clan, they were too insignificant. For an existence like the Qi clan, it would be easy for them to kill them. Not to mention the Qi clan, even Lin Xian, who had just left, could kill them easily. It would probably be as easy as blowing off dust. "My lord, don't worry. I understand. I won't dare say such things again." Madame Hua begged for mercy. The Bloody Blade Monarch snorted coldly. "Get up. Things happened too suddenly. I don't blame you for having such thoughts." As he spoke, he fell silent. He, the Bloody Blade Monarch, was only a rogue cultivator in the past. However, he was able to stand above so many geniuses. What did he rely on? It wasn't his talent or hard work. It was his ability to see through people. With this ability, he relied on countless people and finally managed to climb up the Qi clan's branch. That was how he obtained his current status. Now, the feeling that Lin Xian gave him was too dangerous. He had lived for a few hundred years and naturally knew that this young man was too terrifying and had unparalleled potential. He was definitely a true dragon that couldn't be provoked. He had to treat him carefully. Otherwise, he would probably die without a burial ground. Pass down the order. Send someone to protect Feng Hao in secret. They couldn't let anything happen to him. He could see that Feng Hao was Lin Xian's friend. Previously, it was because Feng Hao was injured that Lin Xian went against the entire Thousand Herb Hall. He couldn't detect the whereabouts of someone like Lin Xian. Furthermore, he didn't dare to do so. Therefore, the only way he could curry favor with Lin Xian was to protect Feng Hao and even give him many benefits. The elders beside him frowned. They didn't know where this kid came from. We have heard of most of the geniuses on the cloud returning planet. However, this person before us seems very unfamiliar. We don't know. The Bloody Blade Monarch shook his head. Perhaps our qualifications are too low and we can't understand the top level. Chapter 31-24. That was indeed the case. Everyone sighed. Although they were powerful, the cloud returning planet was too big. Their myriad herb hall was nothing. Not to mention the 10,000 herb hall. Even though the Qi family behind them was a colossus, they weren't the best. There were still other families that were stronger than the Qi family. Furthermore, there was another possibility. The Bloody Blade monarch spoke again. The other elders were puzzled. What possibility? He might not be from the cloud returning planet. What? As soon as he said that, the elders trembled and almost knelt on the ground in fright. Madame Hua almost fainted from fright. If he wasn't from the cloud returning planet, could he be from another planet? I'm just guessing. However, many unfamiliar faces have come to the cloud returning planet recently. You have to know that the ancient starry sky path has already opened. The cloud returning planet is a very important stop. It's not strange for geniuses from other planets to come here. If he really is a genius who has stepped onto the ancient starry sky path, you should know how to treat him. The elders were covered in cold sweat. Of course they knew. A genius who had stepped onto the ancient starry sky path was walking the path of a great emperor. All of them were top-notch geniuses. If they provoked such a person, they wouldn't even know how they died. After knowing how terrifying Lin Xian was, the Bloody Blade monarch and the others were even more in awe. Therefore, they hurried to take action. First, they sent people to secretly protect Fang Hao. Secondly, they had to do their best to collect the spirit herbs that Lin Xian had left behind. Of course, the Bloody Blade monarch still had to make a trip to the Qi family to report what had happened. On the other side, the four of them were seated in an exquisite and antique private room. There were 2 men and 2 women. They were Lin Xian's group. The woman in the black dress and Qingqing were sizing up Lin Xian with curious eyes. Through their conversations along the way, Lin Xian had learned that the woman in the black dress was called Nailin Yanran. Nailin Yanran seemed to be very interested in Lin Xian. She kept beating around the bush, but in the end, she still couldn't figure out where Lin Xian had come from. "Young Master Lin, what are your plans?" Nailin Yanran asked softly. Qingqing and Fang Hao were also watching nervously. Lin Xian drummed his fingers on the table, producing a rhythmic sound. "Next, I will continue to collect spiritual herbs. I need a lot of spiritual herbs, about 1,000 types. Moreover, the years needed were also relatively old, so they had to do their best to collect them. Of course, there was one more thing, but it was up to fate. That is, I'm looking for a furnace." "Furnace? Could it be that young Master Lin is an alchemist?" Qingqing cried out. Nailin Yanran's eyes also lit up. Fang Hao was even more shocked. Alchemist was an occupation that was closely related to martial arts. It had always been sought after by many martial artists. Those alchemy grandmasters were treated as honored guests by the major families. After all, medicinal pills were seriously too important to martial artists. Regardless of whether it was recovery, treatment, breakthroughs, or survival, it could be used at any time. "That's right, I am indeed an alchemist." Lin Xian nodded. In his opinion, this might be a very good identity. Moreover, it would help him to collect the spirit herbs he needed faster. No wonder. Nailin Yanran and the others were shocked. No wonder Lin Xian wanted to collect so many spiritual herbs. It turned out that he was an alchemist. "All right, young Master Lin, if you want a furnace, maybe I know a place." Nailin Yanran suddenly said. "But what place?" Lin Xian raised his eyebrows. He did need a furnace. Previously, he had the 1,000-beast cauldron, but it was not enough now. Most of the pills he refined were for invincible kings. In the future, he would even refine pills for half-saints and sages. Therefore, he had to find a new furnace. The Void Divine Furnace was indeed good, but with Lin Xian's current strength, he could not control it. A few months later, there would be a grand event. At that event, some treasures would be introduced. Among them, there was a furnace that was said to be very impressive. Are you talking about the Tianfang Pavilion? I know about it too. At that time, it would probably attract countless alchemists, experts, and geniuses. It was a grand event. Qingqing said from the side. Fang Hao nodded. Obviously, they all knew about it. The Tianfang Pavilion? Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. It seemed that he would have to make a trip there when the time came. Everyone chatted until late at night. The next day, Lin Xian bade farewell to the three of them. After all, both sides had their own things to do. Lin Xian also wanted to take a look around the cloud returning planet. Brother Lin, goodbye. Fang Hao looked at Lin Xian, his heart filled with emotions. On the other hand, Nailin Yanran waved her small hand. Young Master Lin, see you at the Tianfang Pavilion. Lin Xian waved his hand, turned into a flash of sword light, and disappeared into the sky. Then he summoned the little white monkey. This guy's treasure hunting ability was unparalleled. The little white monkey controlled the treasure bowl and pointed in a direction. Lin Xian increased his speed. A few days later, he stopped. Below was an endless dark swamp. Lin Xian used his heavenly secret god eyes and could sense the many auras coming from below. Among them, there were many auras that made him feel refreshed. It seemed that this was really a treasure trove. His figure flashed, and he brought the little white monkey into the forest below. In the dark swamp below, there were countless figures moving. These people were all invincible kings. There were dozens of them. The leader was a cold-looking woman in white. She was very eye-catching in the dark swamp. Second miss, we've been walking for many days, but we still haven't found it. Is the news fake? An old man beside her frowned and asked. The woman in white called Second Miss said coldly, continue searching. Even if it takes 8 to 10 years, you must find it. Hearing this, the invincible kings behind her sped up. There was even a majestic array in the sky that spread out in all directions as they moved. There was an ancient mirror above the woman in white's head. It shone in all directions and emitted thousands of auras. It was obvious that they were looking for something. The woman in white was called Qi Xiu. She was the little princess of the Qi family and had a high status. This time, she came to the dark swamp to find a spirit medicine called the sky silkworm fruit. This was because an old ancestor of the Qi family was seriously injured, and it was getting worse. If he couldn't be cured, he would probably die in less than 10 years. This was an outcome that the Qi family didn't want to see. However, the Qi family had searched for countless methods over the years, but they couldn't cure the old ancestor. Recently, Qi Xiu saw in an ancient book that there might be hope for the sky silkworm fruit. Therefore, she asked around and finally found a trace of information. In the depths of the dark swamp, there was a sky silkworm fruit. Therefore, Qi Xiu brought a large number of invincible kings to search for it. However, they had been searching for a month and hadn't found it. The dark swamp was too vast. If they searched aimlessly, they probably wouldn't be able to finish searching in a few years. Fortunately, Qi Xiu was the little princess of the Qi family and had many treasures in her hands. Therefore, she was confident that she could greatly reduce the search time. Buzz buzz buzz. Chapter 31-25. What's going on? The invincible kings stopped and were bewildered. Qi Xiu was overjoyed. There was a reaction. It seemed that the sky silkworm fruit was nearby. Increase the range. She shouted and formed a seal with her palms. The ancient mirror above her head suddenly erupted with light, and beams of light shot out in all directions. The others looked on with joy. Was there finally going to be a result? It's on the left. Follow me. The group of people quickly attacked, tore through the void, and flew into the distance. In front of them, a white light lit up. It was exceptionally eye-catching in the dark swamp, so Qi Xiu saw it in an instant. There it was. Judging from its shape, it really seemed to be the sky silkworm fruit. Many invincible kings behind also saw it. Although it was only a glance, they would not be mistaken. It was a white fruit that looked like a silkworm lying there. In an instant, it disappeared into the darkness. Great, I finally found it. Qi Xiu was very happy. Her figure flickered and rushed forward. However, in the next moment, her expression changed, and she quickly dodged to the side. A strange roar came from the darkness ahead. Then, the void broke open, and more than 10 black shadows rushed out. Accompanying them was a demonic aura that blotted out the sky and covered the earth. Suddenly, a violent wind blew, sand and rocks flew, and lightning interweaved around. It was a terrifying scene of destruction. Not good, It's a demonic beast. The invincible kings behind them also changed their expressions. Hurry up and attack. An old man roared and slashed out with the long sword in his hand. Boundless sword chi swept out like the Milky Way and slashed forward. The other invincible kings also attacked with all kinds of divine abilities. The void was torn open, and the darkness rolled. The dozen or so black shadows also appeared in front of everyone. There were more than a dozen bats, and each of them was a 9-star demonic beast king. A gentle flap of their wings was enough to destroy mountains and rivers. Not good, it's the soul-devouring bats. Everyone be careful, Chi Siu shouted in a low voice. She also pulled out a silver longsword and swept it in all directions. The other invincible kings also moved quickly. In an instant, an earth-shattering battle broke out. On the other side, a red figure descended into the dark swamp. It was Lin Xian. The little white monkey standing on his shoulder was very excited. The treasure bowl above its head shone with a mysterious light. From time to time, it would snatch spiritual fruits and spiritual herbs from the air. One's own line, the little white monkey was very happy. Lin Xian activated his Tianji God eyes and scanned his surroundings. As his soul dispersed, his brows suddenly twitched. There was a chaotic energy ahead. It seemed like there was a battle going on. A dragon image appeared under his feet, carrying him as he quickly flew forward. Up ahead, the divine abilities that filled the sky disappeared, and a bloody mist drifted about. More than 10 soul-devouring bats were smashed to pieces, and their corpses fell into the swamp and were swallowed up. Chi Siu heaved a sigh of relief. She had brought more than 30 invincible kings with her this time, and all of them were powerful. A dozen soul-devouring bats were nothing in their eyes. Boom! After dealing with these soul-devouring bats, Chi Siu and the rest continued forward. However, in the next moment, an earth-shattering sound rang out. Immediately after, a violent force once again came from the darkness ahead. It made one's soul tremble and want to kneel down. Not good. Chi Siu stopped, and the 30 invincible kings behind her also looked serious. There were also demonic beasts. They knew that there were powerful demonic beasts guarding around the treasures. They thought that there were only a dozen soul-devouring bats before. Now, it seemed that it was not that simple. In the darkness, there was an even more terrifying existence. Boom, boom. A deep sound rang out, and the roar was like 100,000 thunder descending. An enormous figure walked out from the crowd. Not good, it was the demonic lightning ape. That was an extinct mutated species of heaven and earth. Why would it appear here? The old man's pupils constricted. Chi Siu also became nervous. The demonic lightning ape was an extremely terrifying demonic beast king. Its physique was strong, and it could use the violent power of thunder. It had already gone extinct in the outside world. Who would have thought that there would be one hidden in this dark swamp? Don't worry, second miss, we have more people this time. Even if it's a mutated species of heaven and earth, so what? A middle-aged man snorted coldly. He had a long spear in his hand that was as ferocious as a dragon, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. With a cold snort, the long spear swept out, turning into an eternal light that flew out. The spear pierced through the 9 heavens, and countless runes danced in the air, piercing towards the demonic lightning ape's head. Boom! A hint of disdain appeared in the demonic lightning ape's huge eyes. It opened its mouth and spat out a gust of demonic wind. A powerful storm tore the heavens and earth apart, and it actually shattered the spear light into pieces. Not good, quickly defend. The expressions of the invincible kings and Chi Siu changed. They all activated their king domains to cover their bodies. Boom, boom, boom. Earth-shattering collision sounds rang out. They felt as if 100,000 mountains had smashed onto their bodies, causing their bodies to tremble. These people kept retreating, and the blood in their bodies churned. Damn it, how could this beast be so strong? One of the invincible kings had an ugly expression. The others were even more frightened. Just a gust of demonic wind had caused them to suffer minor injuries. If they really fought, they were afraid that they would not be a match for the other party. As expected of an extinct mutated species of heaven and earth, it was indeed strong. Chi Xiu gripped the long sword in her hand tightly, turned her head, and said in a delicate voice, "Everyone, success or failure depends on this. Don't worry, second miss, we have already prepared. That's right, with that array, we can definitely kill this beast." Voices rang out one after another. Chi Xiu nodded. She was not too worried because they had a set of array in their hands. With more than 30 invincible kings working together to use this array, the power of the array would definitely be beyond imagination. No matter how strong the thunder demonic ape was, it would not be able to withstand it. Buzz, buzz. More than 30 invincible kings quickly formed the array. Array runes appeared under their feet and spread out in the dark swamp. A terrifying and ferocious aura completely enveloped the thunder demonic ape. Roar! The thunder demonic ape also roared, shaking the 9 heavens. The endless swamp cracked open, and the space kept shattering. He felt threatened, so he took the initiative to attack. Boom! A huge black claw fell from the sky, bringing with it a sky full of thunder. It smashed down like a thunderhammer. Suddenly, the array runes kept flickering. More than 30 invincible kings roared and instantly counterattacked. In the sky, 2 balls of energy collided rapidly and then exploded. The vast darkness was completely boiling. In the distance, Lin Xian was flying. Suddenly, he felt a violent energy fluctuation in front of him, and a piercing light burst out from his eyes. What a violent aura! It was much stronger than before. He wondered who it was. He stomped his feet and increased his speed again. Not long after, he saw an intense battle in front of him. Although the energy was violent, he could see it clearly with his heavenly secret god eyes. A black ape as tall as a mountain was constantly attacking, and each attack was accompanied by monstrous thunder. Chapter 31:26. Of course, he knew about these exotic beasts. Wu Ji on his shoulder, the little white monkey curled its lips in disdain, as if it didn't take the demonic thunder ape seriously at all. Lin Xian smiled and rubbed the little guy's head, then looked into the distance again. There were more than 30 figures around the demonic thunder ape, and they were all connected by a formation. Terrifying sword chi, tsunamis, and flames soared into the sky, bombarding the demonic thunder ape. It was a very powerful formation with more than 30 invincible kings working together. It seemed like they were a powerful force. Were these people hunting the demonic thunder ape? However, it made sense. After all, it was a rare exotic beast. Lin Xian's eyes flickered. Suddenly, a piercing light burst out from his eyes. No, I can feel another aura. The little white monkey also flew up and floated in the air. It looked around and scratched its ears and cheeks. Buzz. Golden runes flashed in Lin Xian's eyes, and they could pierce through the 9 heavens and the earth. Suddenly, he saw a white fruit in the endless darkness. It was like a silkworm lying there. What's that? His heart beat wildly. Sky silkworm fruit. There was a sky silkworm fruit here. He was too excited because the sky silkworm fruit was an extremely important spiritual herb for refining the Saint Breakthrough Pill. Previously, he couldn't find it in the 1,000 Herb Hall. He originally thought that he would have to spend a lot of time and effort to get news of the Sky Silkworm Kingdom. He didn't expect to find one here. Moreover, judging from the aura and appearance of the Sky Silkworm fruit, it should be quite old, at least 5,000 years old. He had to get his hands on it. Lin Xian's eyes were burning, and the little white monkey beside him was also making noises. However, Lin Xian smiled and said, "Little guy, I can't let you eat this. I'll find another spiritual fruit for you." The little white monkey let out a breath, looking very unhappy. However, it soon nodded and stretched out a little paw, as if it was bargaining with Lin Xian. Lin Xian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "All right, I'll brew some supreme-grade spiritual wine for you." This little fellow was a drunkard. The little white monkey's expression was that of a deal. He began to activate the treasure basin, but soon he looked at Lin Xian and shook his head slightly. Was it too far away? All right, then let's get closer. Lin Xian's figure flickered as he rapidly approached. In front of them, the fierce battle was still going on. The thunder demonic ape was too powerful. Although more than 30 invincible kings had formed a formation, they were still unable to do anything to it. In fact, he was even showing signs of being suppressed. This made Chi Siu very shocked. What kind of demonic beast was this? Wasn't it too terrifying? Fortunately, she had made sufficient preparations this time. Otherwise, she would have lost her life here if she had rushed forward rashly. Suddenly, the thunder demonic ape spat out 100,000 lightning bolts. Its huge head looked into the distance as its body trembled slightly. What's going on? He felt a suppression coming from his bloodline. But how was that possible? Was there anything that could suppress him? He was an extraordinarily powerful mutated species of heaven and earth. Was it an illusion? The thunder demonic ape snorted coldly and turned around again. He stared at the despicable humans around him and began to attack. Chi Siu also shouted. The invincible kings around her counterattacked crazily. Today they had to kill this beast here. None of them noticed that a figure was floating rapidly and merging into the void, heading toward the darkness ahead. Is it done? Lin Xian asked. The little white monkey nodded and activated the treasure basin again. The treasure basin emitted a mysterious power, and rays of golden light appeared on the little white monkey's body. Suddenly, there was an additional item in the treasure basin. It was the sky silkworm fruit. Got it. Lin Xian's lips curled into a smile as he prepared to leave. However, the thunder demonic ape that was fighting in front of them suddenly roared, and the aura on its body suddenly erupted. Streaks of blood-red runes covered his black-gold body. In the next moment, it completely blasted open the formation. More than 30 invincible kings were sent flying while vomiting blood. Chi Siu also suffered a violent impact. She had the ancient mirror floating above her head, and thousands of rays of light shone down to save her life. Even so, the blood in her body was boiling, and her jade-like face was pale. Not good, this beast is going berserk. The invincible kings' bodies began to tremble. It was too terrifying. They couldn't defeat the other party even after joining forces. Moreover, now that the other party had gone berserk, their lives were probably in danger. What surprised them was that after the thunder demonic ape went berserk, it didn't pay attention to them. Instead, it suddenly turned around and stared at the endless darkness ahead. He opened his mouth, and endless energy and thunder gathered, forming a lightning ball that he threw forward. Boom! This lightning ball carried a blood-red light. As soon as it appeared, more than 30 invincible kings and Chi Siu all trembled. It was too terrifying. If the other party used this attack, they probably wouldn't be able to withstand it at all. Who was the other party attacking? They didn't know. In an instant, the lightning ball tore through the void, crashed forward, and then suddenly exploded. Not good, retreat. Chi Siu and the invincible kings fled crazily. They quickly activated their armor and king domains to defend. Push. They were sent flying. Between heaven and earth, there was a vast expanse of white. Endless thunder surged as if it was about to destroy the world. It lasted for a long time before it gradually subsided. The dark demonic ape was still incomparably furious. Its eyes stared straight ahead. The invincible kings in the surroundings were even more seriously injured. Many of them even had half of their bodies shattered. Fortunately, they didn't die. At this moment, they quickly swallowed pills to recover their bodies. They floated in the void and watched from afar. What was that beast attacking? Chi Siu's expression was even more unsightly. Wasn't that where the sky silkworm fruit was? Could it be that the beast wanted to destroy the sky silkworm fruit? Or was there something wrong with the sky silkworm fruit? When she thought of this, her heart jumped to her throat. These people were extremely nervous. The thunder demonic ape roared uneasily. Its eyes were like rainbows, piercing through the void and staring straight ahead. In front of them, darkness rolled and thunder roared. It was a scene of destruction. However, in the end, the energy slowly dissipated. Then, the darkness was like a tide, slapping to both sides, and a figure appeared. That damned beast is so sharp. It actually discovered me. A young man in red appeared in the void, and a hint of surprise appeared on his face. There's someone in front. Chi Siyu's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. The kings in the surroundings were also going crazy. When did someone go over? Why didn't they know? Could it be that the person stole the sky silkworm fruit, and that's why the thunder demonic ape is so angry? The old man said what he thought. Instantly, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Then, anger appeared on their faces, and their eyes burned with anger. Damn it, we were fighting to the death with the thunder demonic ape, but someone stole the fruit in secret? That made them very unhappy. Chapter 31:27. The demonic thunder ape roared. It could feel that the sky silkworm fruit had disappeared. Needless to say, it was done by the red-clothed young man in front of it. With a furious roar, its huge claws grabbed forward with thunder in the sky. Boom, boom. The sound of thunder rang out as if a thunder mountain had descended from the sky. Reckless beast, I wanted to let you live. Since that's the case, you can reincarnate. The red-clothed young man snorted coldly as his eyes emitted a golden light. The next moment, he raised his finger and pointed forward. As he pointed, a ball of flame appeared on his fingertip. Then, it shone brightly like a blazing sun. A sword chi flew out from the middle and soared into the sky. Boom! The thunderbolts in the sky were torn apart. Nothing could stop the sword chi wherever it passed. The demonic thunder ape roared uneasily and wanted to escape. However, the sword was too fast. In an instant, its head was chopped off. Demonic blood spurted out and dyed the sky red. The huge body collapsed with a loud bang. The head spun in the air, and the eyes on it were filled with fear. The demonic thunder ape was killed. Behind them, Chi Siyu and the 30-odd kings were all dumbfounded. Their bodies trembled. Who was this person? Was he a saint? They could not help but kneel down and worship him. One had to know that the 30-odd kings had formed a powerful formation, but they could not do anything to the demonic thunder ape. They were even suppressed. Moreover, when the demonic thunder ape went berserk, it directly injured them. But now, the young man in front of them had killed such a terrifying demonic beast with a single finger. Thinking of this, their scalps went numb. The anger from before also disappeared. Did the other party get the sky silkworm fruit by cheating? What a joke! The other party probably did not care about the demonic thunder ape. Otherwise, he would have killed the demonic thunder ape and all of them. No one would have been able to escape. The snow-white monkey let out a cheerful cry. Its black eyes stared at the corpse of the demonic thunder ape in front of it. Lin Xian was shocked. Little guy, you're interested in this? Whitey let out a cry and rushed forward. The one who attacked just now was Lin Xian, but he didn't expect the snow-white monkey to have such a reaction. The next moment, even he was stunned. The snow-white monkey landed on the body of the demonic thunder ape, and the corpse began to tremble. Countless blood-colored runes appeared and surged into the snow-white monkey's body. The mountain-like body also slowly shrank, before finally disappearing into thin air. It was actually being absorbed. Lin Xian was also surprised. It seemed that the little white monkey was indeed mysterious. He had previously speculated that the little white monkey should be a mutated species of heaven and earth. Moreover, it was extremely likely that it was a member of the royal family of the ancient royal family. However, he had seen many far ancient royal clan members before, but he had never seen one that was so similar to the little white monkey. Woogie Woogie Whitey floated back shakily. Its little belly was bulging, as if it had eaten too much. Lin Xian was amused. He took it and placed it on his shoulder. Then, he turned around and prepared to leave. Wait a minute. Right at this moment, a cry of surprise came from afar. Lin Xian stopped in his tracks and frowned slightly. A terrifying aura was emitted from his body. Immediately, more than 30 invincible kings behind him trembled. The old man even shouted, "Second miss, please don't be rash." He thought that Chi Siyu still wanted to snatch the spirit fruit. They knew that Chi Siyu was here to look for the sky silkworm fruit. Now that the sky silkworm fruit had been snatched away, The second miss of the Qi family would definitely not let it go. However, these invincible kings were bitter. If it was an ordinary person, they would have gone up long ago. Even if it was someone at the perfected stage of the invincible realm, they would not be afraid. However, the young man in front of them was too strange. He killed a top monster king with one finger, and the monkey beside him was even more mysterious. They must not provoke such a person. Otherwise, all of them would be killed. Qi Xiu ignored the old man's warning and said again, "Young master, please wait." At the same time, he turned into a stream of light and rushed forward. Seeing this scene, the old man shook his head and sighed. He also followed him. More than 30 invincible kings followed quickly. They could not let the second miss be in danger. Qi Xiu came to the front and asked quickly, "Young master, did you get the sky silkworm fruit?" He did not do it. Lin Xian nodded slightly without hiding anything. He stood with his hands behind his back and said indifferently, "The sky silkworm fruit has no owner. Although you guys came here first, with your strength, you can't defeat the thunder demon ape, let alone snatch the sky silkworm fruit. So, I didn't snatch the sky silkworm fruit from your hands." Lin Xian had no grudges with these people, which was why he explained. If it were other experts, they would have killed them long ago. "I know that." Qi Xiu said, "Young master, the sky silkworm fruit is very important to me, so I'm willing to pay any price to buy it." "Young master, name a price." "Cultivation techniques, mystical abilities, resources, as long as you name it, I'll definitely satisfy you. Don't doubt me, I'm a disciple of the Qi family. With the Qi family's wealth, I won't let you down." "Oh, the Qi family?" Lin Xian was stunned. If he remembered correctly, the force behind the Thousand Herb Hall was the Qi family. He didn't expect to meet the Qi family as soon as he left the Thousand Herb Hall. However, Lin Xian still shook his head slightly. "No need, the sky silkworm fruit is also very important to me. So, no matter the price, I won't give it away." He was right. The sky silkworm fruit was a very important spiritual herb for refining the Saint Breakthrough Pill. How could Lin Xian give it away? Hearing this, the surrounding invincible kings were stunned and then became nervous. It seemed that neither side would give in. Would the second miss throw a tantrum at this time? Would she attack directly? If that was the case, they wouldn't be able to defeat the young man in front of them. Therefore, these people were extremely nervous. Qi Xiu was also stunned, and then her eyes dimmed. She didn't expect the other party to directly refuse without any room for negotiation. This made her heart fall into the abyss. Since there was no exchange and she couldn't defeat the other party, then this time, they wouldn't be able to get the sky silkworm fruit. When she thought of the Qi family's patriarch's injury, Qi Xiu felt extremely desperate. "You seem to be determined to get the sky silkworm fruit? What's the reason?" Lin Xian suddenly said. He didn't want to pay attention to it at first, but he suddenly remembered that the Qi family was an existence even more terrifying than the Thousand Herb Hall. If the Qi family owed him a favor and helped him collect spiritual herbs, then the speed of collection would be greatly increased. Hearing Lin Xian's question, Qi Xiu took a deep breath and quickly explained the matter. Chapter 31:28. We don't know either. It's been 300 years. We've invited countless experts and pill kings to treat him, but they're all helpless. I recently read about the sky silkworm fruit in an ancient book. It might be helpful for the patriarch's injuries, so I brought people to look for it. You're saying that your patriarch went to the fallen abyss 300 years ago? Then he was injured and never recovered, right? Lin Xian asked again. Qi Xiu nodded. Lin Xian's eyes flickered. He already had a guess in his heart. The fallen abyss was filled with demonic qi. He must have been injured or poisoned by some demonic creature. In the pill saint's notes, there happened to be a pill that could treat demonic qi or demonic poison. I wonder what benefits I'll get if I can cure your patriarch? Lin Xian asked indifferently. What? Qi Xiu was stunned, then ecstasy appeared on her face. The more than 30 invincible kings were also stunned. They didn't expect things to take such a turn. Can you really cure our patriarch? Chi Siu's voice was trembling. Lin Xian said indifferently, "Don't be too happy. According to your description, I only have a 50% chance." 50%? That was already a lot. As long as you can cure our patriarch, no matter what you want, my Chi family will definitely satisfy you. Is that so? What I want is very precious. Your Chi family might not be able to give it to me. Don't worry, young master. As long as you can cure our patriarch, our Chi family will give you our lives. Chi Siu clenched her fists. She had even decided to sacrifice herself. Even if the other party wanted her, she would agree. However, Lin Xian didn't have such thoughts. He narrowed his eyes. It seemed that the injured patriarch was very important to the Chi family. Since that was the case, it would be easy. He needed more than 1,300 spiritual herbs to refine the Saint Breakthrough Pill. He already had 300 of them. He handed the rest to the 1,000-herb hall, Wangong, Haiyu, and the other families to collect. However, he knew that the 1,000-herb hall, Wangong, Haiyu, and the other families could only collect a portion at most. Among them, the sky silkworm fruit was extremely precious and rare. Those forces couldn't collect it at all. Perhaps only the Chi family could do it. Alright, take me there then. I need to take a look at the Chi family's old ancestor's illness before I can make a conclusion. Young master, please. Chi Siu was very happy and quickly led the way. The 30 or so invincible kings also let out sighs of relief. Great, there was no need to fight. After all, they knew that the young man before them was a lot more terrifying than the lightning demonic ape. The group of people left the dark swamp and flew towards the distance. A few days later, they arrived at a spirit mountain. The old ancestor had specially chosen a place to heal himself. The scenery here wasn't bad. Chi Siu explained. Lin Xian looked around and nodded slightly. He could tell that this was not the Chi family's headquarters. But it didn't matter to him. Seeing that Lin Xian didn't say anything, Chi Siu didn't mind. Along the way, she had already figured out Lin Xian's temper. The mysterious young man before him didn't like to talk much. Therefore, Chi Siu hurriedly took out a small flag and waved it lightly. Immediately, the clouds below rolled and formed a path. Young master, please. Chi Siu led the way again, Lin Xian and the others followed behind. There were also many figures moving below. The second miss had returned. Exclamations could be heard. The second miss must have brought back the sky silkworm fruit. Our old ancestor can be saved. The Chi family warriors below were very excited. Sister, did you bring the sky silkworm fruit? A few young men also ran over with shining eyes. Chi Siu shook her head slightly. I didn't bring the sky silkworm fruit, but I found a way to cure the old ancestor. Chi Siu turned around and said respectfully, Young master, it's already late today. Why don't you rest here for the night? I'll bring you to see the old ancestor the next day. That was good too. Lin Xian nodded slightly. Next, Chi Siu personally led Lin Xian to stay in the Spirit Mountain. At night, in another hall of the Spirit Mountain, Chi Siu and many Chi family warriors gathered together. Although this was only the place where the old ancestor rested, there were many guards and experts here, far more than the 1,000-herb hall. One could imagine how terrifying the Chi family was. Sister, you didn't bring the sky silkworm fruit? The sky silkworm fruit is in that kid's hands? You said he can save the old ancestor? As Chi Siu recounted what had happened, exclamations could be heard. They found it hard to believe. What right did a young man have to say such big words? One had to know that in the past 300 years, the Chi family had found many experts, but none of them could save the old ancestor. Every single one of those experts was a powerhouse who could suppress a region or a world-renowned alchemy king. However, they were helpless. What right did a very young kid have? Even the older expert's eyes flickered. At this moment, a young man stood up and said, Sister, I think that kid is just spouting nonsense. He wants to take advantage of the Chi family. Why don't we just attack and kill him? Take the sky silkworm fruit from him. As soon as he said that, the eyes of the Chi family elders shone with a piercing cold light. However, Chi Siu suddenly stood up and shook her head frantically. In addition to her, more than 30 invincible kings also stood up and hurriedly said, "No, we can't attack. That kid is very powerful." They immediately recounted how Lin Xian had killed the demonic thunder ape with one finger. Instantly, the entire hall fell silent. Even the few young men who had suggested to attack were so scared that they shrunk their necks. Some of them even had their legs trembling. According to Qi Siyu, more than 30 invincible kings formed a powerful killing formation, but they could not do anything to the demonic thunder ape. Instead, they were killed in one move. The gap between them was simply too great. Could it be that this kid was some earth-shattering big shot? Many people were puzzled. Right at that moment, several people of the older generation looked to Qi Siyu. "Second miss, what do you plan to do?" Qi Siyu took a deep breath and said, "Don't provoke young Master Lin. All of you, serve me well. Whoever dares to provoke him, don't blame me for being rude." Although Qi Siyu was only the second miss, her status was much more honorable. As soon as she said that, the martial artists in the hall did not dare to act presumptuously anymore. The next day, Qi Siyu waited outside Lin Xian's door early in the morning. She did not rush him. Instead, she waited quietly like this. Behind her, there were still some other martial artists following. Some were young, and some were elders. These people were very shocked. They had never seen the second miss wait so respectfully for someone. Chapter 31-29. Especially those young warriors. Although they had heard that Lin Xian was very powerful, they had not seen it with their own eyes. Therefore, they did not believe it. At this moment, they looked a little dissatisfied. However, with Qi Siyu here, they did not dare to be presumptuous. They knew very well how powerful their second sister was. The group of people waited just like that. After about 2 hours, the door in front of them slowly opened. Lin Xian walked out in his red robe. "Mr. Lin, you're awake." A smile appeared on Qi Siyu's face instantly. The older generation and the younger martialists behind her couldn't stop looking at Lin Xian. Those older generation figures were very surprised that they could not see through Lin Xian's strength. This shocked them. As for those young warriors, they curled their lips and looked disdainful. What's the big deal? They did not feel any terrifying aura from him. Lin Xian did not care about these people's gazes at all. How could these people understand his realm? He looked at Qi Siyu and said indifferently, "All right, take me to see your ancestor." "Mr. Lin, this way please." Qi Siyu led the way in front. After walking for a while, Qi Siyu stopped. There was a lake in front of them. Beside it was a small bamboo house. There were spiritual herbs, spiritual flowers, and spiritual bamboo planted in it. It was a peaceful and quiet scene. It was completely different from the golden and dazzling outside. "The ancestor is inside," Qi Siyu said. Then, she asked the people behind her to wait. Only she and Lin Xian walked in. In front of the lake, there was an old man with white hair. He was holding a fishing rod in his hand and seemed to be fishing. He looked like an ordinary old man from a farmer's house. He did not look like the ancestor of a big family at all. When Lin Xian saw him, a golden light appeared in his eyes. Like him, the old man did not emit any terrifying aura. This old man was at least a half-saint. He could sense an astonishing power from the other party. That power was even more powerful than the power of Tao. However, it was different from the power of a saint that he felt. Therefore, he guessed that he should be a half-saint. A half-saint was already a terrifying existence. After all, a saint was an existence that transcended heaven and earth. There weren't many of them. Moreover, most of them chose to cultivate in seclusion to break through to a higher realm. It could be said that there were very few walking saints. Most of them were used as a foundation to suppress others. Just like the dark turmoil that Lin Xian had experienced previously, countless saints had attacked, and even super saints had descended. Such a scene could be said to be hard to come by in millions of years. A half-saint was already a terrifying existence. Hearing the sound of footsteps, the old man in front turned his head. "See you are here." However, when he saw an unfamiliar young man standing beside Qi Siyu, he was slightly taken aback. "Is this the young Master Lin you were talking about?" He naturally knew that Chi Siyu had found a young man to treat his illness. However, he hadn't expected this young man to be so young. In his opinion, the other party should be at least a few hundred years old, but he didn't expect that to be the case. The other party was truly very young, so young that he found it hard to believe. Did such a person really have the ability to cure him? He was very suspicious. However, in the next moment, the old man's pupils abruptly shrank, revealing a trace of shock. "Old man, if I am not wrong, you should have been injured by the Yin demon." After hearing this, the old man's expression changed instantly, and his robes fluttered without any wind. A terrifying aura surged out, as if a peerless beast had awakened. The other party could tell at a glance. How could he not be shocked? One should know that even Chi Siyu didn't know about this matter. As expected, Chi Siyu's face was blank. However, when she saw the expression of her family's patriarch, she knew that she had found the right person. "Young Master Lin, please. I hope you can forgive me for not being a good host." The Chi family's patriarch waved his hand, and instantly, a table made of 3,000-year-old Suzuki wood flew out from his storage ring. On top of it were 2 teacups and a pot of tea. The teacups and pot were made of a special type of divine crystal. They were crystal clear and carried a strong power. "This is 7,000-year-old spiritual tea. Young Master Lin, have a taste." As he spoke, the Chi family's patriarch personally poured a cup of spiritual tea for Lin Xian. Chi Siyu stood respectfully at the side. Lin Xian sat down casually, took a sip, and nodded slightly. Not bad, it was indeed a good tea. There were many types of spiritual tea, especially the precious ones. A 7,000-year-old spiritual tea was very rare. "Young Master Lin, you flatter me. This is nothing compared to those top spiritual teas. It can't even compare to the legendary Enlightenment tea." Enlightenment tea. Lin Xian was shocked when he heard this. He knew that this was an extremely precious spiritual tea. Ordinary people couldn't taste it at all. Not to mention them, even saints couldn't taste it at all. Because it was said that only emperors could enjoy it. It was said that there was an enlightenment tea in the true spirit world. However, it was in a forbidden zone that even saints didn't dare to enter. Perhaps only a true great emperor would be able to enter the forbidden zone and obtain the Tao comprehending tea. After drinking a cup of spiritual tea, the Chi family's patriarch asked in a low voice, "Young Master Lin, how did you know that I was injured by the Yin demon?" This was something that even Siyu didn't know about. Lin Xian smiled faintly. "I heard from Siyu that you were injured because you fell into the abyss." The demonic chi inside was extremely terrifying, and with the old man's skills, it was definitely not an ordinary place. Although you looked normal on the surface, there was a black demonic rune flickering in your body. After thinking about it, I guess that you were injured by the Yin demon. This thing was extremely terrifying. It was formed after tens of thousands of years. Even a half-saint or saint might not be able to remove it. That was why the Chi family's patriarch had been tortured for the past 300 years, to the point of despair. "To be honest, if you can't cure me, I'm afraid I can only live for another 10 years. That was true. Lin Xian could feel that the blood in the old man's body had dried up. He could only live for another 10 years or so. However, he only smiled confidently. "No worries. If it was other things, I wouldn't be so confident. But this is the Yin demon? I'm 100% confident that I can cure you." Hearing this, the Chi family's patriarch's hand trembled, spilling the spiritual tea. Chi Siyu's mouth was wide open in disbelief. The Chi family's patriarch was a half-saint who had lived for more than 2,000 years. What hadn't he seen before? But now, his hand was trembling. One could imagine how shocked he was. You're tuning in to the Passion Pages YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.